Hello, chat. Welcome to Final Fantasy or World of Final Fantasy. It's a pretty long game with all the cutscenes. Cutscenes add like 6 hours to the run. So get comfy. We will be here for a while, and I'm ready to start the countdown. Let's go on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and enjoy!
Prologue. Awake at last.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
I hope the audio is okay. We will start talking soon. Thank you for the good luck, have fun. Here we meet our playable characters. Currently nameless. Thank you all for the good luck.
Time to wake up.
So we saw these two characters, currently no name. We don't know where we are, what happened.
Huh?
And nothing strange happened.
What a nap. Oh, right. I gotta get to work.
Oh yeah, it's Monday for me. Time to get to work.
Oh, am I gonna make it? The boss hates when I'm late.
So we go to the coffee shop, which is totally not Starbucks.
The streets sure are quiet today. Hey, I'm here. Huh? How'd she get in if no one's here yet? Good morning. I'm real sorry. I hope you haven't been waiting long.
Huh?
The customer.
Right. She needs some water.
Oh, no thanks. A pint. I mean, a cup of coffee, please. Oh, And bring the whole jar of sugar. I'm gonna need it.
Right. That's 1 cup of joe. And I'll get you one of the big jars. Has nobody made the coffee yet? Come on, get it together, guys. I'm sorry, miss. This might take a while.
Hey, no hurry. Time's not an issue.
Time is not an issue.
Here you go.
Can't drink all the thing. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's a lot of sugar. Is it even coffee anymore? Good question.
There you are! Lon!
Oh,
Keep it down, Rain. How about acting your age, huh?
Hey, don't talk down to me. Listen, last time I checked, little bro, I've been around a few minutes longer than you.
Okay. I get it already. Very sorry.
you like coffee with your sugar, yes.
So, what's up? I'm all ears.
Well, you don't have to get all sarcastic.
You really are all ears.
What?
What's that?
Forget it. So, Lon, have you seen anybody this morning?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm looking right at you, aren't I? And there's that customer.
What?
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You didn't even see her? Dude.
Yeah, but... look, come with me right now.
Easy! Ow, 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 ow.
There's nobody here.
So it's a quiet morning. Maybe they just...
I mean no one.
No one.
Lon, have you bumped into anyone today besides her?
Now that you mention it, I
Yeah,
guess
creature
not.
on the
And
head is totally
This
normal.
isn't setting off any alarms?
Nothing weird.
Well- Should it?
You two really don't remember a thing.
Huh? What was that? Who are you? If you're from around town, then I don't know you.
Rain, manners.
Manners.
You two really don't remember a thing.
Would you please just answer my question?
You can call me Anna Crow. Anna Crow will work.
Okay, well, we woke up to a ghost town this morning. Maybe you know why?
Yes, you're quite alone. But you always have been.
Huh?
Huh?
This world, it's always been the two of you. A world without time. One that ended when it began.
What? That's the weirdest thing I've heard.
But don't worry. Just because the world ended doesn't mean that it's going anywhere. You know, I have been checking up on you two. Until now, you were nothing but blank stares. So imagine my surprise when Lon took my order. What a morning.
Okay. Now you're kind of scaring me.
So, now that you're awake, we've got a story to tell.
Oh, I love stories.
Which brings us to... Tama! Right here!
Who the hog put this thing on my head?
Yeah, I did try to mention it before.
You take it from here. I'll go on ahead and link up a path.
You the got it.
Huh? Hey, you can't just leave.
Salutations. The name is Tama, and I'm here to help out. Does anyone have any questions?
Wait, I've got tons of questions. Why were you sitting on my head? And how long can a fox even talk?
That's seriously the first thing on your mind? Now I see why Inna Crow is just about ready to throw in the towel.
We're not allowed to
Hey,
be confused.
Jadova, welcome.
Hey, whoa.
Nice to
take it
see
easy
you.
there, Lon.
I thought you were upset
Let's
too.
start the over. I'll make us some the coffee.
Overhonk.
Yes, please.
But I already made some coffee before you got here. How can you just roll with this rain?
Chill the out. You live the much longer.
Yeah, Lon. You shouldn't start out your morning with so much stress.
Oh, would you like some sugar?
3 cubes for you, right, Lon?
Huh?
I'm good with just one.
No.
Okay, I'll go and put the coffee on.
But I just said I... You know what? Just give me my dang cup of coffee.
You watch. Yes, I can totally understand that.
Mirage Keepers? Me and Rain?
That's correct. The marks on your arms are proof. You were born to work the
Tama is a
miracles.
fox, not a moogle.
Miracles? Our arms can do that?
If that's the question.
How could you forget? You used to command a whole legion of them. You were masters of them. Powerful living illusions known as mirages.
1 a.m. Nice.
In fact, even the Pleiad answered to you, and those are the 7 strongest mirages of all. With their power, you could have ruled over all the world.
Oh.
Oh.
So, we could have ruled the world? Because, what, we controlled these mirages?
Well, that's what I've heard.
From who?
What do you mean? In a crow that told me, of course. But enough the reminiscing. I've got to teach you two to use mirages again.
What? How's that?
First off, I'm going to present you with my very own Prismarium.
So what does it do?
With this Prismarium, the mirage inside becomes yours, and you can make it do anything and everything you command.
Does the tail
So
function
let's
as a
try
balloon?
it right now in glorious combat.
Probably.
Wait.
Maybe.
What? Huh?
Tutorial fight. It's a little bit like Pokemon. Use creatures, fight with them.
Okay, go ahead and throw some attacks out there. To take action, you need to spend something called action points, also known as AP. You automatically gain a little bit of AP each the time your turn comes around in battle. The amount of AP you need depends on what you're trying to do, so make sure you use them wisely.
Okay, so I'm gonna explain it probably a few times, but the game has 2 speed ups in fight. You can either hold or press R1 and it will speed up, and there's a second speed up if you click on the right stick, you get another speed up, and they both stack, which is pretty nice, so we get a lot of speed in fights. Now I just use auto battle because the enemy is not really strong. 2 misses, wow. Good start.
To figure it out yet? The two of you were unsurpassed. No, the Mirage could stand up to you.
Dude, seriously?
Dude, seriously.
It's hard to believe.
I'm
Yes,
sure
Tama's
it is.
verbal
As far as I
acts
can
or
tell, you
tics
two have lost everything. All the memories and
get really
experience
annoying
you've
at
ever
some time.
accumulated. Oh,
Some of us
wait.
play the game
Of
on
course that would have
or
happened
with
when you and this world
Japanese
first
audio
blazed out.
to not hear Tama.
So not only did they lose the Mirages they had, they've
don't
been stripped of
understand
all
Tama.
their memories of the Mirages too? But I guess that explains why all their other memories seem to be largely unaffected.
What?
Listen, let me show you something. There, just beyond this light, lies another world called Grimoire. That is where you'll find all the mirages you've lost.
You mean they're all inside this gate?
You got it. Are you ready to conquer them again?
So, if we do manage to find all the lost mirages, does that mean we'll be able to remember the things we forgot?
Well, I don't know about that. After all, you lost your memories. It's not the same thing as forgetting them.
Oh.
Yeah.
But even if you don't remember Grimoire, Grimoire still knows a lot about you. You're certain to find traces and records of your past.
Okay. So, like...
You're saying whether we remember anything about ourselves or not, we can still find clues about our past and the things we've done?
Correct. And if you keep on gathering mirages, I think you might even meet your family in due time.
Our family?
Huh? Well, I guess it does make sense that we'd have parents.
Oh yes. So then, you going? You going?
You
Will you
going?
journey to
going?
Grimoire?
Let's go.
Chapter 1. Land of the Lilikin.
Welcome to Grimoire.
So, this must be Grimoire. What?
Lon, you look like such a little dweeb.
Oh, I know! We look ridiculous!
Huh? We?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure that's how everybody in this world must look. Inna Crow just wanted to make sure you had a nice and a handy way of blending in.
Wow, she can do stuff like that?
That is awesomely weird.
Well, this kind of works out. We won't have anybody gawking at our arms.
Way to find the silver lining. I guess we should head straight down this path?
It's the only direction we can go.
Oh, hello. I spy another mirage.
That is called a Choco Chick. What are
I
you
changed the
waiting
hate
for? Go
to
on and
big
imprison the it.
because they
Okay.
run a little bit faster.
Oh,
Depending on the size you choose, you have a different setup to start in the fight. Don't worry, we don't have to watch the animation here every time.
Sort of like a prismarium. What is it?
that's called a prism. Use it to make the Choco Chick's prismarium. Every time you find a new the mirage you haven't seen before, it'll be recorded in Enna Crow's special mirage manual.
Time to
Whoa!
imprison
Does it even
our
have
first
pictures?
mirage.
You the betcha. And then whenever you add a new mirage to the manual, you receive one of its prisms. But only the first time, mind you.
First, you
Okay,
need a
first,
Pokeball.
try the
Yes.
weakening the Choco Chick, then the use your prism.
Scan.
That was a good fight.
Did it. So the basic idea is different mirages have different rules to catch them or to capture them. For this one, we just needed to hit it once with a physical
Cool.
attack.
I can see the Choco Chick
We
running
were
around
able
in
to
the
catch it.
prismarium.
Pretty the neat, huh? Next, why don't you have
Yeah,
a
different
go at
rules for
stacking
different
that
enemies
Choco Chick on
later
your
on.
head? Here, watch, I'll just show you.
Oh, now I get it. So when I saw you perched on Lon's head back in Ninewood Hills, that's what you call stacking.
Yep, that's the right. While I'm up to here, I get to take it nice and easy.
Is that stacking or slacking?
When you create a stack, the HP of everyone in the stack gets the added together. Like they say, strengthen the numbers.
Oh, so it's like combining into a super robot.
Better yet, your magic and other abilities have the potential to change too. It all depends on how your stack is configured.
Huh? Oh, I don't need any action figures when I get to blast out super attacks like a super robot.
Well, just be careful. Stacking doesn't make you invincible. Some of the enemy attacks have the power to unstack you.
In other words, bye-bye super robot, so to speak.
Yowzers. It does sound like bad news.
It's true that we are individually the weaker when we're unstacked, but look on the brighter side. Since we each get our own the turn in battle, we can use the extra moves to have one member attack and another the heal. It can be very helpful. Depending on the situation, you might even decide to unstack yourselves by choice. Think carefully and choose the best setup for the job.
Okay. So Tama explained to us how
By the
stacking
way,
works.
you two can switch
use
between
it after the
giant
next
size
cutscene.
and Lilican size. Depending on your size, you can make different stacks. You aren't allowed to put big things on top of the small things when creating a stack. So, to get on top of a mirage, you need to be in Lilican form. The best way to learn is to try it once you've rounded up a few more mirages. You'll pick it up in no time.
Huh? A dead end?
A dead end?
But there's nowhere else to go. What are we gonna do?
Never the fear! Look closely. This may appear to be a wall, but it's actually a gimme golem.
Is this a mirage too?
Gimme golems
Not
are
in the
extremely
traditional
annoying.
sense of the word, but you'll see these pests all over Grimoire. And unless you give them what they want, they'll give you a hard time and block the way.
So, what is it they want?
It really depends on the gimme golem. So the first thing you'll have to do is examine it. Gimme!
Gimme.
So, where do we find that?
That choco chick you just imprisoned ought to be able to track down what we need. But first things first, you're going to have to unlock the right ability on the choco chick's the Mirage board.
Okay. Menu time. First we're gonna learn, like Tama said, Stroll with Choco Chick. It allows us that the Choco Chick is following us. Also learn Ram later. And give Tama a little bit more strength. Now we set up a stack. Third one, add the Choco Chick to the party. Now it will run around here and find the item.
Yay! You found it! Now, try examining the gimme golem one more time.
Huh?
Gimme!
Okay.
Whoa! It vanished!
That's so cool. I
Now
guess
the
the
Choco
Choco
Chick
Chick
will
found
follow
us just
us
the item we
and-
needed.
On some places it can
Yep,
find
here.
items.
With the help of a
We
mirage
try to
of the
avoid
two,
it
there's
because it's
nothing that
pretty
you can't
slow and
accomplish.
The
And
items
mirage
are
boards are
not
for
very
much
useful
more than unlocking abilities.
because it's random what you
You
get
can
if it's
also
not
use
a
them to change your
quest item.
mirages into new and powerful forms. So be sure to keep on leveling up and working on your mirage boards. Pretty soon you'll be bouncing and trouncing across Grimoire like a pair of the pros.
Huh?
Okay, one more thing before I continue. Come on, let me leave. Now we're gaming.
Huh? It found something.
So, Tama, I noticed mirages disappear when we defeat them. Why is that?
Most of the mirages you see in Grimoire don't actually technically belong in this world. And so when one of you guys gives them the old KO, they can't maintain their presence here anymore. They fizzle that out and go back to their own worlds.
Sometimes we have this little
Huh.
speech box about the
Wait.
buffer character.
Now,
That
that's
means
weird.
we need to wait until the
Who was it
dialogue is
that told
ended.
me all this before?
In any percent we skip this by
It's like-
opening the menu.
Right there, on the tip of my tongue.
Now what's this?
What's this?
This is called a Merc Rift. Inside you're likely to find mirages that are, shall we say...
Mirages! Oh man, let's go catch them!
Yeah, catch them all. Let's behead off.
This one's not very cute.
Lon! Why did you... Now what do we do?
I tried to tell you. Inside
pretty
Mercus,
strong
you're likely
mirage.
to find mirages that
If
are
I catch it
strong
and add it to my party,
dangerous.
You
it
tried to
will add
tell
my
us.
strength.
Try a little harder,
Add to my
please.
strength a lot. Make the game very easy. So I'm gonna attack it first. That's not nice, he dodged. Maybe a crit and we're fine. Oh, that's good. Oh no, oh no, we died. Oh no, it's over. I'm sorry. I tried.
Ow.
Oh no. Did you two die already?
What? I died? But that's... no way.
Maybe it's true. That mirage in the Mercriff did kinda...
Well, I'm still alive.
Yes. That's because someone intervened. Right at the moment of your demise. And made it so the battle never happened.
No
Wow, you
worries.
can really do that? Of course.
Just kidding.
Although Tama's the one who
Was a
does it.
forced death.
That's the right.
There's no way we
I
can
have the power to
win
rewind
this.
time a little, and then to whisk you to safety. Although, it costs me a life to do it, so I hope you don't mind if I rest for a little the while afterwards.
A life?
You might not believe it, but I've actually got multiple lives. Back there, I had to sacrifice one of those lives to turn back time and to save you. You see, this girl with the ribbon that showed up in my dreams. She's the one who taught me how
Just
to
do
do
better
it.
next time. I'll try. I'll
That
try.
makes zero sense and kind of freaks me out, but Tama, I'm impressed.
Thanks! Oh, but just so you know, I can only use my powers to protect the two of you specifically. And only if you lose a fight, like what happened to you in the Mercriff. Oh, yeah! And I can always recover my lives if you stay here and let me rest a spell. So, don't forget to give me a breather before I run out of second the chances.
Dude, you got it. Say no more. Rest yourself silly.
Yes, sir!
Thanks, Tama. We really owe you one. Especially Lon, who didn't have the good sense to listen before diving in.
So yeah,
Hey, who's that?
as long as we don't die in special boss
If
fights
you mean our new guest, she
We always
claims to
go
have gotten
back.
herself lost.
to our starting
Go say
point
hello. She's quite the
here.
character.
9 hotels.
Okay.
The real
Where'd she
question is how she got here from the outside world when it's no easy trick.
Oh, that's
She must
over
have
by where I
experience
was.
crossing between
Would you both
planes.
slow down?
So, she's over at North Promenade. Oh, wow. She's so tiny. Is she, what's the word again? Lilican?
Final Fantasy 13 reference.
Oh. Hello, and how are you?
Good. More or less.
You know, what a nice, quiet place.
Oh,
So who are the you?
Oh, you can call me Choco Latte. I seem to have washed up here like a soggy yellow feather in a storm.
Huh?
I do have this funny knack for winding up in strange places.
Cool.
All right! Care to shop? I've got the goods. Chocoboco Ching!
Chocoboco Ching.
Whoa, slow down. What kind of operation is this?
It's called a shop, dear.
Yes,
You're in
it's a
luck.
shop.
I find all kinds of stuff as I bounce from point A to point Q. I'm your Choco connection.
We're gonna visit her
So,
a few
hey,
times
are
to
you ready to-
run.
Oh! Show yourself, Seraphie! I didn't know it was you!
Well, you had it coming. You know, when you awakened, you should have woke me up, too. I don't remember raising you to be such a selfish self-poo.
Well, I don't remember you raising me at all!
who's this?
Oh, hi. I'm just your adorable local wind
Implement
aka
Name stamp counter
Seraphie.
by 3. Oh,
My hobbies.
if you're doing it on paper, you need
include glass mongering and,
more than one page.
Oh, I'm good at hoarding things. Yep.
Hoarding?
Hoarding. Why do you think I'm here? You must have tons of prismariums. More than you can handle, right?
Well, we're still working on it.
Uh-huh. You'll have scads of them before long. You're gonna need a place to unload.
Yeah, they are kind of bulky.
Well, who's got you covered? This pixie right here. Anacro made me a special prism case that lets me keep all your prismariums safe. Just plonk the ones you don't need in and yoink the ones you do need out. All plonking and yoinking must be performed within the confines of 9 Wood Hills or from an alternate location with a suitably strong connection. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions may apply.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure I caught
agree.
every single word, but I guess I agree.
Oh yeah, this prismarium belongs to one of my tribe. Treat it with the same boundless love and affection you feel for me.
Bad is calling your name. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for a good luck.
Okay.
Seraphi's kind of a special the case.
So Seraph is basically our Pokemon box, Pokemon PC. We also get another Mirage, but we will never use it. So let's go and finally catch some Mirages.
Anyway, I think you should be able to manage on your own from here.
You mean you're the leaving us?
Yes,
Plan is
you
just
handle things now.
special.
Oh, okay. Either will.
It's cool. I'll lock this place down tighter than a Marlboro's bottle of mouthwash. That's a Seraphy guarantee.
Huh? Down.
But where are you going now?
Oh, well, somewhere
What
else,
do you
of course.
mean?
Yeah, that's not exactly very helpful.
Some...
Look, we really need to ask you so many things.
No, you'll figure it out. I can't do everything for you now.
Everything?
But you've barely
Seraphy
done
best girl.
anything.
Oh, yeah.
Besides, every world has
We
its
will
own
see her a
rules.
little bit later.
Like water dousing fire,
A few more
and light
times.
vanishing darkness.
I think that's just called science.
Well, I designed mine to be so completely unbreakable that even I can't undo them.
Undo what?
The rules.
You're bad at explaining.
You're saying you can't help because that violates the rules of the world or something?
Exactly.
But why is that? I mean, come on. Just who do you think you are?
Me? Oh, well,
I'm God.
I'm God.
That's -1.
She's
Ah.
gone.
Nice.
Dude.
I
Back
guess
to
we can't
+2.
necessarily rule it out, but for somebody calling the cosmic shots, she seems kind of sub-benevolent.
Well, that's Anacro for you, so get used to it.
So, she really is God?
Beats me. Anacro is Anacro, wouldn't you say?
Pretty the much.
Pretty very much.
Thanks for clearing it up.
Okay, let's go. I hope you like animes, because we will get a unskippable cutscene pretty soon.
Well, that
The only
certainly cost
unskippable
us a chunk
cutscene
of
in
time.
1%.
And whose fault is that?
First off, we start with a single fight. Just gonna beat it. Nice crit. Save the turn.
Oh, yeah, I want names.
Now we will either get a double battle or a single battle, and I will try to escape. Escaping is not guaranteed at the moment. Nice.
Lon, don't touch it this time.
I know,
Level
I know.
26.
But could we see all this stuff before?
Now that you've fought that thing the once, you can see all its information. And if you happen to know some Libra magic, you can peep at its data before you even jump in. Very good thing to keep in the mind.
Touch it.
Got it.
Yep.
Touch it
Very
again.
good thing to keep in the
Maybe
mind.
we can win
Ron.
this time.
Why are you repeating it? And just for my sake?
Your new license plate. Oh wow. That is the only break we get in any percent. So any percent is like 3.5, 3 minutes, 3 hours, 10 minutes. World record is 3 hours, 2 minutes. And that's the only break we get in the run, and it's 5 minutes into the run, which is sad. Yeah, a few more anime cutscenes later on. RRLAT last. Can look at my splits. LAN laughing is in about 5 hours. Yep. How would streamer rate the game? I really like the game. I sadly never finished a casual playthrough. I should definitely get to it. I started learning the any percent route for the last Final Fantasy relay race, where I participated. Yeah, and I liked it a lot. I will definitely do casual playthrough sometime, and also try to catch them all percent. You catch every creature, every mirage. Nine out of 10? Yep, sounds about good.
Chapter 2. Foretold by Prophecy.
Hey sis, is that a town over there at the end of the bridge?
Yeah, and
There are
I don't
definitely
know
a few
why,
things
but
that are not
something about
perfect,
it
but I
takes me
like the
back.
battle system, stories, funny at times.
Huh?
I like the leveling and stacking system. Coming up is one of the best characters.
Huh.
Shaman, King, and Gunman.
So,
Nice.
you think we're supposed to get on?
Absolutely! All the aboard!
All
Oh,
aboard.
dude! Oh, hey sis, let's park it here.
Sure.
Black mage and white mage.
Hi.
Hi.
They're so tiny.
Whoa, pluck my needles. I don't know how long it's been since we've had new passengers.
Huh?
Right, tickets, please.
Cactuar conductor.
A mirage?
What? It talks?
Oh, I indeedly needly am a mirage. But I'm also the train conductor, so... tickets, please.
The conductor? Well, all right. If Tama can talk, then why not?
But the train tickets that we need...
Are right here.
Right the hell?
Wow, semi-lifetime passes, eh? Haven't feasted my eyes on one of these in a swell spell. Right then, pleasant journey.
Where Where did those tickets come from?
In a crewmate, sure. I was provided with everything we could ever need. Yep.
Why is it only
Okay, then.
semi-lifetime?
So why a semi-lifetime pass? And not a lifetime one?
That's a good question. And we get to our first city. Squad squeaky sound. Yeah. I like the guy with a fish on the head.
Wow, this place rules.
Yeah, it's like something right out of a fantasy.
Hey,
So as you
Tama,
can see, they
why
can
don't you
also
hitch a ride?
take on
Pardon,
different characters.
if I may ask, would you be kind enough to tell me what country you hail from?
Oh, us? We're,
Mirage is from the Bahamutian army! Bahamu? What's a Bahamu?
Well, the Bahamutian Federation has a whole army of mirages in their employ.
Huh? Someone's made a whole army out of them?
Battle
Sounds
of the
just fine by
Virgins.
me.
Your jam.
Line them up nice and neat for us, so we can round them up.
Huh? Hey, wait up!
Lon!
Okay, we get a little battle in between here. We are introduced to chained encounters, which means we cannot catch the Mirage until we defeat the boss.
Whoa! What the? What just happened? Why wasn't I able to imprison that Mirage?
Didn't you see the light that's surrounding it? That means it's the beholden to another keeper.
The what? BO? You smell?
No! What I mean is, the Mirage already has another the master. So until you give their boss the old heave the ho, you won't be able to claim it for yourself.
Oh, fire whoever wrote that little hook in.
Lon, Ixnay on the fourth wall stuff!
Giants.
Oh, whoops.
Are they Bahamutian soldiers?
But they drove the mirages off for us.
It's just like the prophecy, word for word.
You can't
Which
steal
one?
another person's
Well,
Pokemon.
we know
Yes,
how it ends.
that's correctly
Please.
right.
May I speak with you?
Huh?
Oh, sure.
Plus 2 to the counter here. Makes sense.
The two of you. You've traveled here from another world.
Oh, well, I wouldn't. I mean.
Actually, I think you're pretty much spot on. And we're Mirage Keepers, too.
Lon, don't tell her!
Why not? Face it, we're too awesome to try and hide it. I'm like exuding all over.
Lon, you don't even know what exude means.
There is someone who would like to have a word with you. Could you possibly stop by Castle Cornelia?
He's exuding his awesomeness.
So let's find this Casa Cornelius place. Doesn't Casa mean up? It's gotta be higher up.
Well, you've got the direction correct. Even if the rest of that was completely off the base.
That woman
You
must
think
be
it would
important
balance
if she's
out?
inviting us to the
I'm
castle.
not sure about that.
What's up, guys? Nice armor.
Leave them alone, please.
Exuding awesomeness is true. Yeah. Oh hey,
Thank you
we
for
met
coming.
before.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Cornelia. I am Princess Sarah.
Wait, you're like a princess?
We
had no idea.
Oh my gosh. I am so sorry Lon acted like such a royal idiot.
I'm not royal.
Oh, and I'm his older sister, Rain. It's an honor.
Please forgive the ruse. At first, I suspected that you might be agents sent here by Bahamut. I was wrong. You stood up bravely against their mirages and kept our town safe. All of Cornelia thanks you.
Oh, I wouldn't say we were that brave. Really.
Stop, you're so modest. Still, the fact of the matter is, we didn't do anything all that outstanding.
Yeah, we're more the in-standing types.
Huh? I'm pretty sure that in-standing isn't in actual the word.
Oh, forgive me. It's just so hard to believe that you two are the stuff of prophecies.
Prophecies? Oh, that's right. I think I heard the townsfolk going on about some kind of prophecy too.
Oh, I am sorry. If you will permit me, I will explain it from the beginning. You see, Cornelia is an unfederated state midway up Grimoire.
Unfederated?
Yes. Let me explain that as well. The majority of Grimoire's countries and municipalities have annexed themselves to the Bahamutian Federation under the rule of Brandalis, the Herald King. Cornelia, however, has continued to maintain its sovereignty. The Federation has made attempts to erode this stance countless times, but we have held our ground, and now Bahamut has taken to armed provocation.
You mean like that Mirage attack before?
Yes.
So where does this prophecy factor in?
The Azure prophecy speaks
Yes,
of the
no way it's
divergence.
under 1,000.
When time begins its march anew,
It depends
they shall
what you
return
count
as
as
visitors.
dumb, as
giants from the hills
joke,
of a
I
world
guess.
not our own. Upon Grimoire, they will wreak two divergent
Sometimes he has
futures.
some good ideas.
One that brings salvation, and the other ruin. An enigma to confound even the highest mind.
Something smart
The
here.
giants may wreak two futures?
It's a good way
Wait,
to
huh?
even out the counter.
Oh, man! Tama, this prophecy's about you!
What are you even talking about? There's nothing wrong with the way I smell. You big the dummy!
Well, at least I'm dumber than you!
I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm afraid there's just no hope for them. So, the giants from the hills, as in Ninewood Hills? I guess it's one of those believe what you want to things. But yeah, so far, it does seem to match up. Do you mind if I ask you a
I'm
slightly
dumber,
awkward
yes.
question?
Yes, that's what
This
he said.
federation is really so terrible. Why have so many countries agreed to become members?
Most of the mirages in Grimoire, not all, but certainly most of them, are now firmly under the Federation's control. With such a powerful
Evens
army
out.
behind them,
Yep.
citizens can go about their lives without fearing the mirages that still roam free.
Dude, they control that many mirages? Seriously?
Yes! Dude.
Whoa.
King Brandalis' herald lieutenants, known as Seguardis and Pelennor, command all of Grimoire's mirages with the same authority as the famous Queen of the Keepers of ages past.
So there was a Queen of the Keepers? Sounds like she was pretty powerful.
Yes, but that was more than a century ago.
So, sorry for the string of dumb questions, but if the Federation can guarantee that kind of absolute
That's
protection,
exactly something
wouldn't it be
we-
worthwhile to take them up on their offer?
It may seem wise, but you see, membership in the Federation involves following their laws and adoption of a heinous creed. It chills me right to the marrow of my bones.
That bad?
Normally skip all the
Yes.
cutscenes in any percent.
I beg you,
So that's a good
see for
place to
yourselves.
show off the
Once
game
you have
with
done
all
so, well,
its beauty.
you will
guess.
understand.
All right then.
Now then, may I ask what the two of you intend to do next?
Well, whatever's going on out there, the only thing we can do right now is just keep rounding up more mirages, am I right?
Oh? Apparently, at one time we commanded a whole legion of them. But somehow, we lost them along with our memories. So, we're hoping by getting the mirages back, we might stumble on some clues about our past.
That's right. So if mirages like those goblins are bugging you, we can lay down the smack.
Lay down the what?
I think what he's trying to say is we'll help you out, or at least in the best way we know how.
Oh, wonderful. You have my thanks. Mine and all Cornelia's.
Still, if we're going to be any help, don't you think we need to beef up our arsenal first? 'Cause we can't put up much of a fight without some strong mirages.
Good point. Princess, do you know of any nearby places where strong mirages live?
Certainly. If you travel to the northeast of Cornelia, you'll find the Nether Nebula, a network of caverns inhabited by many wild mirages.
Ooh, nice.
Not at all. Savage mirages have been sighted in the nebula. You may well end up dead.
That's cool.
If you insist upon going, then please take the utmost caution.
He will, Your Highness. Otherwise, he's gonna be extremely sorry.
Wait a minute, why just me? What did I do?
Okay, here we go.
It looks like we'll need to wind our way down to reach the exit.
Seems that way. What a funny
Right,
way to build a
really.
town.
Go into the next
It's
cutscene.
not that strange to the people of Grimoire. Hey, while we're here, why don't we ask around town and to see what we can find out?
We could do some side missions for some of the townspeople here, but we don't care about that.
What's this thing?
Oh, I was hoping a path might link thee up here.
Hey, Tama!
Wait up!
And we are back home.
Huh?
We're back in Ninewood Hills?
You see, the gate here doesn't connect to just one area. All throughout Grimoire, you'll find places. Save the locations that lead back here. Open the way to come and to go as you please.
And how exactly do we do that?
You already saw. Just walk up to the right place, and that's all it takes.
But surely a means of transportation that handy must come with a catch?
No, the catch! You can use the gate as little or much as you like. What's more, time in here and time in Grimoire, they don't both flow at the same speed. So whatever crisis is going down, you can put it on hold and kick back here till you're ready.
Whoa! It's like magic!
Yeah, really irresponsible magic.
Just imagine revisiting any place we've been. We'll call it the Super Porta Party.
Are you the kidding? That name definitely gets an F.
It might
He
take
deserves an
part
H.
of your soul.
An H!
Damn.
Grades only go down to F!
Extra, extra. Read all about it.
What do you the one here, Seraphie?
In case you're wondering, you can use the prism case anywhere you find one of these gates.
Oh, I think I get it now. Gates are what you meant when you talked about a strong connection.
Huh? Oh, right. That's the gist of it.
That's the gist of it. Oh, come on. So yeah, we don't need to visit Seraphie if we want to
Okay,
change our
to
party.
the Nether Nebula.
Now, finally, Nether Nebula. We're gonna catch some mirages, hopefully get our memory back. That's our mission.
Chapter 3. Old Acquaintances. She said the Nether Nebula is somewhere northeast of Cornelia, right?
Time to go hustle and rustle a little mirage muscle.
Just don't hustle so much that you get yourself lost, okay? I might just...
I'm gonna pick up
When's
these
the last
potions
time I
here.
got...
Don't push it.
Be careful. The mirages in here are a lot stronger than any you faced before.
Yeah, let's not mess around in the Never Nebba thinganabob.
Nether Nebula. Do you think you can do something about that habit of forgetting the name of virtually everything?
Oh, names are hard.
Oh, here's another gate.
That's the right. Gates they usually turn up in towns or at the start of most mirage-infested areas. You never have to travel far to visit a place you've been. Whenever you want to get from point the A to point the B, just use the gate as a handy little shortcut.
A shortcut, huh?
So, like, if we wanted to go back to Cornelia right this instant, we could just take this gate back to Ninewood Hills, then we can take the gate from there to Cornelia. You see? All in all, it makes for a pretty short shortcut.
Yeah! If it were hair, you'd have to call it a buzz cut!
Okay.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Back to game.
Man, I love a good adventure. Come on, sis, let's follow this rabbit hole as far as it goes.
First encounter is probably useless here. So the encounter rate is fixed. You get encounter after
Yeah,
a certain
fine.
amount of
Just
steps,
behave yourself.
depending on the area you're in. So if you move the same every time, you will get the same encounter, or an encounter at the same time every
This
time.
dungeon is way more dungeony than I
But
thought.
the encounter you get is random.
Did you know that originally
And I'm looking
dungeon
out for
referred to the
two
biggest tower
encounter
in a
here.
castle? It's what they called the castle keep.
Catch 2 mirages.
How long has it been since I've heard...
Now why is that?
Picking up the item for the gimmick golem. Like I said before, escapes are not guaranteed
You know
at
where
the
the word
moment.
trivia comes from?
Gimme, gimme!
So it's nice to see first escape. How old are they? I'm
Sis, I
not
think we're
sure.
good.
Maybe there's a wiki entry for them. I would say 12, 14, 13, something like that. So I got no copper gnome encounter, which is pretty bad, because I need one for the next puzzle. So I need to force one. Here we go. Gonna attack it once and catch it. There's an encounter where I can get both mirages, but sadly I didn't get it.
What's this for?
It's a strange switch that responds to mirages. The mirages you imprison inside these caves should be able to help you out.
Yep, basically it. We need to stack mirages. So here I need 50 earth resistance and a weight of 5. That's where the copper gnome comes in.
New path! Check out that switchcraft!
How many catchables are there? I don't know.
Now we know
Never
which way
finished
to the go.
catching them all.
Whichever one of you thinks you're being clever
So
is
I
about to get a
can't tell you
knuckle
that.
sand switch.
Ugh! Did I just get owned?
I'm the raising the white flag here too.
One more puzzle. This time we need a little bit more earth resistance, so we add on Choco Chick as well. Because it's funny. And I'm gonna pick up these items. One of them is an Earth Hammer, which is a damaging item. Not for the next boss, but for the boss afterwards. Here we go. Attack you. I need need to catch the floating eye. And to catch that, I just need to defeat every other enemy. Okay, good fight. Floating eye can also use confusion, which would mess me up pretty hard. It all went good, no problem. So I can go to the next area. But before that, let me change my stacks. I'm gonna add Copper Gnome in here and Floating Eye in here. Tama explained it a little bit
Tama,
earlier.
Weird question.
If
how
I
come all
stack
this really useful, well-presented information keeps
mirages with certain abilities or elements, I get the
trying
element.
to give you some tips.
Now Lan
Dude,
and Rain
really?
can use earth
Here I
elements.
thought I was some kind of super genius coming up with all the answers on my own.
I hate to break it to you, but you will never be that person.
I know. It's so sad.
Whoa, hey now, come on. You don't have to look that broken-hearted when you say it.
Oh, what's this?
Oh, that's not the good. This is called a threshold. Mirages create them to mark their territory. When you see a threshold, you better watch out because the mirages inside are extremely powerful. And the worst part, if you cross it and lose a fight the inside, I can't use my powers to rewind time and extricate you.
No extrication? Guess we'd better be extra careful then.
Anyway, it sounds like if we're going in, we better go in fully prepared.
That's for sure. And don't forget to save your progress too.
Save my progress? Sounds like a good idea. So yeah, if we die here, the game is over. We need to go back to the safe. Don't get back to the city.
What the honk?
You die in real life, yes.
Be careful!
Hello.
Oh, I expected some foolhardy adventurer with a terminal case of curiosity.
Shiva.
What's this?
Shiva is nice.
Well, look who's back.
Ah, the half-pints. Hail and well met.
Hail and Wellmet? That's not our names!
I think he just means hello. Oh, and for the record, he happens to be a half-wit and a half-pint.
Huh.
You haven't changed a bit.
Huh? What's so funny?
Oh, you're having a lawn moment. Guess I'll just add this one to the pile.
Just
what
add
pile?
first one
There's
to
a
the
pile?
pile.
Apparently, we've met the three of you before, although we don't remember it.
You do not remember us?
Really? No wonder they haven't summoned us.
Then our course of action is clear.
Rain is also a
We must
counter.
ensure the pecking order is pecking in the right order. If you seek to command the three of us again, then demonstrate
She calls you
strength
out.
now or else be destroyed!
Hold now. Why must you two always let the blood rush to your head?
What do you mean?
Would you just look at them? These are not the Mirage Keepers we knew.
Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate that.
Hi.
You're right. They do look rather... How do I put it?
Put what?
Lon does set the bar low.
Like Limbo the Barlow.
Huh? Ah, I see.
See what?
Very well. What say we pit them against just one of us to keep things nice and fair?
Agreed then. Go on. Choose from among us and choose wisely.
Choose for what?
Time certainly has not made you any more clever.
What we're trying to say is, the two of you are no match for all three of us at once. Which means...
Right, I get it. Thanks. Now, let's see.
Let's see.
Wait, get what?
So we choose Ramu here, because he's using lightning, and we resist lightning a little bit. And also we
To
have
challenge me,
earth
my
elements, so we can
judgment bolt
deal more
strikes
damage.
with such force it would shatter your very soul.
So we're gonna use earth element 3 times. That's good. Now we cannot defend. Let's use Judgment Bolt. Good damage. If you defend, you reduce magic and physical damage. Pretty nice. Now just finish it. Good fight.
Enough.
If you
I
would
have
used
seen you
Thunder a
fail
few
for
more
one
times,
day.
I would have
That
needed
was
2
fun
potions.
for what it was.
But it went
A shame the
really
two
good.
of you have so much growing up to do.
Quiet, you! I'm a Hulk waiting to happen.
So long, we shall meet again.
Well, our paths may cross before you know it.
Bye-bye for now.
Huh? What's this?
A prismarium, duh.
I know it's a prismarium, dummy.
You didn't manage to imprison those tough mirages, but it looks like they gave you this prismarium from the same tribe as a consolation prize.
I see. I guess we made the grade then.
Yay, new Mirage. -1 for Da. Got a tutorial that we can
The
change
mirages of the nebula have been
Mirage's
set free.
forms if we capture
And
them
once
or
again,
encounter them.
Time resumes its march.
Gonna use that soon.
Well, we better make our way back to Cornelia before the Bahamutians get any funny ideas.
We gotta go all the way back.
You can head to Ninewood Hills right then now if you want to.
Huh?
Now that the boss has been bested, I can make you an exit gate right here and now. Ta-da-da!
Ta-da-da!
It'll take you back to Ninewood Hills, and from there, Cornelia's easy.
Thanks to the buzz cut. I remember.
You don't get shortcuts much shorter than a buzz cut. Wait! Unless you buzz the buzz cut, and then what have you got?
I think at that point, you call it a bolt cut.
Bum bum bum.
Just...
So we go back to Cornelia.
Chapter 4. A legendary warrior.
Okay then, let's check in with Princess Sarah.
It's the Bahamutian army!
Oh no.
What? They're here already?
They're setting up camp right outside of town!
Rain!
Long, perfect timing. We were actually just on our way to see you.
If they've established a camp near our gates, then clearly they must intend to finish us once and for all.
So what now?
Seems to me, we're going to have to nip this little problem in the bud.
What do you propose we do?
We should take the fight to them.
Well said, but as things stand, Cornelia simply does not have the manpower.
If you can just buy us some time, we'll do the rest.
Huh?
Me and Rain will sneak up on their boss and take him out.
What?
What?
Is it really that simple?
Well, he may not
Easy as
exactly
pie.
look it, but Lon's pretty good in a fight. Thing is, he used to get picked on for being such a pipsqueak.
Please, as if you were ever any taller than me.
Oh, well, I might have made up the pipsqueak part, but he definitely did get picked on. I think that maybe the other kids were a little creeped out by our arms. Still, we were always kind of proud that we look like this, because it meant we were just like our mom, right?
I guess.
So, let's talk more about Long getting picked on. Boy, did they make him cry. But after I whipped him into shape, he never lost a fight again.
Wonderful.
But that's not 'cause he turned into some kind of bully-destroying machine. He just literally never picked a fight he couldn't win. Really, his threat assessment skills were uncanny. He always knew the odds. Call it natural cowardice.
Hey, watch it.
So, Lon, how about it? Do you think we can beat those guys?
Piece of cake. Well, not a piece of cake. More like a very large sliver of cake.
Well, there you have it. So, are you willing to trust us?
It's a piece of cake.
We must act. It is only a matter of time before the Federation completely overruns Cornelia. We will fight and place our faith in the Mirage Keepers.
Yes. I was about to say it, but I
What a weird thing to remember.
hesitated.
I know someone bullied Lon, but why can't I remember who?
Forget Behemoth. Nothing happened. Oh, stairs, please. Punching back
Hello
for
there.
jokes.
Are you the
entire
keepers
game.
from the prophecy?
Yes, someone
I'm
needs to
captain
be.
of the Cornelian Army 1st Brigade. Princess Sarah has appointed us as Vanguard.
Remember him?
We have been informed of the
We will
particulars.
see him later.
We'll time our feint to when the two of you storm the field. You can set out just as soon as you're ready.
Let's go. So first
Where?
off, I'm gonna learn an ability with a copper gnome called Double Smash. It's basically 2 normal attacks in one ability.
Up on that hill. Come on!
NPC's pathing algorithm. Oh yeah.
Cornelia's soldiers are fighting as hard as they can.
Let's hurry up and whoosh, circle around and whoosh, knock the goblin's boss senseless.
Okay.
The wish and boosh.
Yeah, wish and
Oh
boosh.
yeah.
So there's one Mirage we need to get here. But I think it only starts on the second screen. So we're just gonna escape here. It's also a rare encounter, which is pretty bad. It's a huge reset point for any percent if you're going for good times. One encounter before the stone. Escape failed, so we have to wait another turn. Okay. And there's a chest hidden behind the stone here. 2 ethers, we're gonna sell them. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm gonna start with double smack. It hits randomly. Perfect. And hope that one hit hits the black neck. That was a perfect encounter. And we just run away. We need the black neck for later. And like I said, it's a rare encounter. Sometimes we have to grind here for minutes. We start with double smack. We have one defender here who takes the hits, but it's already done. One that will buff the party, not a problem. Just keep spamming double smash and normal attacks.
Good timing. Some of my soldiers swore they'd seen the princess on the battlefield. I suppose I got a bit careless.
Princess Sarah was here?
Princess Sarah is here?
Way.
What?
That can't be right.
I'd like to think so. But knowing her, it's possible. Still, we must focus on the task at hand. Don't worry about me. You two should press on. Up ahead, you will find the Bahamutian soldier in charge. He leads the goblins.
Cool. Let's do this.
So I already got my Mirage, so I can escape every other fight. And I should get 2 here. One when I just leave the stairs. More up here. Great escape. Good. And we do a marathon safety save and heal up. Also pick up these potions.
The princess? Dude, she is here!
I guess she's the hands-on type.
Your Highness! Behind you! Huh? Look out!
Are you all right, Highness?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, schmuck! We gotta find a way down there now!
We can go around. If we're fast enough, we...
No! There's no time!
Princess!
No!
He evolved.
Princess Sarah! You okay?
Dude, that move was awesome!
I don't know what just happened.
I think I do. That light would explain it. Good Captain. From this day on, you shall be called the Warrior of Light.
Me? Are you sure?
Yes. The legends of Cornelia tell of others like you. Nameless heroes with great power in their hearts. Warriors of Light.
Here we go.
You're a medium. One with the potential to become this realm's champion.
Wait, a medium?
champion?
Champions arise at critical points in time where they awaken unexpectedly to their miraculous power. Candidates who hide this light within them, this strength, we call them mediums. The warriors of light, of course, are unique to Cornelian legend, but mediums for other champions can still be found throughout Grimoire to this day.
Incredible. So I'm really one of them?
Yes, there is no mistake.
I think the light Lon and Rain sent me was a sort of reveille. Like I'd been sleeping my whole life and finally woke up.
Do you have that power? Do you have the ability to awaken mediums as champions?
I wish we knew. Like I said, we don't remember all that much
Going
about
to bed?
who we are.
Yeah, no worries.
Wait, hold on.
Thanks for staying around. And it's back. We're gonna fight the commander first by attacking it using double smash. Double smash it randomly. That's not a good start. So you see Rain is shaking. You can either use an item, which we don't have access at the moment, or defend a few times and it's normal again. Because if she gets hit one more time, she will lose balance and fall over. One more double smash. Nice miss. Now I'm gonna kill Lan here. Yes. And use the Earth Hammer. The reason why I did that is because XP is shared to all living party members,
Piece of cake.
and that way
Wait,
Rain's
this
stack
soldier's
gets
not
more
human at all.
experience.
Was he a mirage?
It's important for the Choco Chick
No.
on her head.
The soldiers are human beings, vying to become architects and join the Federation elite. What happened to him?
+1 for a piece of cake. Nice.
How many years have passed? Time for us has resumed its march. Seguaredes.
Yes, what is it?
You may begin. I trust you have worked out each detail?
Oh, I can assure you, every word.
Then away with you.
We have a prophecy to fulfill.
Yes, let us usher in a new age of history.
Some very terrifying figures.
Now would be a good time to stock up on items.
Good
Not
call.
yet.
We've racked up a ton of gil now that you
I got a
mention
free
it.
heal, so I
You
don't.
have to.
Not worried about the next fight.
Let's just
We have to
say
do a
that
little
in a
detour
crow.
over here.
Never mind. I
Catch
figured it
another
was her.
mirage. Sometimes you see these overworld mirages. They are special and unique. And for this one we need to heal it. So we use 3 potions. Because you get the lightning effect 3 times max. And we catch it. And we get items here for some extra money later. The reason why we pick up Black Choco Chick is that we can change our current Choco Chick into the black one, and because it's obviously stronger, it will have enough AP to learn certain abilities. First we go back to the city. Do a little menu. So let's change Choco Chick to black. Learn flee. Now it's guaranteed to escape from random encounters. We can remove Tama, can remove the second Choco Chick, and remove Sylph. Also learn Fire Fang. And a little bit agility. And we change our stack to add the black neck to our party. Back to Cornelia.
Chapter 5. The Champion Who Saved Grimoire.
From the looks of the Bahamutian encampment is going to stay a goblin the hangout for good.
At least they'll leave Cornelia alone for a while, now that we've gotten rid of the soldier controlling them.
Once mirages are scattered and separated from their keeper, they revert to their wild state.
And wild mirages are something you just learn to get used to in Grimoire.
That's why you've got Mr. Warrior here.
Yes, indeed. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of another Bahamut attack. What we need is an alliance with another country. Some sort of mutual agreement to come to each other's defense.
Actually, word has been spreading of such an organization. An anti-Federation group as large as a nation. Perhaps the time has come to formally introduce ourselves. They call themselves the League of S.
League of S? Do you know of any way to reach them?
The Thane of Saronia to the north has been in contact with them. I believe one of the merchants mentioned it.
Saronia, yes. They have been resisting Federation annexation.
Yes. Highness, allow me to journey there and learn what I can about the League of S.
Alone? To get to Saronia, you must pass through all manner of places teeming with dangerous mirages. And
Hey, maybe we could go instead.
Yeah! Mr. Warrior here. He and the brigade should stick around and keep the goblins in line.
That's right. Cornelia's legendary champion belongs right here in Cornelia. We're the best fit for this. We've got tons of mirages to collect, and could start just about anywhere. So, you know, it wouldn't be any trouble.
What a kind offer. You would really do that?
Sure.
Sure.
You're doing us a favor by pointing me and Lon in a new direction. We're glad to help.
I thank you. We are in your debt. Here, all Cornelian emissaries are given these letters as proof of their authority. It should help you on your way.
Thanks.
Well, there's no sense in hanging around. So long. Take care.
Bye-bye, goodbye.
Your Highness.
We got a new destination.
Okay, then let's get going to this.
Right?
Yeah. That's the wrong option. It's okay. So you have to go back to Cornelia and now take the right option. Another area where we need to catch one Mirage.
Holy amaze! I could stare for days at this place.
Looks like we're gonna have to find a way through.
If things get dangerous or you need a break, don't forget that you can use the gates to return to Ninewood
Also
Hills
called
and
the
take
left
a timeout.
forest, where you have to go left all the time until you don't. Oh, ambush. Now that we have a flee ability, escaping is guaranteed.
Grimoire sure has no shortage of wonders, does it?
I know.
It's not it.
Hey, why don't you find out?
Go on, we're waiting.
Huh? What's that light?
Follow the light. Now go right for the first time. Oh, that's a pretty bad encounter. I need to toggle it. Nice. I'm gonna unstack Rain because I don't wanna kill it. Good. Now we can run. It's a bad encounter because we need to break the stack first. We have abilities with high breaking abilities, but it's still slow and risky because the stack is pretty strong.
Rain, my legs are about to fall off.
Talking about it only makes it worse. But you do have a point. I guess this is wearing me down.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if the mirages in our stacks could just carry us around?
Oh, that would be great.
It's not that simple.
It's normally the encounter you wanna get. But okay. And now that we don't have to grind for the cockatrice, we don't get the tutorial, which is nice. And we go into the next cutscene. Say hello to Yuna.
Beautiful.
Wait a sec. I know I've seen that before. But where? I can't remember.
Giants traveling with a mirage? It seems clear. The two of you are not from Grimoire.
I totally forgot about hiding.
Yeah, we kind of forgot to shrink down too.
What's your name? You know, that staff.
My name is Yuna.
if you paid attention, you saw me
Are you
switch to
heralds?
small
Have more of you been sent to plague us?
just before I went into the cutscene.
Your kind have
pretty
brought enough
important for the
chaos into
fight.
this world already.
Veil 4.
Be gone now
Angry
from Grimoire.
Yuna. Oh yeah.
You have no place here.
Be gone. The reason why I changed to small is because I haven't set up the stack. So I die faster. Surprise. Okay, I'm gonna take
the
a
way
quick
you
break.
use mirages. Only Farna ever held such power over them. Tell me, who are you?
Huh? Farna, you said? But that's our... mother.
Hey, you're right. That was her name. Listen, you wouldn't happen to know this, Farna.
Let me show you something.
That's the earring. The same one Mom used to wear.
What? Then it's her?
Right. I knew I recognized it. The ornament on Yuna's staff.
Roughly 100 years ago, a champion from another world saved Grimoire. Her name was Farna.
Huh? Mom did that? But 100 years.
It doesn't make sense. Mom's a champion? And this is some kind of monument to her?
So, you keep saying that Lady Luce was your mother. Again, may I ask who you are?
Well,
no memory? That is strange.
Do you think you might be able to tell us a little more about Lady Luce? We'd appreciate anything at all.
I'm sorry. I only know the common legends. The ones Grimoire's people have grown up with.
Fine. We'll take anything.
Sometime around a century ago, the world of Grimoire was nearly destroyed by a being that has come to be known as the Demon Dyad. Farna prevented this by creating the Ultima Gate, a bridge to salvation from which she summoned 3 heralds straight from the realm of the gods. Thus, she became Grimoire's champion.
That definitely sounds like something out of mythology.
Bridging the gap between worlds is a serious accomplishment. She must have been amazing.
That she was. But sadly, even though she managed to save the world from the Demon Dyad, the heralds, all 3 of them chose to remain here in Grimoire. And one of them is now Brandalus, King of Bahamut.
Huh? But Bahamut? That's the Federation that attacked Cornelia.
Yes. After they finished saving the world, Brandalus and the others harnessed a legion of new mirages and slowly took control of Grimoire's lands, building a powerful federation.
Legion of New Mirages. Lon, you don't think there's any connection to the ones we lost, do you?
What? That's not possible. We're talking about 100 years ago.
But where have we been? Ninewood Hills, which Enna Crow told us, was a world without time. Right, Tama?
Right there you are! Compared to other worlds, the concept of time there is, let's say, more than a little bit the unusual. So, if you want to know just how long you were there, there's really then no way to measure.
Dude, what?
If you don't mind my asking, whatever happened to Lady Luce? After the heralds came?
Unfortunately, we don't know for sure. Some say summoning the heralds was an act that cost her her life, while others say she lives as a prisoner in the herald's castle, her freedom lost forever.
Prisoner?
What? Well then, where can we find this castle?
I wish I could help, but I don't know where to find it. Not just me. No one. Not even the soldiers in their army. They say Brandalus keeps its whereabouts a secret.
Huh? How do you hide a big honking castle?
Hey, take it easy. Come on. It's a legend. Are you really gonna get all worked up over something carved on a rock? They share the same name. That doesn't automatically have to mean they're the same person.
Well, Yeah, maybe not. But you can't try and tell me this is just a coincidence.
Would you listen? All the stuff we're remembering? Like Mom's name? What if it turns out none of it is true? But I guess there's no point in telling Lon that.
Don't tell Lon.
What is it already?
Oh, just forget it.
If it's Bahamut that you're after, you should start in one of the Federation's member states and do your asking around there. Saronia lies further north. I believe they just joined the Federation.
What?
Dude, what? But I thought Saronia was the place we're going to.
Then Princess Sarah must not have known.
Oh well, we've already made it this far.
Yeah. We wouldn't be very good emissaries if we turned back now. And we did promise to ask about the League of S.
I'm real sorry I raised my voice at you. I know you were trying to help us out, so thanks.
No, I should be sorry for attacking you. It was wrong to accuse you of being something you're clearly not.
Yes, you know, why do you attack us? So yeah, learn about a prisoner held by the Bahamutian army. Maybe it's our mother, maybe not. We don't know.
Again,
And Saronia
it shall be
joined the
Ragnarok,
Federation
a battle
before we
initiated
can
by new champions,
get there.
and yet, to whose salvation?
You're beyond salvation. An illusion. Well, no matter. A chase is more to my liking. I tire of simply waiting.
Let's go.
Huh?
What's up, sis?
Oh, it's probably nothing.
Picking up the teleport
I
stone
just
here.
have this strange feeling. Kind of
It
familiar,
can teleport
but
me
also
back to
kind of
the
scary.
entrance of any dungeon. Which is quite nice
Chapter
later on.
6. Solace from the Ice.
I'm freezing my butt off out here.
It's cold.
No kidding.
Kitties.
Oh, our first guests in a while. Welcome to Charlotta's Solace.
So much warminess.
Oh, hello there. Would it be okay if we rest here for a little bit?
Sure. The Solace wouldn't be much of an inn if we turned away freezing travelers.
Thank goodness.
Oh, we don't see very many giants these days.
What? Lon, what are you...
Whoops. Oh. She doesn't really seem all that shocked.
Oh, well, I'm sure some folks would make a fuss. But I remember a time when giants wouldn't warrant a second look. It's only lately your kind has truly gotten scarce. But even then, I doubt anyone's eyes have been popping out.
Well, now that you mention it, I guess not.
Don't give it a second thought. Everyone is welcome under my roof. Although it would help if you did a little shopping before you go on your merry way.
Good idea. I wonder if she's got anything to keep us warm.
I
That would
wonder.
help. Ooh, is this for warming up?
Oh, this looks nice and toasty.
Excuse me, how much do you want for this?
Wait a sec. Tell me you're not planning to cross the ice fields.
We kinda have to get to Saronia.
Pokemon Final Fantasy game. Oh yeah.
Forget it. Don't even bother.
Welcome.
Making the trip at this time of year would be difficult enough on its own. But for a while now, the ridge has been overrun by nasty mirages. No traveler is safe. Giant or Lilikin, you would be torn right to pieces.
Oh yeah? We can handle some mirages. You can just point us right at those suckers.
Huh? Oh, you see, we're Mirage Keepers. And we're actually on a journey right now to gather as many of them as we can. Right?
Yes, sirree!
Oh, wow! We have had a lot of guests over the years, but you two are definitely my first ever Mirage Keepers. Excuse me? Sorry to intrude. My name is Raffia.
Hello, Raffia.
You see, I've been stuck here in the inn for a while now, because of all the mirages in Icicle Ridge.
Raffia, are you certain about this?
Yes. I've made up my mind.
Don't give me that look. I won't stop you. Honestly. Hey, Mirage Keepers.
Huh?
Yes?
Is there
You
any
did say
battling in the game?
you're on your way to Saronia, right?
That's right.
In fact, you
There are
might
more
say that we're on
cutscenes
a
than
mission of sorts
battles.
for Cornelia. So we can't stay here long.
Good grief. I
If
must
any
be the only one
percent
around here with a
speedrun
lick of
is
sense.
a little bit
Okay,
over
fine,
3 hours.
You win. But at least take
So
along the
cutscenes
warlock's
at
warmer.
over
In
6
exchange,
hours.
I want you to let
to,
Raffia here
the
go
run.
along on the trip with you. She knows a bit of white magic. You can't say no to that.
Final Fantasy 3 remake?
Hey,
Yes.
no skin off my nose.
Or mine.
Not sure if
Besides,
remake,
if
but
she can use
Final
white
Fantasy
magic,
3,
she'd
yes.
really be doing us a favor.
Great! Everybody wins!
So, if that's settled, why not rest up before you go?
Yeah. Missed the door. Next boss fight is in like
Cold doesn't seem half
20
as
minutes.
bad now. Thank you, magic warmer thingy.
You're right. I think we'll be able to cross the ice now.
Saronia, here we come!
Whoa, is that the ridge they were talking about?
It looks like the icicles have formed a bridge across the ravine.
So yeah, we need to get Raffia to Saronia, the next city. But first we wanna go back to Ninewood Hills for a
There's only one way
shopping
to
tour.
Saronia,
Our first
and
shopping
that's through
tour.
this ridge.
Is that the Mirage she
Still
mentioned?
skirt,
Stay close to us, Raffia.
but we get interrupted by a lot of cutscenes.
Huh? My senses are telling me some kind of door has appeared in Ninewood Hills.
What's this thing?
A random door?
It sure looks like a door. But does it even go anywhere?
Hello? Let's check it out.
What? Hey!
What?
Where are we now?
Stay close to us, Raffia. And we left.
Visitors? What an unusual surprise.
Who are you? And where are we?
My name is... Huh? It was right there on the tip of my tongue. Use it or lose it, I suppose. Oh, but this is my tea room. So who are you? Will you join me
No,
for tea?
it's just any percent
well,
with no
You
cutscene
might
skips.
say that we're sort of passing through.
No additional
But I'm Lon,
content,
and
just
this
any
is-
percent.
It's Rain. And my brother and I are from Ninewood Hills.
Lon and Rain from Ninewood Hills. Of
Normally we can
course.
skip
I
all
had
these
a dream about
cutscenes.
this. I saw the two of you come here. Today's the day.
Huh?
Right. I think I might know why you've come here.
It's for the
Shall
really,
we get
really lore.
started?
Longer lore
Sorry, come
davon.
again? You know what me and Rain are doing here,
Really,
even
really
though
long
we
davon.
don't have the slightest clue?
Mm-hmm. You're keepers looking for new mirages. You've come to touch
Normally
the
no one
souls of
does
your
that
friends.
kind of
Their
run.
past, present, and future. To step into their shoes and fight. When mirages threaten them and they need you most. To sway them towards success. Correct?
I don't know.
Whoa, dude. That was a lot of words. Hey, Rain, you follow that?
Nope. I'm officially lost.
So, whose soul will you touch?
We will come back later. Learn a little bit more about the girl here and what her job is.
Walking everywhere. I can read you like a bug.
Huh? Me?
Yeah. I know a lazy slacker when I see one.
Hey!
What's up?
Oh, just some news you may find of interest. It'll blow your little minds. Why? Because you will never believe this.
Yeah?
All throughout Ninewood Hills, I have staked out some windways.
Windways?
Steak! Now that you mention it, I'm starving. You
Steak.
got anything else tasty on the menu?
Oh, sure. Here you are. Might I recommend today's special, the Sahagin soup?
Stop that!
Sahagin
We'll never
soup.
get to the point if you egg them on like that!
Huh? You want eggs?
Oh, fried? Sunny side up?
All we've got is scrambled.
Just tell us about the windways!
Oh, they're basically just shortcuts. The kids call it fast travel. You get to zip around every which way using one of those gooey doohickeys. Yep.
I don't think you're allowed to go there.
So what if the food's a little gooey? I'll still eat it.
We are not talking about food!
Oh. Wait, I get it. All that business about steak, that was a pun. Nice one, Lon.
Oh, thank you.
Don't tell me you thought he was
I realized something just now. We can never leave Lon and Seraphy alone together.
Nothing good could come of it.
So yeah, we can now use shortcuts in Nine Hotels to go anywhere. We still try to go shopping, but we get interrupted again.
What is this place?
Lon! Are you alright?
Yeah. Did you just see that?
Should you two be here?
A Tonberry?
Quite so. A Tonberry through and through. Now should you children be this far afield?
For, what now?
He's asking if we're lost. I guess he's got a point. I have no idea where we are.
As I thought. Then you should both come with me at once. It's not safe here.
Follow the Tonberry. Knife is not scary. Stay away from the knife. Yeah, exactly.
I give you the Colosseum.
Nice. So yeah, you can fight enemies here, get items, also capture new mirages, but we will come back later. Finally, shopping. First off, I'm gonna sell everything. Now I'm gonna buy 15 electro marbles and 5 bomb fragments. I'm buying the electro marbles first, so that they are on the first slot. And we can go back to the ice area. Not trusting over here. Yeah.
A hunk of ice?
Hey, what's the symbol?
And we are introduced for
Did Enacro leave us a
objects in the overworld
You the betcha!
for the first time.
This is your cue to give the sizzle ability a try.
What if we don't have a Mirage that can learn that?
Well, you won't find one in this icy place.
Even if we have to backtrack and search other areas, the gate should get us there quickly enough.
So basically there are sometimes paths blocked or
it
different
melted.
new paths
Thanks, Sizzle.
where you need a certain
Thanks
ability
indeed.
to get through.
Let's keep going.
A sliding puzzle, picking up the chest over here.
There's no way to turn mid-slide.
One random encounter, we will just escape.
There's no way to turn mid-slide.
We get a forced encounter over here.
What the?
Look out!
A sliding ice puzzle? Oh yeah. We're gonna use Fire Fang, the ability from the Black Neck, and attack the second one.
That must have been those nasty...
Now the Cockatrice has enough AP to learn Fire. So we're gonna put it in our party. Also set up the second one with Black Neck for later. So let's put in Cockatrice.
We can't seem to imprison them. This will be tricky.
Another sliding puzzle. Right, down, right. I need to get all the way to the end here. Pick up the chest, because that's the item the Gimme Golem needs. Another forced encounter. This time we have Fire Fang with Lan and Fire with Rain. Because they are weak to fire. Quick fight.
What? Hey, stop running!
Gimme, gimme!
They certainly like giving us a hard time.
And here we see the boss.
He's huge!
So normally we stay a little bit more to the right to evade or dodge that item.
Let's go after him!
But for marathon safety I pick it up to sell it. And for this one I need my notes. Up left, up right, down, right, up. Left down, left up, right up, right up. We dodge every or escape every random encounter because we don't need experience right now. Safety safe.
We got you now, Furface!
Lon, wait!
So we have multiple encounters here.
I don't want to get wolfed down!
I don't believe it. Did the wolves lure us here? No way.
What is it, sis?
Could it be? These wolves have more brains than you?
Where did that come from? That's cold pointing at me every time something goes wrong.
Yeah, well, an icicle ridge, do as the icicles do.
An icicle is the point.
What?
Guys, maybe you should save it?
Let's go. So we're gonna start with fire on the small ones. But we keep one alive, because if we defeat everyone, boss will summon new ones. Now we just use bomb fragments on the boss 5 times. Also, I need to kill Rain over here. Like in the fight before, experience is shared to every alive party member.
Hey, that was fun.
And I want to get more experience on Black Mag.
Refia, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Also, there's a chance, I think 15%, that this battle is an ambush. It could be tough because
Once we're
Rain
out of
is
here,
pretty low.
Seronia's just a skip away.
If I have good movement, I can skip the last encounter. Nice. Refia heals us. Because encounters are step-based. Every time you do a certain amount of steps, you get an encounter. So if you have good movement on some of these screens, you can skip encounters.
Chapter 7.
And
The
we made it
Thane
to
and the Knave.
Seronia.
Welcome to Seronia. Thank you for your help. I'm going to go see my uncle now. Take care.
Take care.
What is it?
I just noticed the whole of the town seems to have a threshold around it.
Huh? Then does that mean
A threshold.
there's a powerful mirage here in Seronia?
That means if we die here, we game over.
Hey, what's the matter? I thought you'd gotten kind of quiet.
It's so cold. I thought it would be warmer in this town, but it isn't. Not at all. What'd I step on? I'm sorry.
Poor kitty.
You're such a weirdo. Why are you apologizing to a cat?
But you should have seen the look on its face. Scared the honk out of me.
Since it's our first time...
Sure.
Do I just have to talk to a few people here? And I'm gonna make Lance more for the next fight. So he will use a different stack.
Whoa, what happened at this place?
I know. How can it be so different from the next road over?
Must not own a
The note, from the sound of it, they must have joined up with the Federation pretty recently.
Of course you apologize to a
think now I'm
cat if you
starting to
step on
see
it.
what Princess Sarah meant.
Poor cat.
Well, for now, why don't we see if we can go talk to that Thane guy about the
Songs
League of
from
S?
Final Fantasy IV? I don't know.
I'm probably
Never
wasting
played
my
Final
breath,
Fantasy IV,
but
so
try
I
to
can't
watch
tell
what you say
that.
around here.
Maybe someone in
sure.
chat knows.
Looks like the Thane's manor is at the very tippity the top of the town. Let's move it out.
Oops. Too close to the trigger.
I said for you to scram, kid!
Will you just listen to what I have to say?
Is that Refia?
You caught up.
What's going on here? They giving you trouble?
I already told them that the Thane is my uncle. I'm not allowed to talk to my own flesh and blood now?
I don't care who you're supposed to be, cause you ain't seeing him!
Dude, what?
What?
Well, you see, sir, we are here to meet the Thane on behalf of Princess Sarah of Cornelia. Have a look for yourselves. That's the Cornelian seal.
What now?
I expected better from you, considering you're practically our neighbors.
Yeah, you tell him, Rain.
Cornelia's got giants for emissaries? They got some kind of royal Cornelia thing with them.
What? You sure?
Beats me. You gonna send them packing and take the risk?
Wait here. I'll go check with his Thane ship.
We are still here to discuss an alliance with Sonia and Cornelia.
The Thane says he'll see you.
Let's go, Refia.
Huh?
Hey, the girl stays here.
Refia's part of our entourage.
That's right. She just anteceded us.
What?
Toodaloo.
Thank you guys. You're always there for me.
No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a lie. We were all heading in more or less the same direction.
You must be the giant emissaries from Cornelia.
Oh, yes. We're here to...
I hear the Federation finally gave up and just invaded them. Are you telling me the invasion failed? Are you here to ask for my help?
Yes, they did try to invade, but for the moment...
Who are you?
Why, Refia, is that you?
Who are you?
My dear, please. It's me, your uncle.
No! You are not Uncle Taka!
Wait,
Surprise.
sorry, what?
Then I was right. If you've managed to see through this facade, then there's no mistake. You are a medium. Yes, I was wise to make sure you left town, and to ensure that you never returned.
Where's Uncle Taka?
Why, he's standing right in front of you. Make no mistake, little girl. This is your uncle.
What are you...
How intriguing. This must be an act of fate. The giants from the hills here, and with them a champion's medium. And not just any medium, one that bleeds the same blood as this body. It's more than fate. It has to be destiny. How can I not rise to it?
Plot twist.
That answers that. He's the one who put up the threshold here.
Okay. First I'm going to start and unstack Rain, so that I get more turns. None stays the same, to be a little bit more safe, because in this fight, Blackneck needs to survive. It's okay if someone else dies.
Oh, yeah! Why are you stopping?
That's basically the idea of the whole run. We buy items from now on and use them for most of the fights.
Sir Sigwardus! What? Why are you?
As fast as possible, yeah.
You are a fool.
Good thing is,
To so much as
items
inquire.
deal always fixed damage here.
Imbecile beyond belief. To
And
let
also
a
get
medium
damage,
to
bonus
champion
damage
a
if it's
fire.
weakness.
Okay.
That's not good.
So it's pretty easy to calculate how many items you need.
Away from death. Away from life they stay. Contain them or you'll...
It's second ending run.
Quick, this way!
Huh? Isn't that the same?
Well, are you guys coming or not?
Okay.
Run for your lives!
The cat saved us. And it can talk.
The gods would caution us. Is this a sign that we'll not go unchallenged? That there's no way to know the pieces are alive?
Whew, that was too close.
Charlotta, thank you.
Huh?
I just knew you would get yourselves in trouble. And boy, did you prove me right.
What do you call that creepy trick?
You were the creepy one here. Unbelievable. Would you just put these on? Then take another look at the town.
What the honk?
Huh? Is that coming out of the sky?
Let them me! I want to have the turn. Hey, Revia, you should have a look too.
How do you explain this?
Don't expect any help from me on that one. After all, not even the visitor who left those monocles at my inn could tell me exactly what it's showing us or how. From what I was told, every member state in the Federation is trussed up like this. So, I thought I'd bring the lenses here, but maybe I didn't have to. The Thane was visibly crazy. What in Grimoire is going on? Okay, guess we'll file that one under no one knows.
So what do we do? We came here to ask about the League of S, but all we found was a lot more questions.
Sorry,
More
did you
questions.
say the League of S?
That's right.
Oh, if that's all it is, then maybe I can help you out. You can?
You can?
Oh, sure. I know a few people right here in Saronia who should be able to get in touch with the League. I'll ask them to pass on your message.
Do you mean it? Thank you! Charlotta's been around a lot longer than she looks, so she knows tons of people. Isn't that great?
Don't you talk about my age.
So, like, what's with you and the catamorphosis?
That is a very long story that I don't feel like telling. But I will say this. Cats get around.
Huh?
Yep.
Does it make you tiny, medium, at
That's
large?
cool.
Yep. So, the real question is, what are you two
Cats
planning to
get
bite off
around.
next?
We've still got a lot to puzzle over. But now that the League of S thing is settled, I think we'd better resume our quest to find mirages.
Yeah.
Plus, we've got that castle. And Mom to track down along the way, too.
Sounds pretty good to me.
From here, the best place to go next would have to be the low seas. In which case, you basically have no choice but to find a boat down at the docks.
I guess this is the last town on the continent. Okay, then. We'll figure something out.
So what about you two?
Are you coming back to the Solace, Refia? The wolves have been taken care of now, so the only thing to fight off is the cold.
Sure. I need some time to digest this business with Uncle Taka. The Solace sounds great. If you'll have me.
Of course I will.
Well, you two, thank you so much for everything. Best of luck in all your adventures.
Thanks. Take care.
Hey, Charlotta. Thanks for stepping in to help.
Sure. Speaking of stepping in, I don't suppose you were planning to make it up to me? For trouncing on my tail?
Oh, so that really was you. Gosh, I was kind of hoping you'd forget.
Yep, we're still looking for the League of S to build an alliance against the Federation. Also looking for a way to
Chapter
save our
8.
mother, or even
Buccaneer
find her
Blues.
first, if she's still alive.
So let's see. Refia said to borrow a boat at the docks and head to the low seas.
Well, then, why don't we try asking around town? And see if anyone's renting them out.
Let's ask around. Do you have a boat? No. Do you have a boat? No. You?
this rate, we might as well swim to the low seas.
Well, you can't really blame them. They probably need every boat they've got to make ends meet.
Wait, hold your chocobos. Didn't somebody mention a pirate ship was parked at the pier?
Yeah, something like that. Why? What's your point?
I've got an idea. What if we beat up all the pirates and then Commodore their ship?
What? There's no way it'll be that easy.
Well, we
Sounds
don't
like
have to
a
go
great
in with
idea.
Mirages blazing. We might just be able
Just
to
steal
sneak
from
off.
pirates.
They're pirates, right? Who's gonna file a complaint?
I guess. It's definitely risky, but if we don't get our butts in gear, Refia's not uncle, or that freak in the creepy golden mask might come along and really rain on our parade.
Lesser of two evils it is. Docs, here we come.
Let's go steal a pirate ship.
Not exactly the most cheerful of the place.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like Mirages are roaming around too.
What can happen?
These docks need to get docked a few points. Let's watch our
Nothing
step.
can go wrong. It's a good plan. First I'm gonna do some menus. Gonna start by learning a change for the black neck. That way I can transform it into the white neck. Now let's learn the transformation for Fenrir. To be sure, I have to go to the upper path, because if you use the center path I don't have enough AP or SP. Now let's learn Joyride. Transform it into Fenrir. Now I also need to learn Magic Up and Flutter. And we learn Thunder. Oops. Stay here. Thunder and more damage with Thunder. Change the stacks. Add the Zept into the party and the Floating Eye to give her more magic. And here we get Fenrir and Chocochick. Now we can ride. So
What
I
have we
said
got?
earlier that
A cannon?
encounter always
What's it
happen
doing here?
on a certain step count. And thanks to the riding, we can more or less
It's a perfect
double the steps we make. So we can reduce the encounters we will get. And it's also faster.
What just happened?
Naturally, this must be how the locals get around.
Uh-huh. Naturally.
Need to go over here. Little puzzle like in the first dungeon. We need to set up water resistance. We can also use the copper gnome instead of a floating eye. Go back. if you played Final Fantasy games before, where enemies called mimics that mimic the chest counter. So be careful here if you touch a chest, because I think you cannot run away, so you have to beat them. Might be hard on the first playthrough. I picked up the item for the gimme golem.
Gimme, gimme!
Let's see if I can get it. Okay. So if you have good movement, you can get through the screen without one encounter. And now I'm going back to reset the encounters count, and I can pick up the chest. Only saves a few seconds, but it's nice.
I'm really starting to get sick of all this cold.
Maybe you should have thought of that before you came up with this plan.
Yeah, Lon. Nobody ever said anything about having to fight past all these stupid mirages. Oh, well, I did read that cold weather helps keep you focused, so I guess it's not all that bad. See, shivering uses less energy than a...
Oh man, do I just love the cold. Well, come on, no time like the present.
Go over here. Need to activate the puzzle again. Now I need to go to the left to pick up the item for the gimme golem. And back to the puzzle. And back. Now I can get to the ship. I will get one encounter over here.
Oh, this must be it. The pirate ship.
Yeah, I don't think there's any debate about that.
Let's be the sneaky.
Sneaky. Sneak attack.
Gimme, gimme.
I don't need to heal up for this fight.
I think we've got this one in the bag.
Yeah.
A fasty, Koopa. Not so fasty, Koopo. Saving pirates, Koopo.
Huh? The pirates? Did they just call us pirates?
Well, I'd say the pot knows a kettle when it sees it.
Koopo! All paws on deck, Koopo. We're outnumbered, Koopo.
Now what, Koopo?
Stop saying Koopo and fight, Koopo. Oops, huh?
There's only one thing to do now, Koopo.
Get him, the Koopo!
Guys, we're not here to have fun.
And...
We're not here to have fun, Koopo.
Better.
Much the better.
Better. So, Dan is gonna throw items, and thanks to this tag, Rain has just enough magic to kill them with one thunder. So just repeat. Kupo indeed.
You got us, Kupo!
Scurvy swabs, for shame!
It's Captain Ferris, Kupo!
Hello!
It's created a threshold!
Sildra, oh yeah.
Mega powerful!
How kind of you gents to whip my crew into shape.
Oh, you're welcome. But I thought we just beat them up.
That's what she's saying, you doofus.
What are you, comedians? Too bad. If you've the brass to steal from pirates, then you know what comes next. So long, you clowns!
Clowns? Where?
Clowns? Why is it clowns, plural?
I have a surprise for you. We cannot win. And we died again.
Don't we give up! If we kick the bucket inside a threshold, we're all but the done for!
But they're too strong.
F.
I have you now.
I promise I'm gonna try harder.
Hide Refia all you want, but you can't play hide and seek with
Next
destiny.
time.
Fate has chosen us.
The Thane of Saronia? Why is he here?
He followed us here?
What the?
Out of the Hydra and into the Crapthapod! What are we gonna do?
Doesn't this make you just want to kiss Kismet? These divine designs. Isn't fate great? Now that it's brought us together, anything could happen. Just imagine. Are we destined for something bigger? Or could it be our cookies are merely meant to crumble? Now, giants from the hills, these questions are all yours and mine to answer!
X-Boss fight. And again. Cannot win. Just need to wait 3 turns.
Find another ship to spew your...
Sildra, go!
So this is how the dice have rolled.
Wow!
Hey, clowns!
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps you'd care to explain. So, the Federation replaced Thane Taka with one of their soldiers.
Actually, we're not too sure about that ourselves.
But everything we've told you is true.
Honest to the goodness!
Well, believe me, I'd not put anything past those Federation dogs. But if they have monsters like that in power...
Hey, Captain Ferris, you wouldn't happen to know where they're headquartered. The Federation, I mean.
Bahamut's Citadel? No one knows a lick about that, lass.
It was worth a shot.
Why? Was that your reason for trying to steal my ship? To go off on some wild goose chase?
The whole idea was Lon's!
You don't say.
What, me? Oh, I would never, ever, I mean, I don't even like ships. Not that there's anything wrong with your... Oh, please don't hurt me.
Belay there, lad.
Okay.
You see, I might be able to help you gents on your way after all. If you are the giants from the hills, the ones the prophecy mentions, then I recall the same prophecy mentioning where you're supposed to go.
Huh? You mean there's more to it?
Ahoy, Mog! You've read the prophecy, haven't you?
I have, Kupo. The prophecy says quite clearly that the giants from the hills would collect 4 keys, open up a pathway to the Crystal Tower, brave its dangers, and mount the very heavens, Kupo!
4 keys, huh?
Wait, the Crystal Tower?
So, Mog, I don't suppose you know where the 4 keys
Glasses.
might be.
Oh yeah.
I'm afraid I know of only the first one, Kupo.
It's one more than I do.
Kupo! The first key is said to lie in a... Oh, 'twas the Valley of Fire, Kupo!
Where's that?
I can think of one place. The Fire Valleys in Babel. Down to the south of the low seas.
Story gets
There's those
complicated
low
and
seas again.
more complicated. First we need to catch mirages to
What
get our memory
labor,
back.
all these
Now
twists and little turns.
we need to build an
But
alliance
fate
against
must
the
be allowed to
Federation.
run its course.
Now we also need to collect 4 keys.
Chapter 9. The Low Seas.
Remember the name. The low seas.
Okay, so like, all we gotta do is cross the low seas and find that Valley of Fire.
Well, I don't know. Are we really just gonna follow some random prophecy word for word? But what other leads do we have? Fine. I guess we'll run with it.
Huh? What?
Captain Ferris, can you tell us how to get to the low seas?
Perhaps. But I'll not be lending you this ship. For one, she can't venture down sea, even if I were feeling generous. Ah, wait. Ahoy! Mog! Is our guest still aboard?
Guest, Kupo?
You know who. Oi, the lass in glasses.
Oh, from the league, Kupo. She might be Kupo. I'll go look, Kupo.
Kupo?
You need something?
Crystals.
Sorry to detain you.
I thought we were done with our transaction. Did you find some sort of problem with the cargo?
No, the goods were sound. I've another quandary, if you'll hear me out.
What's that?
These gents here have business in the low seas.
Who are they?
The giants from the hills. In the flesh.
What?
Ta-da!
Cut that out! Sorry about Lon. I guess we might be the giants from the prophecy, but honestly, we don't know.
Very intriguing.
So, they need a boat. And as I recall, you've got one.
Well, if it's true about the Thane, that he's some kind of monstrous Bahamutian doppelganger, then we don't owe him anything. Which means that the boat is up for grabs.
Aye.
Wait, up for grabs? What do you mean?
Oh, my group had some business to attend to in Saronia, so we presented the Thane with a boat. Some might call it a bribe.
You don't need to wheel in the deal with a bunch of no-good monsters like that.
Yeah.
You're not even listening.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
absolutely certain? You saw the Thane undergo a transformation?
Aye. And then Sildra let him have it.
Okay. Well, don't get me wrong. I can see that they're giants, but I can also see they've got some growing up to do. Do you think they'll survive the trip?
Huh. One splash in the low seas can't stop a prophecy.
Well, I guess you win. You can take the fast craft down to the low seas.
Oh, sweet!
Thank you so much!
Although, that whispering wasn't very encouraging.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, ready to go? Okay.
We are going
right
to the
this way.
low seas.
Godspeed,
low
gents.
seas.
Thanks.
And
Oh,
I'm gonna
right.
grab some snacks.
Where's my manners? Sorry we tried to rob you.
We really didn't mean to cause you trouble.
You can make it up to me. Perhaps. If you survive. Farewell.
Huh? Come on, this way.
Wait, where does that road go?
It's the way back to town. I mean, Isn't that how you got here? The other road is crawling with mirages. Nobody uses that one anymore.
Dude! Oh, I so wish we knew about that coming in.
Oh, that figures. I thought something about these docks smelled fishy.
But at least we found some good the mirages. No worries, the right?
Yeah, no worries at all.
Here she is. Just give me a sec. I set the helm to autopilot, so it'll take you right to the low seas. Now get going, before the Thane or the rest of the Federation catch on.
Wow, you're just as nice as a peach.
Thank you for everything.
Bye now. Don't come back and haunt me.
Huh?
What?
Well, at least it's starting to warm up.
Ah, yeah. The breeze is really nice.
I can't believe they loaned us this great boat. We really lucked out this time.
Dude, I know, right? We don't even have to steer it. I love the easy life.
But Lon, aren't you just a little worried about what Ferris and Quista said?
What did they say?
Now that you mention it, they did kind of make it sound like we weren't gonna live out the day.
Pretty much.
Wonder why.
What's so bad about the low seas? We're just going south, right? You know, somewhere lower down on the map or something.
What if they're called low because of all the low lives living there?
That could be it.
Hey, Rain?
Huh?
Is it just me, or is the river getting more whooshy?
You think so?
Rain, all of a sudden, I'm suddenly getting this really bad sudden feeling.
Yeah, me too.
Bad feeling? About the what?
Oh, wow.
Note to self. The low seas are not south.
What the honking honk?
They are literally straight down!
I don't know if a fast
Jelly
craft
sandwich!
is used
How
in
are we
another
alive?
game.
Tama, you still with us?
Never been the better.
But, hey, don't do that on my head.
First I'm gonna, oops, not exit out, put in Cockatrice back into the party, because I want a little bit more experience for that.
Now that our boat's busted, how are we supposed to get where we're going?
Don't ask me.
Forced encounter. Just gonna use our remaining electro marbles.
Huh, looks like even mirages have to put up with mean old
Oh, it's so
bullies.
cute.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Rain, come on!
Huh? What?
We're mirage keepers. If you're gonna let them just swim away, then you're doing exactly the right thing.
Young Mirage Keepers,
My mini mantis here tells me that you saved his life. I thank you.
It talked with words.
A talking mirage.
Talking
Seriously?
mirage.
No. Tell me what a pair of keepers like you are doing all the way out here.
Well,
Then I shall help you find this babble. You are free to ride on my back.
Dude!
are you sure?
Oh, yes. I'll be your fast craft, or my best approximation of what a fast craft is.
Yay, let's go.
Now, off we go.
So
I
I'm trying
know
to
little
avoid
about the world
these sharks.
Something's swimming around over there.
I
I'm
don't
aiming
like
a
the
little
look
bit
of
more
it
to the
one
right.
bit.
Hopefully I
Why
can
not?
get that cycle.
Lon, does this not remind you of anything?
It's okay if I
Hey,
touch
let's
them
try
because I
touching
can
it.
run away, but
Oh,
it's
please
losing
don't!
time. We get interrupted by a new character.
Huh?
Whoa! What was that?
Oh, real actual people. I thought I might have been seeing things.
Who are you?
Oh, my bad. My name's Riku. Man, I wish that Mirage hadn't come along and trashed my boat, because I was having a great day of treasure hunting. I'm a good swimmer, so it's no biggie.
Treasure
But I was
hunting?
really
Poo-poo.
starting to get pooped.
Sounds
Then I
familiar.
spotted you guys sailing along on top of old Adamantis here. So, is there some story behind all this?
The more, the better.
Hey, Priya. Nice to see you.
Enjoy the cruise.
Thank you! Man, how totally awesome are you Mirage Keepers? It can't be easy befriending an Adamantis.
Honestly, I think we just happened to bump into a really nice one.
Hope it's not too late for you.
Oh, so you're trying to get to the Babel region,
Minus
right?
6 hours, I think.
You need to set a course that way.
Right, the Shanamantais. Oh. That was a good one. Shamantoitis. Oh yeah, Shamantoitis.
So, shall we be on our way?
So I'm gonna aim a little bit more to the right again.
Take it away. Let's
To hopefully dodge the sharks.
Which way do we go from here?
Well,
Looks close, but I think I got it. Yes, good. Riku sounds different. Yeah, I think that's a different voice actor here for Riku. There's also some time between game releases.
Oh?
Then what is it?
Between 10.2 and Final Fantasy. Say goodbye to Adamantoitis or
Chapter 10.
Supermantoitis.
Too warm a welcome.
Thanks for all the help.
Nonsense. No
Bye-bye,
trouble
Riku.
at all.
thanks for showing us the way, Riku.
No problem. I needed a little breather anyway.
That's the only time we
Where you headed from here?
see Riku.
Hey, there's this place I've been trying to reach. Would you mind if I hitched a ride a bit longer?
Sure, I must head back myself. Not a problem.
Thanks a bunch. Okay then, back to my regularly scheduled, totally awesome treasure hunting.
Totally awesome treasure hunting.
And be careful. See ya!
Bye, Adamantis! I'll come back and imprison you one day, don't you worry!
So we
Right,
stay big for a while
so-
to pick up the chest over here.
Well,
Because we
first,
cannot
why
when
don't we
are
look for a
on
town?
the Fenrir.
Careful. Whatever's up ahead, it's causing my mirage dart.
Next area. And we go back to Nine Hotels for our next shopping trip. First I'm gonna sell everything except Phoenix Downs and the fish scales. I got a random rare drop electro marble, but I don't need it. Now I'm gonna buy 14 lightning marbles. That's the stronger version of the items I used so far. 20 of these, 6 fish scales, 1, 2, 3 solid frigid sides. And we go back.
You don't want to take a spill down the cliffs.
Oh, come on. How old do you think me and
Paths here are treacherous.
Yeah, what? Man, I wish I was a...
I'm picking up.
Which would make you
Items
one
over here,
strange dragon,
frigid
but I
sides.
agree. The mirages we're facing have been getting...
I could have also bought them, but since I'm going over here anyway, I can pick them up. But picking them up means that I get an encounter at the end of the
That's
screen
clearly
over here.
what you've... So Tama, could you tell us more about exploiting resistances?
Kaboom!
But it's fine, because sometimes you don't have the money for the items. So it's nice to have the backup over here.
But if you put mirages with high fire resistance in your stacks...
Dude, it all makes sense now.
What? The elemental resistance stuff?
So yeah, we skipped it a
Actually,
little bit, but Rain explained, if we stack on fire resistance, get less damage from fire, and also have the ability to use fire attacks in battle. We just spammed a few dragon
Oh,
scales.
sure. Basically, we need to imprison as many of the mirage...
Active has changed. Oh yeah,
Whoa!
that makes sense.
What?
We have a pretty strong encounter over here. Not sure how a casual player deals with it. We just run away and we get some kind of iframes.
You were the...
So we can get behind it, pick up the chest. Missed the chest a little bit.
Somehow you understand...
Oh, come on. Give me the chest. Normally you should start the fight only 2 times. Here we go. Pretty bad example.
No one in her right mind would put lawn and wise in the same sentence.
We need the item from the chest to get the path through the gimmick golem. Now in speedrun we also go down here one screen to reset the encounter counter, or the step counter for the encounters.
Gimme, gimme!
No task.
Ninja knows how to play defense.
I guess we'll have to give it what it wants.
I guess we'll have... I guess we'll have to give it what it wants. I guess we'll have to give it what it wants.
Come on. Got stuck on something. Safety save, and it's really important to heal before the next fight. Yeah, it worked on the fourth try, I guess. Oh, it was bad.
Rain, do you hear something? Gosh, who knew the winds of Babel could be so toasty?
Lon! Shrink now!
Holy mom-bombs!
Get ready!
Get ready. Say hello to Q Dragon.
All taste bad, but especially Lon.
He'll make you the one to barf!
You don't have to be mean about it.
This fight is a little bit tricky, because if we deal too much damage too quick, it will use Star Flame and kill us. So we use a weak item first, to weaken it a little bit. Use the stronger version. Now just kill it with a strong item. There's a really small chance that the boss will outspeed Rain on the last turn.
Yay for miracles.
And still kill
Now's
us.
our chance to run the past them.
That's why we save.
Yeah, good.
It's behind the me, isn't it?
Final heaven!
Boom.
Wow, it finally worked!
Tifa.
Oh, I can celebrate later. Come on, this way! Hurry!
What's Tama's verbal quirk? I think she says Nanidesu.
The two of them have started something.
Nanodesu.
Mediums have been awakening one after the next.
Then you mean the Azure
every
prophecy
sentence.
is coming true. So what? No matter how many champions arise, the laws of this world are beyond their power to change.
The only force that can change those laws is the almighty power of a true king.
We must fulfill the Crimson Prophecy. And swiftly. Are we agreed?
Yes.
Thanks again! You really saved our biscuits to back there.
Who knew they came in sets?
I'm just glad you're all right. Huge dragons live in the scars. You're lucky you only ran into the two. Normally people don't set foot near the place, but I heard all the ruckus and knew something must be up.
It's a good thing you did. Gotta say though, you pack quite a punch.
Oh, well, I might have gotten lucky.
The
That's
conductor
actually one of
finished
my
every
master's
sentence
moves.
with
That was the first time I
croaking
ever
desu.
managed to pull it off. I live to the north of here, in a town called Nibelheim.
Nice.
Come on by, if you get a chance.
I guess she's a champion too.
She said her town was north of here, didn't she?
Yeah,
We are making a little detour over here,
I think I can actually see.
so that I get the teleporter for later. You can do some side missions over here. Fetching some items. Defeating
Wow,
enemies.
this is a charming
but we
little
don't
town.
care.
But something feels kind of, I don't know, off about it. I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
I think it might be a good idea for us to keep a low profile around here.
Why's that?
Because... Oh, just do it!
Just do it.
Okay. Low profile, Tama.
Okay, Roger the Wilco.
And we go to Nibelheim.
Are you guys seeing this town?
Yeah, that's where
Game
Tifa
was
lived.
lagging.
Chapter
Woman's
11.
intuition. Just do it.
Crimson and Azure.
Looks like kinda Midgar. No.
Hang on a sec. I don't see any chain on the place.
Well, maybe they're like Cornelia, and they haven't been annexed by the Federation.
Good point. Sorry,
Huh?
Corn...
It
what?
can't be.
Nice. Great memory there.
Hey, it's Tifa again.
Hey there, guys. It is you.
Hey, super punchy girl.
Hi. How are you doing, Tifa?
It's so good to see you.
Same here. Hey, I have to ask, what are two keepers and a mirage doing way down here in Babel?
Oh yeah. I guess we never told you, did we?
Oh, good. I was starting to worry. What if I accidentally saved a couple of bad apples from the Bahamut army?
It's weird. Why does everybody keep thinking that we're Bahamutian soldiers?
I don't know. I guess they don't see many Mirage Keepers anymore, unless they're working for the bad guys.
Yeah. And not just keepers, giants too. These days, they all seem to be fighting for Bahamut. I guess it makes sense in a way. They say the Federation conquered their homeland long ago.
Dude.
Still, the prophecy's a hot topic around Nibelheim. Everyone in town has heard of the giants from the hills.
I'm not sure I
Prophecy
like
is
being a
wrong.
celebrity.
Spoilers.
Anyway, so you're looking for the Valley of Fire?
Unfortunately, that's the only real clue that we've got.
The Valley of Fire. Everyone knows that bit, but no one's sure which valley is the right one.
What do you mean?
If you're looking for fiery valleys, this region is full of them. But that's just it. Any one of those valleys could be the one the prophecy is talking about. Oh, right. I forgot there's a summoner in town doing research on the valley. She might know.
A summoner? Let's meet her.
Let me introduce the giants from the hills.
Yeah, that's us.
Hello there. I am the summoner Rydia. Something here is not right. Something about you.
Hey, you know, the way that Mirage follows you, you totally remind me of Yuna. I guess it's because you're both summoners.
Huh? You mean you know Lady Yuna?
Yeah, we met her, back on the upper continent. She was really a lot of help to us.
We might not even be right here if Yuna hadn't pointed us in the right direction.
Oh. Well then, I suppose you can't be all that bad. There now. You hear that? These two say they're friends of Lady Yuna. That means you can trust them. For the time being, at least.
For the time being.
So let me get this straight. You're searching for the 4 keys recorded in the prophecy?
Yeah, we came to Babel because we heard one of the keys was hidden here, in a valley of fire.
Right. But, you know, the keys are part of the Crimson
Prophecy?
Name dropping will get
So
you
wait,
everywhere.
you mean there's more than one version?
Yes. There used to be a single prophecy, the Azure Prophecy. It only spoke of 4 sigils, and said nothing about keys.
It was much more abstract.
The Azure Prophecy is heresy!
This is no business of yours.
Lies!
Lies.
Only the Crimson Prophecy is gospel!
Are you a summoner or not? You should pray that fate guides you to the Crystal Tower.
The Crimson Prophecy is clear. Flanked by mirages, the Chosen Ones shall acquire 4 keys.
From the Crystal Tower they shall mount the heavens, where God will grant them the gift of eternity.
So long as you know to look for the signs, the keys shall be found.
So do as the Crimson Prophecy commands of you.
Lies.
All you hear these days is that nonsense.
Yeah, no kidding. At least they're not breaking any laws or getting violent, but it's still creepy.
What do those fools know anyway? The Azure Prophecy was written by the first summoner. It's the Crimson Prophecy that came later. The whole thing is nothing but a sham.
Still, that sham seems to be the prophecy folks believe in.
Unfortunately so. That's why I came here to sort the truth out myself. Tell me then, why are you searching for the keys like the prophecy says?
You see...
So you're
As your
telling
Lord
me
and Savior,
that your
I'm
mother
not sure I'm
shares
ready.
the same name as Lady Lusfarna? And you're looking for the Herald's castle to find her.
I get it. If you really are the giants from the hills, all you have to do is follow the prophecy, and you might wind up there anyway.
Right. There's actually more to it. Someone told us we would find our family as long as we kept collecting mirages and pressing onward.
Oh yeah, collecting mirages. We totally forgot
Well, whatever the
that.
case, it seems the only way to prove which prophecy is true is to accompany the two of you to the Valley of Fire. In a way, you'd be accompanying me and doing me a favor.
What do you mean?
Oh, never you mind. So, are we ready?
Are we ready? We don't even know which valley to go to.
I've already figured it out. The valleys of Babel are numbered, and I believe the one we are looking for is Valley 7.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up the
Alright,
Earth
Placey.
Hammer over
Now
here.
you're forgetting entire names?
Damaging items for later. Let's go to the
Valley 7 is east of the hill.
7th Valley. Welcome to a nice place.
I think my fur is melting.
Valley of Fire, you are way, way too fiery. You okay?
Oh, I'm all right. Shall we?
Let's go.
Dude, I'm burning up.
Me too.
Just think about cold things. And
Think about them
just
melting.
think about cold things. And then think about them melting. One wrong step, and we're finished.
So I picked up the agility seed. I will use it later for one creature to raise its agility. Now you will encounter repeating dialogues. Because if the last line of a dialogue is not finished, it will be repeated over and over every time you do an action.
Why are you sneezing?
For example, I could open up the menu and it will start again.
Why are you sneezing? It's like 500 degrees in here.
Stack up fire resistance. I have to go over here to pick up the item for the gimme golem. Now I will use the teleport stone. It will teleport me back to the entrance, and it also resets my counter for counter step. Now we're going to right instead.
Gimme, gimme!
I'm also going up here to pick up the tutorial so that I don't get it later. Why are you sneezing in here?
What's going on? We'll never be able to put out a fire this big. Not with the mirages that we've got.
I can't take it!
Lydia, wait!
Don't just stand there gawking like that. We can't just leave her to fend for herself.
Right! We gotta go after her!
What Heather said!
I think she went back this way, right?
Same here, I'm picking up the tutorial here so that I don't get it later where it would block me for a little bit.
Rydia!
We're coming!
Just gonna use my fish scales I bought earlier.
I hate fire. More than anything. Long ago, the Federation decided to invade my home. The house I was in caught fire. I was all alone, and
Then why'd you come to a place like this?
You needed someone to help you, didn't you? I wanted to conquer my fears. But I couldn't do it. The mere sight of so much fire. It was...
I'd say you did pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, that fire mirage? You doused it in one fell swoop.
Right? You've got nothing to be scared of. Fire got you down? All you gotta do then is just blow it out, baby.
Blow it out, baby? That's your sage advice? She's not struggling with the fear of birthday cakes.
She's not?
No, dude.
Then... Oh. How about this? Maybe she needs a party to cheer her up.
What about anything that you're doing right now could possibly cheer her up? Oh wait, are you trying to make fire look cool?
It's the cooler than you.
Great.
You're so weird.
You're so weird.
I am not.
Yeah, you're way past weird.
Completely beyond the redemption.
Hey.
So, shall we?
What? But Rydia?
Go home. You've got nothing to prove. We'll let you know if we find anything.
Really? How will you get past that wall of fire?
Oh,
Look, I'll return to Nibelheim after I put the fire out for you. Sound reasonable?
Yeah, reasonlicious.
You're sure?
Yes. Come on.
And we go back to the firewall. I'm gonna move the universe.
Hey, you okay?
Rydia.
Misty!
Oh, yeah!
I'm fine. I just got a little worked up. And I couldn't keep my balance. Whew. All right then. I should return to town. I hate to leave.
Nah, you've done plenty for us.
See you the next Tama!
Hey, wait! When's the next Tama, Tama?
Oh, maybe it's the sometime tomorrow.
Okay, I think their brains are fried. Safe travels, Rydia. And thanks
It's
for everything.
tomorrow.
No. Thank you. Well, so long.
Bye bye, Rydia.
Okay, let's press on, Lon.
Right. We've got a key to find.
Best of the luck on your adventure.
Now it's really important to heal before the next boss fight.
You're coming too, Tama. Nice try.
I really don't know about this place.
Safety safe.
I do. I know that it's really bad.
Your soul hurts.
We can't give up now.
Technically, we can, but let's get this over with.
Oh, look.
Is that the key?
What do you know? Now that was a piece of the cake.
Whoa! Hey, give us back that key right now!
So much for a piece of cake, I guess.
Fit up if we thump him on the back.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, then do it, do it.
Okay. Wait, where is its back?
Seriously?
That's a good question. We start with 3 dragon scales. Okay. And whoever has the most HP is gonna defend. Because it will explode.
Check it out. Dude, it's just like the prophecy said.
I guess.
What's up? You don't seem very happy.
No, it's not that at all. I just... Why'd it get so quiet all of a sudden?
Is it because we gave that bomb the old heave the hoe?
What now? An earthquake?
Whoa! It must be a big one!
What the honking honk?
No! Anything but another flood!
Mayday! The Mayday!
Chapter 12. Ribbit Jiggle Panic.
I may... Oh, that's a good one.
make that a double jelly sandwich!
Yes, it has a lot of different art styles, combining a lot of
Please,
characters
no
and
more cosmic
enemies
flushing.
from different Final Fantasies. You have a chibi look and
where are we now?
anime look
I
in
don't
some
think
of
we're
these
in Nibelheim
cutscenes.
anymore. Not by
Get a
long
few more
shot.
later on. I like it a lot.
For starters, why don't we take a look around?
Mom bombs! That is one deep swamp.
Maybe we shouldn't go this way after all.
Ribbit! Ribby rib!
Ribbit.
What's with this toad?
Is it a mirage? Because it doesn't act like one.
Ribbit! Ribbit! Ribbity ribbity ribbit!
Ribbit? Ribbity ribbit? The rib?
Ribbit? Ribbit! Ribbit!
Ribby! The bib!
What? You speak Toadese?
Of the course I do!
Of course.
Listen, you can tell from his accent that he's been the toad cursed.
He's a guy?
They have accents?
Obviously. Ribbit? Ribbity the ribbity tip? The bibbit?
Ribbit! Ribbit!
What'd he say?
From what I gather, it sounds like that golden toad over there is the Bibian that put the curse on him.
Oh, so all we have to do is defeat it.
That's the correct. First off, you need to the imprisonment the same as always.
Okay, we got this.
Careful you don't get toad cursed.
Huh? You mean you're not coming?
Well, it's game over if we both go full toad, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So we're in left for a second. But that's okay.
Ribbit. Whoa, is it just me, or does he look miffed?
Lon, where did you learn to talk like that? You need to go to wash your mouth out with a bar of soap.
What? Dude, what did I say?
So the toad is resistant to earth, so we use earth damage. And that way we can catch it. Never go full toad.
Look who's back, baby!
I guess you are.
It's Snow.
You guys seriously just saved my life. Oh, the name's Snow. I came to butt kick the big jiggle lurking in this swamp. And then along the way, I saw this awesome golden toad and thought, man, you don't see too many of those, but who knew the things are contagious? So then, Toad Me was all like, what am I even gonna do? Could I really eat flies or live on lily pads? Deep questions. But then you all came along and saved my warts. Woo! You guys are the best. For real, bro.
Dude, I have no idea what's wrong with you, but as
No,
long as
of
you're
course.
happy.
Did Lon just find someone he can talk the down to? Never thought I'd see the day.
So, what's your deal? Where are you from? You say you got swept here all the way from Nibelheim? Wow. And here I thought I had it pretty rough. I mean, Nibelheim, isn't that one continent up? How are you guys even alive?
I know, it's so crazy. I guess we're getting kind of pro at it?
I don't want to be a pro at it.
Anyway, it seems we're stuck here. All the goop around here makes it hard to look for a way out.
Oh, yeah.
Just chill on
You
the
got
leaf
that
and
right.
don't go
One
to
false step and you're history.
Okay,
Sounds
then
nice.
how did you get out here, Snow?
Just like this.
Another Shiva version.
Whoa! Cool idea!
Wait a minute. Are you a summoner?
Wish I could say I was, but no. Sadly, summoner is way too fancy a word for what I am.
Huh?
But that's not important. So, what's the game plan? I don't mind showing you the way out if that's what you want.
How about you? Are you still gonna butt kick the big jiggle or whatever it was?
You know it. It shouldn't be too far from where we are now.
So it's like a mirage?
Yep. Me and Jiggles have got some history.
I gotcha. Then maybe we can help you out.
Really?
We're sort of on a journey to round up mirages anyway. So basically, the more you butt kick, the more we profit.
I got you now. Well, let's team up then. That stupid big Jiggle will never know what hit it.
Stupid big Jiggle. This area can be a little bit tricky in casual playthroughs, because there are some spots where you get forced encounters, and we don't have the luxury to use our items on them. So I'm gonna try and stay on the right side here, stay on the right side before the bridge, before the first bridge. Now go left on this bridge here. And we skipped the forced encounters. That was a normal random encounter, it's totally fine. You cannot escape the forced encounters and need to use your items or magic.
It's huge!
Snow, which part of this thing is the butt?
Oh, it's all butt!
It's all but.
This mountain is so majestic and jiggly!
You do realize we're not fighting a mountain.
My eyes! It's so the shiny!
We just use lightning marbles because it's weak to lightning. Five times and we're done.
Well, we beat it, but yeah, I don't feel like we actually really beat it.
I know. It's like we're right back to square one. Except, nothing about that thing was square.
I guess we just didn't kick it hard enough.
Snow, what exactly do you have against it again?
If I don't keep it in line, it just grows and grows. Once it used to be way, way bigger than this. Attacked my village. Did some serious damage. I found that a nice periodic butt kicking is the best way to keep the big Jiggle in check.
Sounds like a big nuisance to me.
Well, thanks to you, I was able to smack it around a lot more than usual today. It won't be attacking towns for a while. Anyway, it looks like the swamp up ahead should be nice and dry now. I think you're good to walk. Okay, maybe I'll see you all again sometime.
You know, even for a guy who slings around ice magic, he was surprisingly chill.
Yeah, I'll say. So, you ready to kiss this place goodbye?
I hope that the rest is the easy going.
Goodbye. I will get one random encounter over here because of my steps. Yes, he did. That's why he can use Shiva again.
Chapter 13. Castle in the Desert.
But it's a different universe.
Rain.
Yeah? What?
This whole adventuring thing is hard.
Well, the word adventure, it used to literally mean bad stuff happening to you.
Thanks for the uplifting bit of trivia.
Wait! I think here's some activity over that other way. I think we're not far from a place to the rest. Let's go take the 5 over there.
Let's go rest. Just begging to be a crystal. Again.
Excuse me? Would you mind if we rested here a bit?
Sure. You can stay just as long as you like. Huh? But just look at you two. You'll get baked alive out here dressed like that. Wait right there.
Time to hunt for
Here,
food? No.
some sunscreen.
More
Help
important.
yourself.
Oh,
Sunscreen.
you don't mind?
Please, go crazy.
Sunscreen is
Sunscreen
more
force
important.
fields applied and activated.
Thank you so much.
Now I'm
The Phantom Sands.
Despite the harsh desert climate, mirages here are full of life.
When did we step into a documentary?
A docu what?
Now, this area here is supposed to be a little bit of a puzzle or labyrinth, I guess. The fastest way to get through here is to follow the sun. So on that screen is on the left here. Now we have to go to the
Rain?
right.
That creepy noise that we've been hearing, I think it's getting the opposite of not less quieter.
Excuse me?
What is the opposite of not less quieter?
In other words, this isn't...
Huh? The sky's gone all
And
orange.
the sun is on the left
It's getting
again.
late. We're taking too long.
We better get the clear of here before the sun goes down. We better get the clear of here before the sun goes down.
Safety high potions, just in case. And safety save. There's a really rare chance that the boss starts with double earthquake, and it will mess me up a little bit.
Oh my gosh. How many of them are wriggling around down there?
Well, whatever the answer is, don't tell me!
Oh, Kefka doesn't.
Things have been under us the whole time?
Oh, I
More than you
wish.
can possibly imagine.
I said don't tell me about it!
Okay, we just use dragon scales on them. Quicksand is fine. Son of a submariner. Oh.
Are you trying to get killed?
Huh?
Huh?
I won't make it. What just... Whatever. I'll take it.
Lightning.
I don't know what you did, but thanks.
Save it for later. The longer we all
Lightning
stay out here,
returns
the shorter we'll live.
again. Oh,
Dude,
nice.
what?
Come on.
Right!
Got it!
Okay, I'm doing some menus right here. Can also do it later, but I like to do parts of it here. First off, I'm going over here to learn Bayford transformation. Same thing for Copper Gnome. Learning the Mythic Giant transformation. Also learning Smash. Chuk-chik. Agility plus, Agility plus. Evasion and Haste. And Lucky Toad. Go all the way to the top to get the crystal for confusion resistance.
Surprising. I never thought the giants from the hills would have so much trouble crossing a desert.
Oh, so then you've heard of us.
Why are you so happy about that? Trust me, we do not want fame.
This'll warm you right up.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, why thanks for you.
Stay hydrated.
The keys from the prophecy? Interesting. That explains some things.
So you've heard of them? I don't suppose you can tell us more.
There are 4. Earth, fire, water, and shadow, if I remember correctly.
You wouldn't also happen to know where the keys are hidden?
Is something wrong?
Oh, sorry. I've never heard exactly where the keys might be hidden. But listen.
I might know something about that.
Really?
The key of Earth lies in the cradle of Mako's light. The key of tides, that one lies in the temple in the deep. The key of shadows lies in the land of naught but night.
Oh, that sounds nice and specific.
Wait. Is that from the Crimson Prophecy's missing verse?
Yes. You know much, traveler.
Time out. What is this missing verse?
They say that part of the original prophecy was omitted from subsequent copies. However, to be able to read that...
Oh, I haven't read it myself. I heard it from someone who has.
And Bahamut's castle? You, probably don't know that much.
How would she know where that is?
I don't know. But there are whispers.
What?
Seriously?
Seriously?
This is merely a rumor, but they say the castle you seek, the domain of the heralds and their king, lies past the Crystal Tower, beyond the path of the gods.
Heralds? So then, the king who founded Bahamut.
Cool. So, all we have to do is get those 4 keys, and then haul Heine over to the Crystal Tower, am I right?
Yeah, from the sound of it.
All this reassuring info is making me sleepy.
Don't
yawn, Lon. You're making me yawn, too.
What do you say we just turn in here for the day?
Yeah, okay.
Good night, Rain.
Good night.
Anime time.
What is that noise?
Now what?
That chain.
The Federation. What are they doing here?
Wait, R for rupees.
We were careless. The drinks last night. What? They were...
Dude, my body. I can barely...
No heroics, please.
Let go.
Hey now, there's certainly no way for us to treat a lady. Or as I frequently say, the churl never gets the girl.
Rubbish.
Who's the knight?
The Federation. Who else could it be?
I believe our arrangement said the giants were mine to attend to.
Attend to? That sounds awfully churlish to me.
Ah, but no. See, you may be a giant, but my attention, I say for real grown-ups.
That's it! Nobody talks to her like that!
Lon! Ah!
Let's try to keep things civil if you don't mind. Please don't struggle.
What is going on?
I don't know. Ah!
Boink.
Chapter 14. Lost Powers.
Sis, are you okay?
I think so. Are you okay?
Yeah, except... what did they do? Ow! Also, like, what is this place?
Don't breathe.
Excuse me. Do you know where we are?
Huh? Giants, eh? Now what did you do to get thrown into this sorry place?
Huh?
This is a prison situated beneath Figaro Castle.
Dude, prison? For real?
Well, they call it prison, but it's more like a death sentence.
That can't be. There must be a way out of here.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? But you can forget about it. You won't find any human guards, because much worse is on patrol. Sentient machines that hunt down all who try to escape. Just surviving down here is a small miracle.
Sentient machines?
They're not mirages?
How's a lowly prisoner like me to know? But I suppose that they must not be. When the King of Figaro stumbled upon this place some years ago, he decided to enlist help from folks at Shinra. But then all the machines that Shinra brought in, they started attacking people, as if they had minds of their own.
Shinra again?
Ultimately, the site was abandoned, and now the worst of Figaro's criminals are sent here to rot. Are you two heading out? Then you better watch your back. One more thing. I've managed to stockpile some supplies. Best prices in prison.
You're not buying anything yet. I'm also gonna make a safety save.
That would be the castle
because
submerging.
this area can be a little bit
Now
scary.
that I think of it, the castle did seem to appear out of nowhere.
I hear the first time they poked around here, the castle
have to
plowed
look at my
forward,
notes to
and they ended up having to
know
redraw
where
all
to
the
go.
maps. At least that's the story.
And if we die here, it's game over. We don't get back to 9 wood hits. Gerard to the rescue? No, not really. Someone else.
Mon! Come on! What the honk is wrong with us? Tama, can you do anything about this? Huh? Hey, Tama!
Huh? She's not answering? Tama! Tama!
Tama!
Where are you?
No way, dude. You don't think...
Did we lose our powers? As keepers?
Oh, come on. That's just... crazy.
Any ideas?
Any ideas? I don't see a gate. But we do have to get out of here.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Still, without Tama, we might just die here.
What? We're not gonna...
We're not gonna die here. It's a giant machina. What should we do? Escape? No. Oh, we died.
No. I won't.
Another forced
believe-
death.
This is it.
Thunder!
Thunder!
You the giants from the hills?
Squall! Steal from it to
Are you
destroy
okay?
it. Ah, I don't have
Oh,
steel,
Yes,
sadly.
I'm fine. Thank you.
I'm okay too. Talk about close calls.
A little too close. I'm Squall. First.
What's this?
A box?
Sort of. It's an Eld box, a kind of artifact, with some modern improvements. You might say it's kind of like those things that you keepers use to contain mirages.
Huh? You mean prismariums?
This prisons.
Uh-huh. Is that what you call them? Sure. You can just think of it like a prismarium. The only difference is that Eld boxes are for capturing machines and not mirages.
Capture them?
Give it a try.
Pokeball, go!
Whoa, too cool!
Squall, whose side are you on? I don't get why you'd help us.
I'll tell you on the way, but we need to go.
Because he's a nice guy. We get a new mirage.
Me? I'm with Seed, a mercenary group in the League of S. We fight against the Federation.
We
I
can
know
also
who you
ride
are.
it,
Quistis filled me in.
which is pretty nice.
Christus was...
Oh, she gave us the Fastcraft.
Because whatever. Gonna attack it twice. And then catch. Now we go down
That's
first.
right.
She's an officer
outside.
Wow,
Downstairs.
I didn't know she was a big shot.
So why are you here helping us out like this? I don't suppose it's to make up for the waterfall.
Hmm? Sorry, but I don't think she ever mentioned a waterfall. It was Edgar.
Now we zap the gate.
What?
The searcher we caught can do it.
You've seen the anchor that's latched onto the desert castle.
Now wait for the searcher.
Edgar's kingdom.
Because it will start another fight.
In order to break loose of it, we'll need the Mako energy, which lies dormant beneath this facility.
Go downstairs.
Are you sure that this Mako energy is that strong?
Yeah.
Zap. Pick up
So
the
wait,
chest.
Yep.
Go left again.
This isn't a coincidence. Edgar sent you here as part of the operation to perform a job.
Whoa!
Figaro didn't join the Federation willingly. It's under constant watch. Also, Edgar knew. Apparently the real thorns in their side are kept somewhere between life and death.
Life and death. Sounds like what that
So, like, what's this job we're supposed to do?
Our target.
Oh, well that makes...
Got the chest.
Right. We were hoping that you two would be able to keep the mirages at bay.
Go down.
Except, it looks like your powers have been
You
suppressed.
can also move the camera a little bit, so
we
you
don't
can watch
really
out for
know.
the
I
searcher.
mean, they've never been suppressed before. But they're
It's never
useless
used
now,
before,
I'm
only
afraid.
here.
Oops. So does that mean we, like...
You head to the
If
chest
we have
again.
to do this without any keepers, then yes. The master plan is toast. But the operation's
We
in
have
motion.
to wait
Use the
until the
O-boxes,
dialogue is
and
completed.
We'll just have to hope for the best. You know, the League of S has an agent on site. I
Just
think
use an echo
she can
screen.
remove the
Oh.
suppressors.
Yeah?
You
It's
don't have
possible,
one.
but I can't promise you. Now, enough talking. Let's press on.
Oh no, it's a death machina.
Ah! This one looks a lot nastier than the others!
Lon, be careful!
What should we do? How about lightning round? And it's done. Oh no, more! Reinforcements!
Huh? Why are there so many?
Have I drawn enough thunder? Yeah, I'm good. The other agent is up ahead. I'll hold these clunkers off here. Go on without me.
Have I drawn
Can't
enough
take
thunder?
them all on?
We'll stay.
No, this is my job.
Go! Wait!
Come on.
You serious?
We can't help him. We'd only get in the way. Let's just do what he says.
All right.
Let's continue.
Chapter 15. The Mako Reactor and the Black Mages.
That must be the agent up there.
Wait, something's not right.
Another encounter. We are not ready. Escape. Escape. And we died.
Should I assume I've
A
won?
concert? Not sure if I would call it
Unless
a
you fight
concert.
back, you are going to die.
If I look dead to you, then guess again!
Lon! Hey! Are you alright?
That's more like it. Counterattack deployed. There is no method they can utilize that I can't neutralize.
Wakey the wakey wakey!
Hey, Tama is back.
Huh? Tama!
That's the me! Boy, am I ever the glad to see you!
Dude, finally!
What a relief. We're all fixed.
When I realized I couldn't reach you, I was so upset.
If your powers have recovered, we need to keep going.
Oh, isn't Shellcare the completely amazing? She's the with the, oh, that's the right, the League of S.
I knew it! She is the other agent.
So, are you done? Because we need to keep...
she did? I think that it's called counter-the-tech. Any the way, it can take any the kind of magic or technique, any old the move at all, and completely nullify it.
Yes, that's right.
Whoa, that's so cool!
And that's the what she used to remove your suppressors. Although, she wasn't sure it worked, so she was kind of the freaking me out.
What? That is not true at all. I was completely in control.
If you ask me, she's a champion. How can you not love her? Am I the right?
You sure are. Thank you for the help.
Yeah, you're the bestest.
I don't have time for this. We are here to work. Let's continue the operation.
At some point you just turn off your brain and don't care anymore. We are picking up these items. Some lightning spellstones, really powerful items.
Watch your step here. This area is full of mirages. It's all up to you now. Good luck.
Hey, we got this.
Now that I have access to my creatures again, mirages again, I'm gonna put in the Choco Chick back, change you to Mithril Golem and put you in. Take the Floating Eye. Take Fenrir. Change you to Velfor, get you back. Now we stack Choco Chick and Velfor. Fenrir and Searcher. Gonna double check that I don't miss anyone. Okay, Searcher. And we're learning Save over here. And First Strike.
Oh yeah.
And that's pretty much the party for the rest of the game.
Oh yeah.
I'm using items for almost every fight. And I learned Faith, which will boost magic damage. And good for us, items are magic
right
damage.
Here is our time to shine.
So we can boost the damage from items. Can I use another overworld ability over here?
Whoa,
Flutter.
Oh, okay.
Picking up the spellstones over here. Go back. And we have to press these towers.
Did you just accidentally come up with a haiku? And who says boy oh boy?
These towers in a certain order. You can either look at the numbers, or you can also follow the cable and know in which order you have to press them. I skipped the haiku, I'm sorry. No, like earlier, we get into an area where the dialogue will be repeated over and over because it's not completed.
There's something strange about these mirages.
I think some of them are unimprisonable, unless you use out boxes like the one Squalda gave you.
Huh? Say that again?
Oh, wait down here.
Maybe machines.
An encounter over here.
Okay, it's forgotten.
Well... well, at least we know how to imprison them. Well, at least...
2 more times. Or 3 more even.
Well, at least we know how to imprison them. For now.
One encounter, so it should start the dialogue again.
Well, at least...
Opening the chest, starts the dialogue again.
Well, at least we know how to imprison them. For now.
Oh no, it's a counter. 15 minutes. Can I do it?
Rain? What do those numbers floating above us mean? Huh?
Keep going. Trust me, this is the right way.
Okay, roger that. Full speed ahead.
I guess we're doing this. I guess we're doing this again.
We went to the entrance again. But this time we opened another door so we can go down here. Opening up the chest over here for high ether. $14 minutes left. Oh, barely made it.
What the honk?
Wait a second.
You don't think
Hello, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid.
Looks like a major problem. Get it, mage?
Major problem. Haha.
Do you think they're mirages?
I can definitely sense a similarity.
Then we know exactly what to do with them.
That's a special fight. We use our strongest items in here to get rid of them. The special thing about the fight is we get every item back after the fight.
Whoa, what? Hey, who made all this smoke?
It's Vivi.
Huh? So it can talk.
I heard it speak too. Whoa, a mirage that can talk?
Hmm?
So she can. That is odd.
You just noticed?
Tama can talk? What?
So, kid, your name is Vivi?
Mm-hmm. So your friends there, are all of them able to talk just like you do?
Friends? Where? Whoa! It's a bunch of me's!
What? Hey!
Don't you realize they're dangerous? They are? Hey, you guys know better than to act mean.
You tell them.
See? I knew they'd be reasonable. They even said they'll help us.
Whoa.
Color me impressed.
Yes, bravo. Okay, so what can me and my friends do for you?
Oh, actually,
Whoa, something's happening.
Does this mean the reactor's working?
They're turning on the reactor.
Can break the
The
free
castle.
Oh, hey! We don't want to miss this. Come on.
Yeah, let's head outside.
Anime time. Oh, after that one, I think.
It's time. Now, full speed ahead!
We did it! Yeah, the baby!
And we broke the chain. Now the castle is free again.
What an ordeal all that was!
Yeah, no kidding.
By the way, couldn't this be that cradle of Mako's light that has the key of Earth?
You mean this key here?
Alexander and the Ragnarok, the
Dude,
baby.
it's the second key. Ask and you shall receive.
it appears that Vivi had it all along.
Lucky for us!
Again, it all seems just a little too lucky. But there's no point in dwelling on it right
So,
now.
is this officially ours?
So, Vivi,
Sure
where will
is.
you go now?
How's this? Stay in Figaro.
Huh?
Hey, it's you!
Ah, my favorite giants. Your help has been most invaluable. Didn't Squall relay my intentions?
Yes.
Well, listen, I am sorry. The Federation was watching me like a hawk, so
What about Lightning? Is she okay?
Oh, yes. I made certain she escaped. After all, she wouldn't have been out there protecting me had I not asked.
Huh? Seriously?
She was part of this? Oh, then technically you did help us before you unhelped us.
Yeah, I guess we're even now?
Guess so.
What was that?
What was that?
Where did it come from?
Has it always been there? Lurking beneath Figaro?
Incredible! That mirage, the possessed power beyond the belief.
Now we have 2 keys. And we need 2 more keys.
After all that I've put you through, this hardly suffices. But I have some information.
Huh?
One of the keys is in the land of naught but night, correct? Well, I may know where.
Really?
Where is it?
To the west of here, you'll find Big Bridge, a colossal crossing that will take you to another continent. That particular continent gets no sunlight due to the thick, dark skies overhead. They even call it the land of the stolen sun.
Dropping some frames,
Really?
it's my end.
How can place not be naught but night?
Solved.
Chapter 16. Clash on Big Bridge. So Big Bridge, it's off to the west, right?
My first colossal crossing. This is gonna be colossal crossum.
Now I'm getting the hype.
Colossal crossing. Time for Big Bridge.
Whoa! That thing over there has gotta be it!
No, that is one big the bridge.
Minor skirmish.
Getting to the top is...
Not gonna be fun.
All the say.
Still, you have to admire it. Who could have built something like this?
Nobody ever built it. A giant summoned it here in ages past.
Eiko.
The name is Eiko. My job is to look after the bridge. You've come here to cross it, right?
Yeah. So, you were saying that Big Bridge isn't man-made, that someone summoned it here. But like...
First, the bridge has a real name. It's Alexander, in fact.
What?
The Great Mirage. Big Bridge Alexander. Oh, it's the true! How did I even miss it? I can sense the bridge is the presence.
Dude! This thing is alive? Holy schlep!
And that's why a summoner like me has to look after him.
Oh wow! So you're a summoner then?
Yeah, but it's not like I'm the one that summoned him. Hey, can I ask you something? Are you them? The one and only giants from the hills?
You bet!
Yeah, that's the word.
So, I guess that means it's true.
Schlep.
Wait a second. If the prophecy is right, you better not even think about it! Don't you dare lead us down the wrong path!
Huh?
Wrong
Nobody
path?
remembers because they're so
First
caught
time
up in the
viewing of
Crimson
it.
prophecy. The Azure prophecy, it very clearly says you could bring us salvation or ruin, the divergent futures.
Oh, that's right. Princess Sarah did tell us about the divergence.
Wait, the what?
You the mean you forgot? I'm starting to worry. Maybe I shouldn't let you use the bridge.
Oh no. We're cool.
Very
Me and
cool.
Rain are totally going to reap the right future.
Sure are.
Huh? Well, it's not like I can stop you. The prophecy's about you, not me, right? Go on, you can cross. But don't go causing the apocalypse.
Duly noted.
So is there
We
some
will
special
try.
trick to getting to the tippity top of Alexander? Just
Not
get on.
cause an apocalypse.
I'll handle the wake-up call.
The what?
Alexander's kind of a sound sleeper. So it's my job to step in and sort of get things going. Now, off you go.
Off we go. Let's go to the top.
Hang on to your tidy white
Fun
chocobos.
storming the castle, huh?
Right. Ready when you are.
We are ready.
This is gonna be fun.
Thanks, Eiko.
We go.
Whoa! Hey, Rain?
I've got a bad feeling.
Have a nice lift, guys. Okay. I know that you're over there. I suppose you want to cross the bridge too?
No. My business is here with you, summoner. An Esper as I thought. Look upon me now. Am I truly your enemy?
Fenrir, your place is here by my side.
As you wish. But I hope you indulge me with a better fight than that mist dragon with the other girl.
Other girl? You mean Rydia?
What have you done to Rydia?
What did you do to her?
Soon you will no longer care.
Whew, we are alive.
Ow, ow, owie, ow, ow.
And here, I thought gravity was the worst that could happen to us.
Are we there yet?
Nope. I guess not.
Why did we just stop? Don't tell me Alexander went back to sleep.
Oh no. We have to do the rest of this on
Alexander, please.
foot?
Looks like we have no choice.
Why are you asleep again?
Dude, why?
Garbage jar is the worst thing. Oh, I get it.
You okay, Rain?
A friend of mine used to go to the school way up on a hill, and it would close down even at the slightest
Get
hint of
launched
snow.
into space. True.
So why is that?
That's true.
Because the only thing worse than climbing a slippery hill is trying to come back down. Anyway.
Oh, she's so upset we've moved beyond.
Beyond trivia.
Oh, she's so upset we've moved.
Now here we have a little bit.
Oh, she's so
weird
upset we've moved beyond
trigger.
trivia.
We need to go to the left first, and then to the right. Okay, I was not left enough. So again, left, and then right. Here we go.
Oh, that's great. How are we supposed to get past here? I'll show you.
I'll show you.
Now your turn.
Now my turn.
Thank you for the demonstration.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, no sweat. I'm Bartz. And this is my partner, Boko.
Go away.
Oh, hey. I've heard there's some weirdo going around here yelling my name and attacking total strangers. Wait. It's not one of you, is it?
Huh?
No, we didn't even know your name until you just told us.
Oh, good. Well, I'd better keep looking for him. Can't have folks like that roaming around.
If some bully was going around using my name to hurt a bunch of innocent people, I'd be the weirded out too.
I know, right?
Maybe if Tama was a tomahawk, then her name could...
Apple! Your grade for that one is the PU!
Yeah, that did stink.
PU? But that's 2 grades!
You guys going up?
Yes, that's right.
We are going
okay,
up.
then why don't I tag along? The more the merrier, I say.
Now, first I'm gonna go up to the very top here, and then to the left and completely down. Now you could ask me, streamer, why would you go there? It's time loss. Yes, at first, but we get an item called Steph Mirage Jewel.
You know,
something
this
like
might
that.
be my first time ever meeting an ordinary giant.
And
back when I was a
it will
kid.
reduce our encounters. So it basically doubles
I
the
wonder what
steps we
happened to
need
them.
until we get an encounter. So it technically halves the encounter we get. And it helps a lot later on. Because later on,
Me?
there
No
are some
way.
screens where
Boko here is just a really good
with
friend.
movement you don't get a single encounter.
You know, there are plenty of mirages who live alongside humans by their own choice. There's chocobos and moogles.
Now that you mention it, I have seen moogles and chocobos wandering around.
And Captain Ferris was the living with Moogles too!
Well, considering she's best buddies with a giant sea dragon, I'd say she's closer to something like a summoner or a mirage keeper.
Really? You sure know some interesting people.
You have the same issue? Still cold? Oh no. Sorry, I can't help. It's still cold here. It should be getting better tomorrow, I hope. So maybe I can finally leave the house, get a haircut, hopefully. So that I look like a human again. No, just kidding. And here we are. Immediately gonna equip it. Stealth terrain, and we get confusion resistance to learn for later. And the effect will be triggered after the next fight. Now we will get less encounter. Haircut, oh yeah. My hair is in the way of my face. It's always dropping down to my eyes. I like long hairs or longish hairs. It's not really long. It's hard to manage, especially in summer. And all the way up again. Doop. Now we go to the right. Jump on the red platform. That's a little bit one of the scary areas here. Because if you get hit by the blue light, you will get an encounter. But we have a consistent way to dodge it. Just we jump on the first one twice, go into the fight, use our lightning spellstone. Pick up the chest, don't touch the right.
Oh, an obstruction!
Jump pad on the right again. The red jump pad.
Knees.
Because it would put you to the left side and it's a little bit hard to get back again. We cannot
listen,
risk
sis.
using more
You know
items
that
here.
expression, cross that bridge when you come to it?
So we're going to the second pad, jump over,
I mean, it's not like you can cross a bridge before you come to it. It
pick up
doesn't
the
make any
item,
sense.
get enough time for the
I
next
didn't.
blue
I
light,
didn't. Please make it stop.
and fight the enemy. More items. And that was the last one over here. Getting the heal over here. Use another spellstone. We are getting to the next boss fight. First I'm gonna do a little menu over here. Fenrir. A little bit more agility. Same with White Neck. Right and down. More agility.
Butts.
Huh?
Butts.
What the?
Wait a sec. Is that who you were talking about?
That's definitely your name he's the calling.
Who's there? Show yourself!
Boss! I'm back with a vengeance!
Gilgamesh.
And you are...
Huh?
Huh? You mean you don't recognize him?
I have awaited this day. How many years now?
Huh?
Huh? Hang on. What was I going to do to you again?
Hey, don't look at me.
Then tell me what you know.
Huh? Nobody asks me that.
Which of them will out the stupid the other? I can't but look away.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get it right this time. I have awaited this day 100 years.
Oh, well, that's a nice round number.
Sure is, for one he just made up.
Very the lame.
Yeah, I'll say.
Quiet, quiet, quiet! No one is permitted to mock the almighty Gilgamesh!
We are finally reunited.
Without a fight.
Yeah.
How old does this guy have to be if he's been waiting 100
great
years?
music.
Like 80?
Oh, come on. You know as well as I do, he's just exaggerating. There's this thing called hyperbole, like when people say, this book weighs a ton, or, oh, I could sleep for a month.
Oh, hyperbole! As in, I probably could eat the whole chocobo.
Is he the serious?
I hope he's not serious, or else Bartz is gonna have to hide Boko and fast.
I could eat the whole chocobo. So we're gonna start with 2 Earth Hammers. He's gonna use an ability. Now I unstack to get more turns and spam lightning marbles. He buffed himself with shell, so it reduced the damage, but it was okay because I only needed one more attack.
No fair ganging up on me
I
like
could
that,
eat a
you
chocobo,
cowards!
yes.
What?
Next
So
time,
hungry.
it's just you and me.
That's definitely not happening.
Well, I've given you enough of a beating anyway. Good game.
Bye bye, Gigamesh.
So, who mixed up his marbles?
Got me.
Well, at least he's out of our hair, I guess.
Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, see you guys around.
Yep, take care.
Right. Don't be a stranger now.
Bye-bye.
Two people eat Pokemon. Not gonna lie, Magikarp looks kind of tasty.
Okay, the final dash.
Have fun.
I'll be the taking my time.
Oh, come on, live a little.
Chapter 17. Naught but nightmares.
It's night.
The moon is so pretty!
So, are we really sure there's a key around here?
Well, I am getting some seriously intense Naught But Night vibes from the place.
I say we go to check out that town in the distance. The one with the light on.
Hey, is that...
Yeah, same. I
train?
never played 14. So I don't know about chocobos being a dish, but...
Guys, are we sure this thing's safe?
Looks like a one-way ticket to, you know.
You know I hate that kind of...
Your tickets,
It's just the conductor.
Oh, then this must be the same train as the Always.
Huh? The conductor?
yes, in all my succulentious glory.
Why did you scare me?
Succulentous
But
glory.
miss, you were practically begging for a good heart stopper. Ask and you shall receive, I say.
What kind of stupid, messed up logic is that?
Zip!
Stop doing that!
Zip, zip!
Would you cut that out?
Zip, zip, zip!
Just let me hit you!
Zippity zip! Zip! 50
Rain is
odd years
losing
of
it.
cactuaring. I'd say I know a thing or two about dodging. Come and get me!
Get back here, you prickly punk!
Sis? Rain, are you
Oh! Yeah, I've still got it.
Yeah, well, you don't have to give it to me!
You better keep practicing, little giant girl. Can't touch this cactuar.
Can't touch it.
One of these days, I'm gonna get you for this!
Okay, we're kind of getting off track.
That's for the sure.
Take the train.
Hold up.
I know. An anchor.
The Federation must have controlled this place.
Let's be careful.
Gonna try and be careful.
Oh, just a look at all these books.
Oh, dude! I have absolutely zero use for this.
Well, you never were too keen on the printed word.
I doubt anyone's gonna be burning through any paperbacks in this light.
The town is awfully dark. I mean, I know it's the land of naught but night, but it's still too early for the town to be sleeping, right?
Yeah, there should be more people around if you ask the me.
Huh? Hey, are you okay?
Huh?
What's the matter?
Run!
Huh? What? Oh. Come on. Can you keep up?
Yes!
Yeah!
Yes, sir!
Oh, mirages we can handle.
Yeah, no sweat.
The guy from Smash Bros.
Right,
Yes.
let's savage it. You want him to think we're even more incompetent? Oh, whatever. Savage away!
So we are interrupted by some vampires. Just use a spellstone and it's over.
Your keepers? Right.
I don't know who that
The
is.
giants from the hills.
Never seen him before.
Ta-da!
That's us! Point us at mirages and watch the magic.
If that's the case, then come with me.
So, who are they?
Spiky
Celeste.
emo dude.
These kids are the giants from the hills.
You don't mean from the prophecy?
You think you could fill us in on what's been going on here?
Sure. Where to begin?
So that anchor appeared out of nowhere, then the mirages?
Yeah. The League of S sent me here. I was supposed to just be investigating the anchor.
But by the time he arrived, the vampires were already running amok. I'm told that it was utter chaos.
You didn't see it?
I'm a hired sword, and my job in Tometown is to guard this place, the Library of the Ancients. So rarely do I find myself stepping outside. And it's always quiet here. Nothing seemed amiss, at least not until the town had already been overtaken.
Hey, Celeste, where's...
Oh, he was over there reading.
FF6 if I don't mistake.
How strange.
Mistaken.
Sid? Are you here?
Sid. Every
Sid?
Final Fantasy game needs a
If
Sid.
you don't answer me, I am going to burn all of these books.
Wait, wait!
Those ghastly threats are so unbecoming.
Huh?
Ah, a talking weird thing!
Then what if it's a mirage?
I often wonder the same thing.
How incredibly rude. I'm just as human as you, just because I sometimes have a habit of...
Yes, he does have a habit of going haywire. And it's my job to calm him down.
What? Calm him down? If anything, he looks more broken down than...
I'm back!
Yes, well, it's far harder to break than you'd think. Trust me.
I'll thank you not to refer to
Yes,
me
my
as
lord. May we continue with our conversation now?
Oh yes, where were we?
Oh, you're like a book freak. What did you do? Make a body that doesn't sleep just so you could keep reading forever?
Oh, no, please, you have it very wrong. I prefer the term bibliophile, thank you very much.
That's the part that's wrong?
As I understand it, someone just happened to leave that body he's in lying around, and somehow his soul got embedded in it.
His soul's in bed?
Wow! I guess in a way, you are human deep down.
Maybe his soul needs to
I
get
told you
out.
I'm human in every conceivable way.
No, you really, really aren't.
And what about you then? You say you're the giants from the hills? Now that right there is the real stretch. I mean, what a hoot!
What a what? Oh, Tama's not an owl. I mean, it is an easy mistake, but wouldn't you assume she's a skunk or something first?
You! How dare you call me the stinky again? That is the last straw! I am the fragrant! Roses line up just to get the one whiff of me! What really stinks is your whole stupid existence!
You don't have to be ashamed of people thinking you're skunky. Skunks are cool, okay?
Time out. Wildlife coolness aside, could you not derail every conversation just because you don't know how to vocabulary?
But Rain, vocabulary's not a verb.
It is if I say so. I'll vocab any way I want to. So can it before I vocab you in the Larry.
I see now you're comedians. Bravo!
Enough. We have more important things to discuss.
Okay, let's get right down to it. Those people back there with the fangs, what is the deal with them?
Wow, right down to business.
Vampires. They used to be people like us. Until a vampire bite turned them.
Huh?
Now wait. Don't tell me that people can turn into mirages.
And they can't go back to the way they were?
Oh, well, while we're going back, when I was younger and even handsomer, oh yes, I remember clearly now.
It's a gem.
According
Oh,
to
it
several
is.
books I have read,
Totally underrated.
those who have become vampires can be cured, provided the vampire that sucked their blood is vanquished before it's too late.
So then, all we have to do is move fast and take out the vampires that did the biting?
That's the basic idea. But of course, those vampires used to be just as human as their victims. So if we're not careful about it, wouldn't we end up sacrificing as many lives as we managed to save in the end? Although, we could always pick off the illiterate vampires first. You're not really living anyway if you've never known the comfort of a good book.
No, I don't think that makes you eligible for slaying. But, point taken.
It
We
also
can't save
came
everyone.
out when a lot of
Dude,
great games
what are we
came
supposed to
out
do?
at the time.
What if we
So
defeated
it
the
was
first
a little bit,
vampire?
it
The one who
fallen a
started
little
the
bit
whole
under.
thing?
The first?
That's it.
How do you
If you
speedrun
trace the epidemic
without
back,
melting? Yes,
there has
we
to be a first.
change the
Yes.
audio to
Let's call
Japanese.
that one the Prime. If we
And we
defeat
skip
the
all the
Prime,
cutscenes.
then the rest.
Hey, yeah! It should cause a ripple effect and fix everyone. We would be vanquishing the bitey's biter's biter.
What do you think? Will it work, Sid?
Well, it hasn't been particularly long since the commotion started, so yes, I believe that it could.
Excellent. What a plan. Did you follow that, Tama?
This type put off a lot of people, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I can
I
understand
was
that.
just
I like
checking.
anime in general
Alright.
and RPGs,
So, where can
I
we find
like
the
the
Prime?
game.
Let's see.
Or I still like the game.
Cloud, when you fight the vampires off, have you noticed any patterns to where they seem to go?
I never gave it much thought, but now that you mention it, They always seem to retreat to the north.
Ah, well, that points to one place.
That's right. The graveyard with all the abandoned Mirage trains. That's their lair.
Then let's not waste any more time. We should go.
Wait, Cloud. Who's going to help the townspeople? I have to stay here.
You wouldn't want me to go bazeek and make a big old mess.
Which is exactly the reason why I have to stay here.
So, he's a big pain in the royal the butt and certifiably useless.
Okay, putting aside how completely not funny that is, we can go to the graveyard for you, right?
Huh? Yeah. Vampire schmampire. You just go ahead and point us at any old mirage.
And we'll do the
Vampire
rest.
schmampire.
All right then. I guess.
Let's see what the Fabled Giants can do.
I'll take you to the graveyard.
I guess Cloud
You
likes
say
to
the
talk
word.
because that dialogue is not skippable
In case it wasn't obvious,
speedrun.
the town is still a big mess. I wish I
Just
could help
speed
you
it
guys
up.
fight, but they need my help. Are you sure you'll be able to face the Prime on your own?
Every other
I know we got off on the
cutscene
wrong
except
foot,
one
but I think you've seen
is
by now
skippable.
we can handle ourselves. We got it covered.
Yep. You just worry about the town.
Will do. If things settle down, I'll come find you later. So, next stop, the train graveyard. You ready?
So yeah, basically we just need to find the Vampire Prime, defeat it, and every vampire will be turned back to normal.
Here we are. Welcome to Vampire Land. Also, they don't live here alone. There are other things too. Be careful.
Wow, just a look at all these choo-choos.
I'm definitely getting that.
Thanks to the stealth jewel, we shouldn't get a lot of
That's what
enemies
I
here.
call a
Encounters
lift.
here.
Nothing can surprise us now, huh?
Is that a ghost? Gotcha.
I
Want
hope
me to
you
turn
like
this into a lawn
bad
graveyard?
puns. One is coming up.
Hey, know what they call a locomotive with vampire fangs?
I sense a bad the joke coming.
Honestly, I'm more impressed he knows the word locomotive.
A choo-choo train. Because it's got fangs. Fangs that chew.
I think I need a pillow to...
There's just no hope for us any the more.
I waited because the smash animation would skip some part of it.
Whoa! That just startled me!
Now we have to activate some things here. Electrocute them. Smash this one.
This train graveyard is really the fascinating.
Tama!
What's the wrong?
This is a rail yard, not a you-know-what yard, okay?
Yes, the ma'am.
Also, this area is the only one without any music in it. Guess it's for atmospheric effects. I have to go down here first. Pick up the item for the gimme golem. Oh, come on.
Gimme!
Gimme. Oh, wrong direction. And as you can see, with good movement, you can skip encounters.
It just hit
on
me.
Almost
Look how
every
far
screen.
up we are.
That bat must have really like high altitudes.
Who? Me?
The Prime, dummy. She said bat, not bat. Looks like we've climbed up even higher.
Zap it twice.
Either that, or we've sunk to a new low.
There's one item over here. I think it's a mega elixir. Yes, nice. We pick it just up for money, so that we can buy more damaging items. Pick up the item for the gimme golem.
What's wrong?
I think I saw somebody inside of that train.
You were so full of elixirs.
But I saw it too.
But you're really not imagining it?
Ah! Holy goblins, you gave me a heart attack! Oh man, you don't ever change. One little whiff of the supernatural makes you freak out.
Be quiet!
I think we have bigger the things to worry about now!
Huh? What the honk is that?
Not again. Me and trains, we are so not getting along lately. Oh, speaking of,
What was that?
do you know the difference between a train and a tram?
Yeah, Rain? This is really not the time!
There's no mistaking that for the anything but a ghost train. Why couldn't it be a mirage instead of a ghost?
Is one really better than the other?
Yes! Mirages and ghosts are nothing alike!
Oh, good to know.
Rain! Put me down, you hurry! We have to go after her!
Right!
Oh no!
Just hang on, sis.
We have to save her.
They're the straight ahead!
Rain!
They're there!
Are you okay, Rain?
Yeah.
Let's do this, sis! Rain, you okay?
Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Okay then. Just checking.
Just checking. So yeah, I'm gonna defend first. Now I'm gonna unstack to get more turns. And as you all know, vampires are weak to water. Let's go. I'm gonna get a quick break.
Yes!
This is the bad! I think he might be the immortal!
Oh, dude, Rain. Got any ideas? Rain? Use this. Rain!
And then I said to the chocobo, "You feather cut that out."
Good work. Looks like she's gonna pull through now. Her and the town.
Thanks to you. Dude, way to come prepared.
Thanks, Sid. He found out that to defeat the Prime, we'd need a wooden stake from a tree that's been alive longer than him. That took some hunting. I just looked for the oldest tree I could find. Made it just in time.
Good morning, Lon.
Oh, hey. Morning.
Good morning, Princess.
Huh?
Finally.
Cloud's here? Huh? Wait, what? I was attacked by the Prime, and then I... Dude, no!
Dude, yes. Seeing you with fangs was creep, hey.
Huh?
Oh, look.
Hooray! That's 3 out of the 4 keys in the bag!
The Prime must have been holding on to it. Except this key.
What about it?
I don't know. What is it you think these keys are gonna unlock?
Huh? Well, they're keys, so a door, I guess?
Door?
Nah. I'm overthinking it. Never mind.
Oh, Cloud! I never thanked you!
Thanks again!
Don't do anything you're gonna regret later on.
Key of Darkness. If you are paying attention, every time I pick up a key, something or someone is unleashed. Gonna come to it later. Oh, use the teleport stone to get to the entrance. And I changed to huge Rain, not Lan, Rain, because she walks a little bit faster. And someone earlier asked about the Tidus cutscene. It will be coming up in a few minutes.
Oh, looks like everyone's back to normal now.
Another day has been saved.
Alrighty then. Next up is... What were we after again?
The Key of Tides.
Will Rain and the Long succeed?
In their adventure?
Tama, hey! Who gave you permission to cut to a commercial break?
Well, I believe I've heard of such a temple in the Besaid region, directly above us.
So, about this Besaid place.
It sounds like it's the continent that's directly above us.
Good. We won't do any falling to get there.
Be whatever it's called, here we come!
No jokes about BO this time? Oh, good.
I'm used to a game where you open up the menu with start. Using the teleport stone again.
Chapter 18. The Fell Spell and the Quacho Queen.
Huh? That's not the usual train whistle.
Look over there. I think I see some lights that weren't there before.
That's the north of us!
Another train station.
These tracks don't go anywhere.
Maybe they're doing construction.
No!
Not him.
Yes, me.
If the conductor is here, then the train must be up in the running.
But, like, how can he be in so many places? Who's cactuaring the other trains?
I'm everywhere my passengers need me. The nitty-gritty technical details are a trade secret.
Hush!
Nice try!
What are you...
So, Mr. the Conductor, sir, is the train running? Does it go to the upper of the continent?
Of course it does. Go on then, all aboard. But first, your tickets, please.
So I'm gonna go right here first, pick up the Turbo Ether for the later boss rush. And let's take
Go on then,
the train.
We would like to take a moment now to kindly remind all our passengers to remain in their seats facing forward. Please fasten your seatbelts at this time.
Seatbelts on a train?
What are they for?
Hmm.
Three, two, lift off!
Why does this world's transportation have to be so...
Wow!
Whoa!
What? Wow!
Oh.
So if you know Final Fantasy X, you get a very iconic line.
Aloha! And a
After
warm
cutscene
welcome
ends.
to the Empyreum.
Oh, I am loving this weather.
It makes me just want to laugh out loud.
I have no idea how to react to that, so I'm just gonna ignore you. Now, what do you... I have no idea how to react to that, so I'm just gonna ignore you. Now, what do you say we head for that town over there?
Call it, yes. Port Besage. We have to talk to the
we've got a
exclamation
temple in the
marks.
deep to find. Why don't we
And
start by asking around?
I also talk to the question mark. It's a side mission where I have to get fish scales. I bought them really early in the game. It will give me the spell seed, so I can use the spell in fights if I give it to a creature, but I won't use it. It's more or less backup strat.
Well, it sounds like everyone's
Instead, I
heard
will
about
sell
the
it
temple
for
we're
some extra
after.
money.
Thing is, none of these people have actually been there.
What'd you expect? It's the temple in the deep. You think people would call it that if it was swimmable?
Well, from the look of it, the train probably doesn't stop there either. Huh? Pantalogist. Always here to assist?
Pantalogist.
Wow, a person that studies the pants? They think of the everything.
Yeah, pants must be serious business.
It's pantologist, dummy. The prefix is pan.
Cookware, huh? Neat.
Not those pans. As in all. Like they do a little of everything.
Oh, well, if they do a little of everything, then maybe they can do a little of helping us get down to that sunken temple. Let's hit the pants!
Wait, Lon!
Curse makes it less worse. Or a curse makes it less worse.
That looks like the place.
Let's hit the pants.
Now the test will surely end in success. Oh. Was I a quart of ingredients short?
Service, please!
Lon, ever heard of manners?
Who goes there? Oh my, I rarely cross paths with a giant bear.
So tell me, are you the Pan Mighty person from the ad?
Yes, that's the gist. How can I assist? The sunken temple?
Yes.
I don't know, maybe you could give us a magic spell, you know, something that lets us breathe underwater? Maybe some magic pants?
Breathe underwater. Whether it's gills or spells you want, a solution can be met, but the sea is its own kind of hell you're almost certain to regret. The currents will leave you blind, and it's so big you'll be bored out of your mind.
That's discouraging.
Hang on, we can handle a little certain regret.
Waterproof underwear.
yeah.
Yes.
If you know a solution, then
That's what
we'd
we
really
need.
appreciate it if you could help us out.
So come on, please?
Well, if you're quite certain that that is your desire, perhaps you're just what I require.
Excuse me?
Excellent! We'll start with the dunce. You see, you can't do two total losers at once.
Can't breathe.
Lon! Hey, what's wrong? What did you do to him?
There. He simply can no longer breathe air.
Why not?
Oh, come now. Darling, use your head. You wanted to swim like the fishes, you said. But a fish out of water is soon to be dead.
Are you some kind of murderer?
Oh, my. After I do you a favor, this is how you choose to repay me. My dear, don't make me angry.
Don't make her angry.
Rain, maybe you should consider the apologizing?
What? But please forgive me? No!
There's nothing we can do. Stabbing her was not an apology.
Oh, you've decided to await. Well, off you go with these 2 flakes.
It's Titus.
You got it!
What are you doing? No!
And we can breathe in water.
Whoa, check it out! We're in the ocean and we're actually breathing!
I hope you like it, because we can't breathe anywhere else.
Don't you worry. I've been to the sunken temple a bunch of times.
But, just a minute. Does this mean we can't return to Ninewood Hills?
Oh, you can still go the back there.
Yeah, some items floating in the
breathe
water.
underwater too.
Gonna pick him
Don't
all
go
up.
confusing me with your average mortal.
3 items are always nice.
Okay, but then why didn't you just go to the temple for us?
What? Are you the crazy? Every inch between us and that key is corrupt. If you sit me in there alone, I'd get annihilated.
Sorry. So, did you mean it when you said that we could go back to Ninewood Hills?
Well, that place isn't just immune to the time. It can dispel the magic and other mystical manipulations. So, that means you can go back to Ninewood Hills without the choking to death.
Let's just finish our dunk to the sunken temple, and... Wait, if we find the key, will we change back?
Oh, don't worry. Dr. Shantoto gave me the antidote to the curse.
What a relief. I thought we'd end up stuck like this. Wait, did you say curse?
Dude!
Yeah, I mean, curses are the doc's specialty.
First, we've heard of that. Well, as long as she's planning...
Sorta. You see, the doc said, "Tell those twin losers the antidote costs, so bring me a Quattro Ruby or they can get lost." So good luck.
She said all that?
Twin losers? What? Where did she get off calling me a loser? Lon is the loser here.
You're mad about the name calling?
Question for you. What exactly is a Quattro Ruby?
Oh, good point. What is a Quattro?
A Quattro? Oh,
What is a
there's some right
Quattro?
over there. Their queen cries red tears, which are called
Only the
Quattro
best
Rubies.
character in the whole
Now I
game.
see. But those sound like they must be just about impossible to get.
True enough. They say she only sheds 1 tear every decade. The rubies go for at least 100 million gil.
100 mil?
I swear, that is the last time I ever consult a pantologist.
Hey, Titus, how come you can breathe underwater?
Well, if you've tossed enough blitzballs around... Huh?
Huh?
What? I'll tell you about it some other time.
Oh, come on.
Hey, there it is.
The sunken temple.
Okay, I'll be waiting back at the surface. Good luck finding that Quattro Ruby.
Yep, got it covered.
Hey, just don't forget why we originally came here.
You know, if we found enough of them, we could all be filthy, stinking the rich.
Oh, I like your style, Tama. Hear that? We're gonna find a Quattro zillion rubies.
I'll say it again.
don't forget why we're here.
Quadrillion rubies, nice.
Let's just find the key, get the ruby we need, and trade for the antidote.
Rubies, rubies, baby, I wanna be a quadrillionaire. Hey, we can walk. Does that mean we're not underwater anymore? Then that means the curse has been... Oh. Okay, wishful thinking. Right. But like, shouldn't we be floating?
I think that this temple must have some kind of special power. Don't ask me how it works, but I sense some kind of force that keeps people and mirages from the drifting too far away.
Hey, you're right. Something's keeping us way down.
But on the bright side, it's just like being on solid the ground. That's especially helpful for you two, right? Also, this is just the wild guess, but...
Whoa! No way!
No way.
In some areas, the walls have their own gravity, which lets us do cool stuff like this.
So I'm gonna give my Villfor a little bit more agility. Speed is always nice.
Woohoo! This is fun!
I have to admit, it is.
I'm a ninja. Whatcha?
I'm pretty sure ninjas are supposed to be quiet. Remember why we're here.
Hey, check out these big statues.
Neat. Was each of these a famous Quacho?
They all look the same to me.
I know.
We're going south first to pick up the item for the Gimme Golem. And also...
You sure it's not a
lightning marble.
The dude!
Yes, Lon. The temple is male.
I'm almost out of damaging items.
You can tell?
Why do I even bother?
Dude!
Gimme, gimme! How long has it been holding its breath?
Please don't ask Lon questions.
You know, as fun as it is to breathe water and walk on the bottom of the ocean...
You ever wonder why the ocean is salty?
Up here again.
The rain that fills up the ocean isn't salty.
Pick up the item for the Gimme Golem.
Well, there's a reason for it.
Whoa, that's nice.
Gimme, gimme!
I'm gonna let the text play out because...
Whoa, that's nice. How about you tell me about it another time?
If I go in here and write to the next cutscene, it will play again. So, here we go. Best character coming up.
Huh?
Not this one.
Egads! Foul tonberries! First they go and steal our precious key. Now they have the utter gall to summon a king? What fiends! They must be desperate to take this realm away from me! Oh. I say, who goes there? Huh? Oh? Not just a human, but a lady giant? How very unusual! Come now. Lady Giant simply must tell me the latest land news.
Serene, what's going on?
Ah!
Huh? Is she the queen we're...
No! Huh? Stay away! I despise men!
Huh?
Stupid man thing! Die!
Die!
Maybe it's not men she hates. Maybe it's just Lon.
Me? What'd I do?
If you're the one to punish the lawn, you can have him!
Wait, you're giving me away?
So you can defend the first turn with Rain, use Faith. Now she deals more damage with items. Oh, Sleep is terrible. Wow. And we use an Earth Spell Song.
Why do they find such sport in picking on me? Meanie, eat Moogle worms!
Moogle worms.
Yeesh. I feel like I don't know, wrecked a 3-year-old's birthday party.
Well, cheer up. At least now we can go home whenever we want to.
But we need to track down that key. Otherwise, why did we come to here?
That's true. But we know where it is. Remember, the queen said that the Tomberry stole the key.
Aha! So it is down here in the temple. Somewhere.
Seems that way. Let's track down those Tomberries and hope they still have it.
Poor Quattro Queen.
Is that the queen?
Oh, cool. That thing just opened.
Do you think she's going after those Tonberries she mentioned?
We'd better
I'm getting dizzy!
I've lost all the sense of direction!
Hey, sis.
Hey, what?
I don't think I'm moving forward anymore.
Of course you're not moving forward. You're moving...
You're moving.
This place is starting to look less and less like a temple.
Picking up a
Is
chest
it still
over
a
here.
man's?
Maybe we've the...
Yes, that must be
An
it.
elixir for extra money. And I will get an encounter over here. I don't think it's possible to skip the encounter here with good movement. It's pretty close, but maybe if we skip the chest.
Attack! Quatchos!
What is that?
A huge Tonberry?
Get the ready! Here it comes!
A huge Tomberry.
Dude, even his knife is huge!
I'd hate to be on the wrong end of that thing.
Yeah, or any the end of it.
You're just scaring me more!
So I need one lightning spell stone to finish off with the small ones. Now we just use normal lightning marbles. Boss music is lit. Yeah. Sadly, we finish the fight so quickly you don't hear a lot of the boss music.
I never commanded the man-thing to rescue me. So, if it wants thanks, well then, it's got another thing coming! He can't...
Goodbye?
Take the blasted key! Toad face!
Okay. Well, I guess we got what we came for. All's well that ends well?
I made it so the exit gate will take you the right
We're
to where
making a
Tidus
little
is waiting.
detour over here.
Right. We need to get a hold of that
Picking up the
antidote.
chest over here. 2 holy torches. It's basically the spell on an enemy party. So we can remove buffs. talking clearly for people underwater. Yeah, don't mind it.
I can't believe you found a Quattro Ruby. Wow, guys.
Wow, guys.
And the antidote?
Right here.
I think that's a long cutscene, so I can eat a little bit. Yeah.
Woo! You sweet, delicious air, you!
I guess Dr. Shantoto wasn't kidding. The sea is another kind of hell. I don't think I've ever been so tired.
Oh, if you ever feel like going for another dip down there, you're gonna need these.
There you are! I've been looking all over!
Huh? Is that?
Lady Yuna!
Huh? Friend of yours? Hey there,
Yuna-sama.
I'm Titus.
Oh! I'm the summoner Yuna.
Wow, a summoner. Never met one of those.
Good the day, Lady the Yuna.
Oh, good. Wait, what am I doing? Don't good the day me. It's no time to mince thus.
Aww.
Explain yourselves. What did you two do to Rydia and Eiko?
Huh?
Hang on a second. Did something happen to Rydia and Eiko?
Don't pretend that you don't know. They're gone. Both of them went missing right after they ran into you.
What?
Really?
Then, you swear to me that you don't know. You really have no idea where my friends have been taken.
No clue.
No.
Nope.
That's a shame.
I might be going out on a limb, but I can't help but wonder if maybe...
What is it?
Maybe someone is targeting summoners. Specifically.
Targeting summoners? Come to think of it, not long after I met you...
What?
Lady Yuna!
You leave her to me.
Hey, wait up!
Great! We lost sight of him!
What's that knight's problem?
Was that the one who took the other summoners?
We're just gonna have to hope Titus can keep Lady the Yuna safe.
Huh?
What's happening now?
The keys.
A future in sports?
Dude.
Maybe. If he tries.
The beasts have been unfettered, and the two worlds
shall be joined again.
Yes, we can fulfill our destiny. Crimson Prophecy.
Chapter 19.
We have the
The
4
other
keys.
9 wood hills.
Let's climb the tower, the crystal tower.
What is this?
The path that will take you to the Crystal Tower.
Who are...
Follow that path, and you will find the answers you seek.
Answers?
Luz Farna. Huh? If you wish to find her, you must brave the Crystal Tower.
Then our mom's up there somewhere? She's still alive?
The 4 keys you collected give you the right to know, if you have the courage.
She's a banished! Who in the Grimoire was that?
Rain, I'm going.
Wait.
What for?
Why did that woman tell us all that? She must have had a reason.
Well, how in the honk am I supposed to know? Does that mean you're gonna quit? After everything?
No, I just... Come on! Think about it. There's something funny about Grimoire.
Well, yeah, I'll admit it's kind of weird. I mean, it's full of little people and...
No,
I'm not talking about that. The prophecies. They treat us like characters in some kind of story. It feels like someone wrote out a plan, and you and I are just going along with it.
What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Rain, you are really overthinking this.
Yes.
You're underthinking it.
Okay. Maybe you are right about that. But don't act like this story is writing itself. We almost died a bunch of times. If we hadn't collected so many mirages, we never could have made it this far. The way I see it, we did that all on our own. It wasn't Tama?
I think maybe the word you the want is preordained?
That's the one. There's no way it could have been preordinated.
Uh-huh. Or predestified, right?
All of this is starting to make my vocabulary the hurt.
Well, one thing's for sure. We have no choice. Echo did say that there was no changing the prophecy.
No choice?
Rain?
We could quit?
Okay, let's head for the Crystal Tower.
Oh, okay.
Big, because she walks faster.
Say, the stairs here aren't gonna do anything crazy like collapse, right?
Don't let a little...
Huh? How did we wind up back home?
We didn't. Take a closer look.
Yeah, it's similar but not the same. It's...
old-fashioned, I guess you might say?
Yeah. And unlike Ninewood Hills, this is a real ghost town.
No, it's really important to go back first. Because we have barely items left for damage. So I'm gonna sell Mega Phoenix, Elixir and Mega Elixir. Also the Dispel Seed. Buy at least 17 Phoenix Downs, Bebop's Fragments, 40 Lightning Marbles, 25 Dragon Scales, 4 Dragon Wings, and we buy Spider Silk. Yep. A little bit of sorting. I have my Spider Silk over here, Star Curtain over here, Dragon Scales over here. Dragon wings here. Phoenix Downs over here. Oh wait, I can teleport.
Huh? Look at the stone! It's so pretty!
Oh, those are called Mirajules. They're specialty items made by isolating a Mirage's abilities.
We normally
If
never
either
get
the one
this
of you
cutscene here.
equips them, you'll be able to wield whatever the abilities
okay.
they hold. The right Mirajules with the right the stack can make for a powerful combination.
Nope, not here. It's also really important that I change Rain to small for the next battle. So before I enter the cutscene. Because I haven't set up the big stack. It would be really terrible.
Look, Lon.
This must be the Crystal Tower.
Turn back.
Huh?
Terra.
Magitech armor!
Who are you?
I don't... Turn back. You must not go any further.
What do you mean?
Holy!
Are you a summoner?
Just run!
Something's not right about her.
I can sense something the human and Mirage at the same time.
How's that work?
And that Magitech armor. We've never seen anything like it.
Whatever the case, she's not the playing around. Be the careful.
So we start with defending first turn to reduce the damage, unstack to get more turns, and start damaging Madui. Kill the Esper first, because if we kill Terra first, Meadow would explode and kill us. Okay, we're gonna heal up. The important part is that Searcher, the one on the right top, survives. Everyone else can die on the fight here, because Searcher needs the experience.
No. You mustn't.
Dude, what was that?
She's okay, just passed out. She's barely even hurt. I guess she's pretty strong.
It seemed like she didn't really want to do any of that.
As long as she's okay, we better keep on moving before someone else can attack us.
Yeah, just leave her here.
Sure.
She will be fine.
How dutiful of them to come and tame the Esper in a stroke. A lovely little flourish. All the same, they've merely doomed the last ox to the yoke.
Welcome to the Crystal Tower.
It's really different inside, too.
And I don't see any elevators.
Huh! No way!
We'll just have to climb up one step at a time. Come on! I know we can do it!
Yeah! Easy! Says the fox hitching a ride!
And we are climbing the Crystal Tower. World of Final Fantasy has a lot of references to other Final Fantasy games, also to other games and series and movies. For example, we had a Ghibli reference, My Neighbor Totoro, where the Quattro Queen did the dance and the gate opened. And we get another reference here from another series.
Tama, stand by for Warp 10!
Roger the Wilco! Standing by!
Warp!
Oh, good old warp drive. But let's be realistic. Everyone knows warp 10 is the limit, and we're clearly not moving at infinite speed.
Dude.
Does she know we were the kidding?
Puzzle time again. Here I need to stack up wind resistance and also a weight greater than 9. So we're using A4.
I think my legs are about to fall off.
I hear you. I'm about ready to... Hey, wait, you're not even walking!
Flutter over.
Sis?
Huh? Rain? Is something wrong?
No trivia, so I guess that means she isn't upset at me. Hello? Rain?
What's up?
That's what I want to know. What's the deal?
Got stuck.
It's hard to explain. I guess I sort of get the feeling I've been here before.
I think it's the line.
Well, it does look like Ninewood Hills.
I don't want to skip it.
Deja vu.
The Day of Jabu? Is that like Doomsday? Bow before the mighty Jabu, humans!
We'll just pretend he's not here.
The Day of Javu.
Oh, no, I'll be fine. Thanks, Tama. Let's keep moving.
Roger the Dodger!
I'm sick and tired of this place.
Never finished it. You should. It's a nice game.
Okay, then I'm just tired.
You're gonna have to stick it out, Lon.
Use these crystals to teleport. Gonna
If you're
smash
sticky,
the
then would you glue your...
crystal over here. Pick up the elixir.
If you're sticky, then would you glue your mouth shut permanently?
Keep on climbing. Are we going? Oh, it's later. I think it's on the next floor. Unicorns.
Who knew just how far the twin adventurers had come?
Who, indeed.
Why are you talking in the third person?
When she's talking to Van, yeah.
We must be getting near the top.
It's a little bit
This
similar.
place feels less welcoming the further we climb.
Now we go south
The mirages
first here. Pick up these 2 spell stones. These are the best damaging items we can get.
Yeah.
Use it. Use a teleport stone if you need to turn the back, and you can access the prism case via the Seraphone.
Seraphone? We sold this phone. We needed the money. Another puzzle. This time we need to stack up earth resistance. Okay. If you have good movement, you can get into the fight here before you get in random encounter. That means we can escape use the iframes to get past the enemy. Sneak peek of Kingdom Hearts 4. Come on.
Where are we now?
Wherever it is, it's the crawling with powerful mirages.
I can feel it too. Let's be careful.
Let's be careful indeed. We made it to the top.
Cut me some slack, door!
Do you really think talking to it is gonna help?
Maybe all this time, it wanted someone to open up to.
Oh, come on. I mean, anything is possible after all the weird stuff we've seen happen.
Not the possible.
And also dumb.
Dude, what?
But I can always just add this one to the pile.
Another lawn moment? So how many am I up to now?
These symbols seem to be earth, water, fire, and wind. It's the 4 elements.
That's the right. You know your stuff.
Our mom taught us about them when we were...
Rain, you remember?
Huh? No, I just... Where did that come from?
Maybe you've been to here. Or it could be your mother is somewhere close by.
Really?
Hey, I said the maybe.
Sometimes they have moments where
well, yeah.
they remember things, but not the whole story.
So what's up with the 4 symbols?
They're probably tied to what we call a quadrelement's barrier.
Of Seymour's final
Each
form,
element
yeah.
is defended by its own, the separate
Looks a little bit
mirage.
similar.
In other words, we're dealing with at least 4 different mirages.
You got it.
All right then, let's track them down and... Hey Rain, what's wrong?
Huh? Yeah. We need to find the mirages guarding the 4 elemental locks.
She wasn't even paying attention and still summarized it better than me.
You do kind of have a habit of branching the off on tangents.
Yep, those lawn moments are really piling up. Shall we?
Let's shall. You know, I want to inspect this pile.
Oh, don't even bother. It's so deep you'd never
place.
be able to see
What?
it.
know
When
I
4
remember
symbols?
it.
Ah, don't mind that.
But when could I have
Just
possibly
cosmetic.
come here?
All a matter of perspective.
Wait. Hey Rain, don't these kind of remind you of the keys we collected?
What? Yeah, you're right.
Maybe the keys keep them from falling into the wrong hands?
Oh, dude! I've got the right hands. I'm so worthy to use them.
It's not moving.
Cut me some slack, sword.
Weird. Are these weapons even meant to be used?
Given their size, it does seem kind of strange.
You do have a point. Even Cloud would have trouble swinging around one of these.
And look, they have the same light as the quadrelement's barrier. It's possible that they're locked down by the same forces.
Then I guess first we'll have to deal with those 4 elemental locks.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And now we're going all the way down again. Beating up 4 guardians of the seals. It would make a keyblade. Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, even though Tama is annoying, after a few hours, voice acting is pretty good. Also, I got ambushed. It's terrible. Ah, thank you. No fast TP? No, sadly no. Because there's only one way to the encounters we need to get. Because we are now taking a different route. These fights can be a little bit tricky, so I'm gonna save.
Get ready! They're coming this way!
That eerie noise! It just sounds like the howling of wind!
So this must be the Windlock's keeper.
Okay, but why does it have so many heads?
Why does it have so many heads? Yes. So we start with a Dragon Scale on Tiamat. Wave on Rain, which deals more damage. Now we use Water Spell Stones. Blunt can use a Dragon Scale. Another Spell Stone, another Dragon Scale. And it's down. And now we use the Dragon Wings, because the other enemy counter is weak to wind. That was the easier one. The harder one is coming up.
That took the care of 2 of the locks at once!
Oh, nice!
Since we beat 2 Mirages, we just need 1 more pair.
Oh, I don't doubt that. That Stranger of Paradise will be shown here again. It was shown a few weeks when the game came out. But I think people would also do a cutscene percent run at some point, just to show off the game. I would be definitely interested to watching that. Got stuck. Preemptive. Save again.
They look though really strong!
But you know who's stronger? Us! Maybe!
Us. Maybe.
Is this the keeper of the Waterlock?
You fools! These dark depths shall be your tomb!
Tama, you okay?
Oh, he just looked like he wanted to say as much. That's all.
What?
That's all. So we start by using a Shellstone on Rain, so that she gets less damage. Also Faith. That's a little bit terrible. Air Spellstone somewhere here. Gonna play it safe and heal. Now we also use the Dragon Scale here. Heal with the kill. One Lightning Spellstone. It's fine.
That's the last one! Woohoo!
Right.
I think this could be it! The final showdown!
The final showdown. Da-da-da-da.
What was that?
The weapons! They all went to stab into the door!
It's open.
I guess that means they were the keys that open it. But what could a barrier this strong be trying to keep out? Or in?
Guys, let's check it out, okay? Okay?
I got a free heal, so I don't need to go back. But I wanna save before the next boss fight.
Chapter 20. The Crimson Prophecy's End.
Huh? Whoa, check it out. This place is...
Ah, yeah, Vodi did the run. I remember.
Something about it makes me...
Sadly, I missed it.
Feel safe.
Yeah. You think
So we have
Mom
like
could be here?
30 minutes of cutscenes
Let's
here.
find her.
So get comfy. There's a battle in between, but yeah, it's
Is
not
that-
really a big deal.
Mom?
Get comfy, get some snacks. Missed it too. If it's already up, I will definitely check it out.
Run!
Are you okay?
You are here.
Are you the king? Of the Bahamutian Federation?
Federation. How very quaint. Is that the tale Seguarides has been spreading? So be it. Then you have found me out, boy. I am king of the Bahamutian Federation, Brandalis.
He's the one. The villain behind it all.
In the cage there. Is that loose, Farna? What did you do to our mom?
Is that why you have come?
What?
Tell me why you have traveled all this way.
You have our mom, right? Give her back!
Yeah. Start by setting her free.
Yeah!
Naive fools. Still,
Huh?
I will play my part.
Okay.
This place. This guy. Why do they feel so hauntingly familiar?
Rain! You have to snap the out of it and stay focused.
Yeah, she's right. Since when are you the one to space out at a critical moment?
Be quiet! I'm paying attention, okay?
Good.
So we're gonna start Haste and Warn. Hopefully it will stay. And Spider Stick to slow down the boss. Unstack to get more turns. And really important, Star Curtain on the Chocochick. Now we count. 1. Slow down. 2. 3. Chocochick is the only one that's not supposed to die. Star Curtain again. 4. 5. 6. Slow down. 7. 8. 9. Lana's dead. It's not a problem because he's pretty slow. Slow. 10. 11. 13, 14, 15. Nice miss. Slow down. 16, 17, 18, 19. Slow down. Safety save. 21, I think. Slow down. 22. 23. 24. So I miscounted by 1. That's 24. And now we get a lot of cutscenes.
You mean we won?
Honk, yeah! And here I thought that was gonna be hard.
That was amazing! Think of all the people across
Also,
the Grimoire that
if
you
someone
just
is
saved
dead
from their
at the end of a fight, it's not
Yeah,
a problem.
But I bet those nutcases who
Except
sided with
our
the Federation
searcher
are gonna
needs
sweat.
to be alive for the experience.
Oh, right. Rain, come on. We gotta
Gonna
bust Mom out.
Grab a snack.
Right. But how do we open it? You again?
Activate it.
Huh? Sorry?
Only Mirage Keepers are permitted to use that mighty portal, the Ultima Gate. With the Ultima Gate, the power of the crystals becomes yours to control. Opening a mere cage would be no challenge at all.
I think I'm starting to remember. The portal, it started to shine. And then the cage appeared.
Then that means this isn't the first time seeing it!
Yeah. It's hazy, but I've seen this gate before.
Then you know what to do. Use it.
Wait! Who are you?
Rain, why must you cause Lady Luce so many headaches? What? But I didn't do anything bad at all. You shouldn't go saying stuff like that about me, okay, Owen? Hey, what'd I tell you? We're like sisters. Since you and I are close, why don't you call me Win? Okay, I will, Win.
That's our sister.
What? Did you just say our sister?
I didn't know you had an older sister.
Let's reminisce later. Save Lady Luce.
So then, that really is our mom in the cage?
Well, okay then. Let's hurry up and activate that Ultima Gate thingamajig and bust the cage open.
Right.
Mom!
Mom!
The prophecy has ended in crimson.
Mom! What? How can this... What?
How could you do this? Twice. What do you mean? You opened it again.
The Crimson Prophecy has been fulfilled!
A ridiculous piece of theater, but well done. I commend you all. You may dispense with the illusion now, Ewain.
What is going on? Rain, tell me what's happening!
How am I supposed to know? Lynn, what is this? What's going on?
I thought Sigwardus' laborious narrative might never end.
I share that sentiment. Should we do this again, you will keep your prophecy more concise.
But you cannot accuse me of excess. Every step was necessary to the plan.
Tell me, what of the Soul Crystal? How much of the populace have we harvested?
If I had to offer up a guess, then just about 4 souls in every 10.
Is that all after a whole century?
I have been selected and discreet. With Champions awakening again, we're lucky to have pulled off such a feat.
Now what is it? We've really done it now!
Done what?
I know you! You're the Order of the Circle!
Ah, I have not heard that name in some time.
Were we acquainted in those ages past?
If so, she would have served our enemy.
Then you know what comes next. We shall finally bring the Cogna into this world.
Tama, you gotta hurry up and do something quick! Tama, you gotta calm down!
How can we do something? We don't even know what's going on!
What in the holy mother of hogs? I'm here. Sorry I'm late.
Tidus!
What?
The champions have rallied here to try and intervene before things go awry.
Too late. The Cogna have passed through the portal. The fateful arrow has been loosed. Rejoice, for the end of an A-world? No! The beginning of something greater is now upon us.
It's time to go! Go how?
Jump down!
They're here. Come on!
Let us take care of them.
Okay.
Thanks.
Lon, you get our sister.
Okay! Tama! See ya! We're really doing this? Dude!
Jump already!
So yeah, we basically destroyed the whole world by opening up a gate to another dimension.
Couldn't have timed that better.
I hate gravity.
It's a good thing I actually caught you.
Whoa, the lass in glasses.
Hey, we meet again. Wait, what did you call me? Oh, Captain Ferris called you that once. I think he's just mimicking her.
Yep.
Who asked
Great
that
job
pirate?
breaking the world. Yeah.
Anyway, we never did get to thank you. You were so helpful
Now we have
when...
to find someone who can repair it.
Well, I don't want to sound ungrateful. Your fast craft did get us to the low seas, but now whenever I hear rushing water, I remember what it was like almost dying, and yeah, you really scarred me for life.
Oh yeah? Well, why don't you tell me about it inside?
Whoa, check it out! Does the whole building float? This place is chocobacious!
Amazed me the first time I saw it, too.
This is it. Home base for the League of S.
Balam Garden.
Yep. Alarm Garden. Dr. Quistis.
Well,
I know that you two have been through a lot recently, but why don't we start out by sharing
Upgraded
our
the
intel?
garden.
Everyone's on deck, except the injured. This way.
Wonderland.
Oh, yeah. Do you know how Awan is doing?
She's sound asleep, down in the infirmary. I talked to Dr. Katawaki. Her diagnosis is that Awan is suffering from severe exhaustion.
That's too bad.
What about Yuna? And the summoners?
Same thing. They were forced to use their powers against their will. It took a lot out of them.
Same goes for Tidus. He won't wake up.
Tidus.
Oh no,
Is he
Tidus.
okay?
He took a beating, but they say he's gonna pull through. You know, he's pretty tough for a scrawny guy.
In fact, Tidus might be the only reason we were able to get to the summoners in time. You know that winged knight? I found Tidus fighting her. He told me about the summoners, so we went to go save them.
Right. And once me and Squall got word.
You all showed up to bail us out, huh? It's a really good thing you did.
Now you can help us fill in the blanks. Bahamut, did you figure out who they really are?
And those weird mirages he called Cogna?
What did you two kids do back there?
Oh, it's funny you should ask.
We don't know what happened either. But what little we do know, we'll tell you.
We don't know what happened. We just opened the gate.
Then I guess the only one with answers is your sister Awan.
Excuse the interruption. I have new intel from our liaisons across Grimoire.
Oh.
Shulk!
What's the story?
You should have a look at this.
What happened?
Well, those new mirages called Cogna have been taking over wherever they show up. For the most part, at least.
For the most part? What do you mean?
Our reports say that towns belonging to the Federation were assimilated right away. But the places that have been resisting Federation rule have managed to keep the Cogna out so far. However, other threats have arisen.
What?
There have also been multiple sightings of the Dyad servants.
Sorry, who are the Dyad servants?
A century ago, the demon Dyad plunged Grimoire into an era of chaos. The Dyad servants were mirages that carried out most of the Dyad's dirty work, right?
So you're saying the servants are back after 100 years?
That appears to be the case. The Cogna have given them a chance to begin their reign of terror all over again.
Hey, Vaughn. I think that we saw them. One came out of the crater where we fought the bomb. Another flew out from underneath Figaro Castle.
Huh? What exactly are you getting at? Are you saying we caused that too?
Oh yeah, we
might
did.
have set them loose by accident.
Dude, no!
I'll say this, we need to take action now.
We
The
destroyed
League
the world
will get to work
twice.
with our agents on the ground.
At any rate, it might be a while before Awan wakes up. Why don't you guys get some rest?
If she's really your sister, make sure you talk things out.
Sorry, guys. I need to get back to the control room and handle this mess. Look, I realize that you two are probably trustworthy. But the League
Yes,
does have its rules.
We are trustworthy.
Until you get clearance, restricted areas like the infirmary are off limits. If you want to explore, keep it to here in the lobby. Okay? Catch up later.
So basically, she doesn't trust us at all.
Well, we can't blame her.
Okay, so what do we do now?
I'm worried about all our friends. We really do need to talk to Tama.
Yeah, that's for sure. I keep calling her, but she just doesn't show up.
I don't think she plans to leave Ninewood Hills. Come on, why don't we go see if we can cheer her up?
First, we're gonna do a side mission here. We're gonna turn in the bomb fragments from earlier, the weakest items we get, into spellstones, the strongest items.
Now that I...
Let's go see Tama.
My goodness. What's with these especially long faces?
Oh, I'm glad you're here. Seraphi, could you go get Tama for us?
You want Tama? Funny you ask. She's been floating around like a terrified marshmallow ever since she got back. Let the pretty pixie handle this.
Do it, Seraphi.
Hey, Tama. Huh? Tama? Tommy Tom? Answer me. Oh, how dare you ignore me, you puny fluffbutt! I am going to... Wash! You're so good! I brought Tama like you asked.
Oh, Seraphi, one the day I will destroy you.
Tama, can we talk?
We just really need to know what happened.
Thanks for the reminding me. This is no time to go the gaga. Those Cogna the Knights summoned are seriously bad the news.
Cogna? No way.
Yes, the way, and we have to stop them.
Time out. Before we go any further, Tama, what's a Cogna?
They're horrible bad things completely beyond the description.
Well, maybe you should try anyway?
The Cogna are living machines that thrive on destruction. They have laid more worlds to waste than there are stars in the sky. And that's not a poetic exaggeration.
What? But that's nuts!
They're almost like a disease. It's not that they're all strong, it's that they never stop growing in number. Once they manage to invade a world, no one can stop them ever, not even Crow herself.
Then what about the Knights? Are they like Cogna Masters or something?
Something else. They call themselves the X9 Knights. They're a horrible order who wander from the world to world and leave chaos in their way. Which leads to the question why, I suppose. But if they were the Order of the Circle, then I think I know the why.
Whoa. Did you say the Order of the Circle?
I'm afraid so.
Bad news?
Me and the Seraphi have a history with them that goes back more years than I know how to count. There are arch nemesis, to put it lightly.
Bummer. So that's who was pulling the strings. But that means they won't rest until
the every last world is destroyed. They're filled to the gills with ill the will.
I'm still not sure I get it. But basically you're saying Grimoire's in hot water. Is that the idea?
The water's so hot it's almost steaming. And if you think it will end with just the Grimoire, then you've got another thing coming.
Is Ninewood Hills in danger too?
That wouldn't even be the tip of the iceberg. Oh no. No, no, no.
We're not talking just one or two of the worlds. You see, we're the part of a whole Googleplex of worlds.
A goggleplex? What is that, like 1,000? Dude!
Actually, a Googleplex is 10. To the 10th, to the 100th power.
1,000,000 worlds?
Yes.
We can work on your math skills some other time.
1,000,000.
I need to get one thing straight. The reason those things got into Grimoire? It's our fault, isn't it?
Huh?
Maybe. I think... yes.
So, basically, we've put Grimoire and other worlds in terrible danger.
No. No. That can't be true.
It is. We messed up. Those guys in the armor, they used us.
They invented a false prophecy and tricked us into opening the Ultimate Gate. Mom
Not
was just
useful
the
pop
bait.
culture numbers.
Would you cut it out?
Indeed.
No way, dude. Hey, hang on. Anna Crow is the one who said to collect mirages to find our family. If she hadn't let us on, then...
Maybe she's
No
one
one
of
really
them.
counts with Google Plexus.
Way! Absolutely no way!
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, after all, Anna Crow would never ever lie.
All right then. I guess I'll let it go. So, like, why'd they pick us? How come we were even able to do something like that?
I was hoping you would know. If you're going to ask the someone, you should ask your big sister.
You might be right. Let's return to Balam Garden and go talk to Awen. Lon?
Huh? Oh! Yeah, I guess she might be awake.
Let's go back.
Hey there, Awen.
Tell me one thing. Your past. Do you remember any of it?
No, not really.
Afraid not.
Right. Of course. If you did remember, there's no way you would be talking to me.
But I do remember you're my sister, Wen.
She does. But I don't.
So then, what will you do to me this time?
Do to you? But when those knights were holding you prisoner?
Stop. Huh? I don't know you anymore, so don't call me that.
But when?
Enough.
Okay.
I was a prisoner for a very long time. But it wasn't the knights.
Well, who then?
You ought to know. And why should I bother to help you? Figure out the obvious. You have to remember. For Lady Luce.
Our mom? Is she here? Is she still alive?
Yes, they're here. Lady Luce and Lord Rorik.
Rorik? Our dad? Then Mom and Dad are both okay? Where are they?
But you know that too. Where they are. What they're doing.
We do? Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Awen, are you one of the bad guys?
Me? One of them? You must be joking.
But you went around in a mask tricking us.
Enough. Say no more. I just don't want to hear it. Siren!
Wait! You can't go! We still have so many questions!
You bring nothing to this world but pain and chaos. Leave now. Go back home and never wake from your sleep again. Your mother and father. I'll save them.
Gosh, bomb it. What the honk is her problem? She didn't tell us anything.
No, but you heard what she said about Mom and Dad. They need to be saved.
Huh?
Chaos?
Oh, yeah.
I will
guess she
destroy
did.
chaos.
Okay, but what do they need saving from?
I don't know.
Hey! What's going on? Did you see that mirage? Where's Awen? That explains what happened. But then, what are you two going to do now?
I'm not sure.
I know this may sound a little selfish, but If you don't mind, maybe you could help us fight off the Cogna that have appeared across Grimoire. We need more manpower, as much as we can get.
Sure.
Huh?
Whether we were tricked or not, we're still the ones who brought them here. We have to fix this. As long as we have the power to do it.
Yeah, you're right. Besides, helping the League out with operations means gathering mirages and getting stronger. If Seraphi and Tama are right, and we can trust what Enna Crow told us, then we ought to keep going. Let's collect mirages and find our family.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Great. Okay then, the airship. We'll let you borrow it. The skies are yours. Go on out there and help wherever you can.
It's good that we're helping the League out, but remember, we need to round up more mirages. Tama, these Cogna things, can you tell us more about them? They look powerful.
Like mirages, some of the Cogna are strong and some not so the much. Then
Some are
again,
strong
the
and
tough
some are
ones are
not.
really the tough. In fact, some of the Cogna have such powerful defenses that regular attacks that won't even leave a scratch on them.
Dude, what? How are we supposed to stop them then?
Remember, we're not the only ones out there fighting. There's Cloud, Squall, Lightning. We're all gonna have to learn to help each other out.
Right. Good point.
But where do we start?
Chapter 21. Chaos in Grimoire.
Okay, so where are we supposed to start?
Well, if we can track down Cloud, Squall, and Lightning, they could probably use a little help with the Cogna.
Right, but where are they? Oh, we need more intel!
Oh, for that the kind of stuff, you should definitely consult with Seraphi. Hang on while I go in to get her.
Yeah, hi. So I suppose you're gonna make me break out the old rumor radar for you.
Rumor radar?
Finally.
Oh,
the
that's my
rumor
secret
radar.
power, hun. It lets me instantly snap up every bit of gossip within my threshold. In a teensy world like this, that basically only amounts to everything.
Whoa, now that's cool!
Huh? Is it cool?
Well, I'm no expert, but I'd say it is.
Woohoo! I thought I'd never be one of those cool pixies.
Well, you'd be the cooler if you picked up facts instead of rumors.
Thanks for that reminder.
Well, so do you mind trying it?
Yeah, sure. I guess I'll start us out by narrowing down the search to those Cogna we're after. Sound good?
Sound good. So we have to read every rumor here. That will open up new quests.
So, like, things are basically terrible everywhere?
That's a problem. We can't be in all of those places at once.
Time! I command you to stop!
Okay, can we just build a time machine or something?
Inside Ninewood Hills, you do realize that time is essentially stopped?
Oh, wait! That girl behind the door in Ninewood Hills. Couldn't she help us reach everyone?
You're right. Inside her room, we can skip around to any point in time that we want.
To board the airship, all you have to do is press the...
So yeah, early in the game we met the T-girl here. She can interfere with
now?
every area.
Hey, what are these Armagem things? You found some Armagems?
We're not exactly sure what they're for, but we did turn up a few.
That's good. They have great value here. You can think of those gems as a kind of token.
Token?
Yes. In order to touch another's soul, or to tamper with time, first, you must offer compensation, hence the Arma Gems, tokens you can pay in recompense.
Oh, so the more we find, the more stuff we can do here.
Right.
But isn't that kind of dodging the question? Okay, they're tokens, but where do they come from?
You needn't wonder about every little thing. Huh? The world has some secrets. You're simply better off not knowing.
Okay.
Better don't know the secrets. So first off, we're gonna
What
trade
now?
in
Which?
some of the armor gems against Titus. Or for Titus.
What's this stuff about invoking champions?
With invocation, you can call upon the mediums you've met for help, and then they will fight alongside you in the field of battle.
Dude, what? Really?
Really? The catch is, you can only invoke their power for a very limited time. Basically, they pop right in and whoosh right back out.
Pop, whoosh, got it. All the same, the fact
It's
that we
like
can
an
invoke them at all,
ultimate attack.
it sounds pretty useful.
You build up energy by dealing
it'll make
damage
collecting
and
mirages
receiving
way
damage.
easier.
And you can
Alright,
use that
but there
energy
are
to summon
First,
one of
not all
the
mediums are
characters
champions.
to deal
They
damage
must awaken
or
to their true
use a
potential
spell.
before you can invoke them. Furthermore, some champions awaken in stages, and each to their own abilities. You'll need Arma Gems to awaken them, and you'll want to put some thought into who you're going to invoke, and at what time for that matter.
Yeah.
And invoking isn't free. You have to bend all kinds of divine rules to pull it off, which means more compensation.
And I guess we can't pay in Arma Gems?
Not the gems. Use those here to awaken champions. To invoke, you'll have to store
Ancient
up a different
debugging
kind of
knowledge
pendant.
awakening.
Why don't you think of it as a kind of gauge? When you have enough champion points, you can invoke them.
Oh, that's super easy to understand. So, how do we go about storing champion points then?
Wear down your souls.
Wear down your soul.
To put it simply, the gauge fills when you're hurt, and when you defeat mirages.
Right. Okay. So basically all we have to do is keep fighting.
And we choose Titus specifically because he deals damage and also gives us an evasion buff.
One thing. Many champions can be found across Grimoire, but you will only be able to call upon 3 of them at any given time. Think carefully about the situation, and choose the champion suited to the task at hand.
But why?
We don't
Takes
care
a
about
lot
the
of connecting the
limitations,
dots to
we
make
just
sure they can
need
reach
one.
you. Unfortunately, 3 is the most that I can handle. But if you're willing to offer up your souls as additional portals, then I could arrange something.
I am pretty sure there's no way that can be good, so we'll pass.
So yeah, we're gonna set up Titus. And I'm also gonna sort my items. I wanna have my spell stones at the bottom. Looks good. Yep.
What now?
Before we have the first fight, we have to watch a few more cutscenes.
Another wave. Magna rotors.
So
6
now the
o'clock.
basic idea is
Approaching at speed.
help
Distance, 0.8
every
clicks.
area
Baby,
where the Cogna
Direct me behind
invaded.
you. 800 out.
Sometimes it just requires us to play a minigame, sometimes we have to fight a boss.
All targets down. Not a direct hit this time, but the blast was enough.
We can't keep doing this forever.
If I may, sir, there must be a mobile command center, a cognate that tells the others what to do. If we can locate that and destroy it...
Command center. There is that Cogna we've been trying to pin down. But you've heard the same reports as I have. Not even the Black Mage's magic was able to put a dent in it. Even if we found it, how are we supposed to stop it?
If only we could use machines. Fight fire with fire like Rain and Lawn did.
Fight fire with fire. I think I know someone who can help.
What is it? I heard that you wished to speak to me?
Allow me to get directly to the point. That Magitech armor of yours, can it damage the Cogna's mobile command center?
Watch on Edgar's smile. Pay attention to Edgar's smile.
Be possible? Edgar, you're staring.
Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help but be captivated by your beauty. Tell me, did it hurt when you fell from heaven?
Again? Really?
Oh, you're playing hard to get, I see.
So back to the subject at hand. Is it possible, or no?
My Magitech armor, I summoned it just like a mirage, so I imagine it must be similar to the Cogna. If so,
Phoebe,
logically speaking, it should be able to hold its own against them. But I wasn't myself when I used it. Zagwaridis was controlling me.
Say no more, I understand. Forgive me for opening up old wounds like that. Shame on me. But then, of course, my lady is free to inflict a few wounds of her own, now that she has laid my heart bare.
Okay, so what do we do about the Cogna? Should we get Rain and Lawn after all?
Good question.
Rain. Lawn. Right. I never did get a chance to repay them. But I can help them now. Alright. I'll do it.
So I can't really explain the minigame up here, because we never played in
Where to look?
speedruns. We just place our creatures here and exit out.
Well, I hope I'm at least saving them a little trouble.
Here's the end. First area saved.
What now?
Fire.
If that hits us head on, I'll just have to hold them off here. Good luck. Lightning, Eiko, and my Princess Sarah.
Well, that was cutting it close. Lucky for us, it isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, huh?
Thank you for coming, Eiko. Your journey here must have been long and risky.
Huh? Aw, it really wasn't that big of a deal. I'm just happy I could be of service. And besides, the only job I have is to flip the switch, so to speak. It's called the Lute of Ragnarok, isn't it? Lightning's assessment was spot on. The lute is like Big Bridge. It's an eidolon that's entered into a deep sleep. I'm amazed you never realized what you had. But if I didn't know about it, how could you?
Cornelia's history goes back a long way. From what I understand, our first king was a summoner.
I think it's safe to say there's no doubt about it now. Well, whatever the case, our new friend will need lots of magic to bust through that Cogna's armored shell.
Yes, but lightning will come through for us.
We need magic.
Gotta hurry before that thing gets off another shot. Every
Now
second
making a
counts.
game, it will test your reflexes. 3, 2, 1. Nice.
Gotta hurry before that
0.10.
thing gets off another shot.
So we just quit out.
I know what you've come for.
And still
Is
get
this
it done.
What now?
Now part 2. We get finally into the fight.
Hey guys! That thing is looking right at us this time! What do we do?
Eiko!
Set the judgment staff now! Okay, rise and shine! Loot of Ragnarok awaken!
Fire. Only broke the barrier. And that's where we come in.
That's what I've been waiting for. It's over, Cogna!
The girl in the tomb has the ability to swap out any person against us.
like that.
What would you even do with it
For
if you
us.
had one? Now, come on. We have to stop this thing before it goes any further.
Got it.
So I'm gonna buff Rain with Priest and Faith, so that she deals more damage. Unstack to get more turns. And then just throw lightning marbles. Good thing is, if when I unstack, every character in the stack will keep the buff. So that's pretty nice.
I did it? Really?
Maybe you did. Or maybe some nosy friends of ours decided we needed their help.
Is that so? So they saved me once again. Lon, Rain.
Heal up.
What now?
Okay, chat, it's time to count.
That's how many?
Don't know. After we hit 20, I stopped counting.
At least we're wearing it down.
You can tell yourself that.
It's exactly as I thought. I've been keeping an eye on its behavioral patterns, and it seems to keep moving between the fire valleys.
Then you were right. It must be drawn to heat sources.
Luckily, at least we know now that it shouldn't be coming for Nibelheim anytime soon.
But remember Valley 7. There's always a chance one of the fire valleys can go out.
If it does, and that thing's near Nibelheim, it might take what it can get.
If it's alive, it can die. So let's hit it till it does. As many times as it takes.
Okay. This'll be good training.
I'll help in any way I can.
Right. Let's go.
Let's go. So the thing about all these fights is, if you die,
I don't know,
you get
but everything from
all
its
your
ancient
items
to its
back.
everything is the right off the scale.
Have we even got a shot at this thing?
Fortunately, it seems like its healing abilities are the limited.
So then, we shouldn't expect to take it down in one shot.
Huh? Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, we fight it as many times as it takes.
Dude, that means we have to live through the first time.
So like Tama said, this one will keep the HP, except every other enemy. So one marble deals 150, 1500 damage, one spellstone is 3000 damage, so it's basically one hit or two hits, and I need to count to 50. So I unstack to get more turns. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, Ultima. I died and I get all my items back.
What now?
23 is okay. Oh wait, yeah. So I can skip this one, we watched it already. 23. Chocochip died, that's bad. It's the fastest one I have. 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 41, 42, 43, 34. It was a fast Ultima. I need to get to 50.
What now?
So 34. $46, 48, use one normal, 49, and I kill myself, so that I get my items back. Now one hit and the boss is down.
What now?
And that's the only boss that will keep the HP. Every other enemy will get the HP back.
Phew! We did it! Oh, that's enough fighting for an entire lifetime.
Glad you stuck with us. Rain, Lon.
And we can get to the next area.
What now?
Sid, have you found a pattern yet? Where's the Phantom train?
Still no luck, I fear. It gives new meaning to random, I can tell you that much.
Well, if you can't track it, we'll have to give up for now. A train that traverses the real and unreal, just our luck. And it only shows itself when it's ready to attack. Not an honorable mirage, is it?
If only we had documentation of how these Mirage trains work. Even just some blueprints would do.
That's it.
That's what, Rain?
We already know someone who runs a Mirage train.
Oh, Cactus Guy.
That's right. The time to exact my revenge has finally arrived.
Another minigame. We don't care about the output.
Cactuar! Your sass is grass!
You certainly are fired up today, now aren't you, my little giant girl?
Rain, I know you're excited about this, but can I cut in?
Sure, be my guest.
Conductor, if my sister beats you, how about you promise to give us the blueprints to your train? Deal?
Oh, we're on! But that's a big if you're talking about.
Here I come!
Ah, bring it!
Yes, it's a big if.
Okay, Rain. Gotta stay focused.
You just press a button.
Ha! Yeah! Ha!
No way!
You're done! Yeah! Ha! Lost again!
And don't try again. Oh yeah.
What now?
It doesn't really matter. If you win, you get another cutscene. Where you get the blueprints.
This is the place
but it
Lon
has
and
no
Rain
effect
told
on the
us
story.
about.
Yes, we should be right on time. But I don't get it. How did they figure out where the Phantom Train will appear?
Beats me. They work in strange ways. Bingo. Right on schedule.
Wasn't that a... you know...
Oh yeah, another ghost train.
I can't hear you!
You could have just covered your ears. Hey, what's that weird machinery coming out of it?
That train must be related to the Cogna somehow.
It's just a Cogna? Oh, that's no big deal.
It's no big deal.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a huge deal.
Hey! Stop picking on me. Where's my agent? I'm leaving!
What the? Sis? Where are you going? Come back! Hello? Please?
Gotcha!
Whoa. For a second there, I thought you really bailed.
She was the considering it.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna haste and faith on Rain again to deal more damage. Now we just spam lightning rounds. That's an AoE attack, that's why we don't unstack.
Celeste, wasn't that your name?
Yes, that's right.
Celeste, you've got skill. Why don't you join Seed?
Sorry. I've no intention of joining a group like that again.
Doesn't have to be a permanent arrangement. Think it over. We could use someone as tough as you.
I'll give it some thought. Anyway, did you notice? We weren't the only forces at play during that battle.
Hmm? You're right. I thought it went down more easily than expected. When I see those two, I guess I'll have something else to thank them for.
As will I.
And important to heal up, because there's no fight coming up.
What now? Who's...
We pick up all the rewards. Don't try again. And go to the last mission before we can continue with the main story.
That mosquito brings me no end of woe.
I agree that that thing's buzz is super annoying, but it's also really dangerous.
Right. We've been lucky, but some towns have suffered great damage, thanks to the explosives that Cogna drops from the air.
Explosives, you say? And how are they made?
Well, they don't seem to be the same as real bombs. I've heard they're more like some sort of magical charge.
A new kind of magic, eh? You don't say. You there, the jock with the gills of a flounder.
Huh? What? You mean me?
See another jock here?
Oh, come on, Doc. You could call
Think
me
I
by
care
my...
about your name? Surely you jest. Now get out there and capture that annoying pest.
Huh?
Oh, use that thing from the game you play. The silly water ballet.
You mean Blitzball?
Water
Yes,
ballet.
that. Knock it out of the sky and bring it back here. I'll be waiting over in my laboratory. Now, chop chop, my dear.
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, is there anything I can do to help?
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
See water ballet. Yes. Another
Here we
mini
go.
game where we just lose. Forward ball. Oh no, we are not hitting it.
I'll beat you next time, for sure.
Don't try again. And we are done.
It didn't seem any worse for the fall, did it? That might have got nasty on my own. I owe ya, Valifor.
She's always been chibi. Ah, I see.
Oh, you too, Lon and Rain. Huh? Wait, why did I thank two people who aren't even here? I'm weird.
With my knowledge and skill, I can make better use of this new magic than those silly Cogna creatures ever will.
Ah,
Okay,
there
we have
you
two
are.
cutscenes here. I'm gonna
Just
take
so
a
you
quick
know,
break.
a message is waiting for you at the airship.
Do you have a moment?
Sure. What's up?
We've located the King of Bahamut and his lieutenants.
Dude, really?
Really, dude.
Where are they?
The end of the chains.
What now?
You already know the towns under Federation control are anchored to chains that extend into the sky.
Don't tell me.
Oh, I'm telling you. We know now that all of those anchors were fired from the same exact location. And that spot must be Bahamut's seat of power.
So you're saying their castle, it just floats there?
Apparently. If Balam Garden can do it, then why not the Federation?
Great! Then we can just sail up there in our airship.
Not quite. Here's the problem. Their castle sits at a much higher altitude. The airship simply isn't built to travel that high.
Oh, come on. What do we do?
First, you should visit a cathedral.
A cathedral?
Yes. At the heart of every town that's a part of the Federation, you're certain to find one. They're sanctuaries that only admit people chosen as architects. And they're much more than that. You need to see it. Once you have, then I'll explain how to get to the castle.
A cathedral, huh?
Where are we supposed to find that?
Remember that strange town we visited? The one where you said something felt kind of off?
Yeah, the one where you told me we should keep a low profile, right?
I bet that was a cathedral in the middle of town.
We've seen lots of towns like that The Sims. We shouldn't have to go that far to find one.
But first, we go on another shopping trip. Mega Phoenix and Elixir. Elixir, Mega Phoenix. Buy lightning marbles. Dragon scales. Protect and shell. Up to 7. And some spider sticks. That's enough. I wanna have tech up here, shell up here. Ifa, high Ifa, Jury Ifa. Torch is fine. It's fine. So let's go to Agathir.
What happened here?
Once the Cogna invaded town...
So, the building in the center of town is the cathedrism?
We're moving on to the end game. We need to enter the castle. Castle of Bahamut, Castle of Next Night. And beat the final boss.
What is all this stuff?
Tell me, what of the soul crystal? How much of the populace have we harvested?
If I had to offer up a guess, then just about 4 souls in every 10.
No way. The architects. Were they?
All this is the true face of the Federation.
I already knew that I didn't like them, but this just turns my stomach.
The architects are making the world better. It's true, if you're the Federation. That's exactly what they do. The architects can live the remainder of their lives in peace, and never want for food. Yes, the moment their souls turn to crystal, and ascend to Bahamut's castle, their wish becomes reality, since crystals don't fight or eat. As for work, all they are required to do is become energy, and so they get their life of leisure as well.
So what, everyone should be happy? Ugh, give me a break!
Lon is the right! This is completely the messed up!
Shulk, did you know about it?
I did. In fact, I was put in a cathedral.
Dude, what?
At first, I believed what they said and became an architect. I was admitted to a cathedral, and I nearly had my soul crystallized. But by sheer coincidence, an accident halted the system, and I managed to escape. Later, Shinra took me in, battered, broken soul and all. They helped me.
When we learned the truth, we knew we had to act. And that's how the anti-Federation resistance got started. Still, until the world fell into chaos, this, breaking into a cathedral, was out of the question. But now we know. These are the entrances to our enemy's castle.
Really?
You mean the chains? They're the way. They deliver all of the crystal.
Correct. Once the architect's souls have been crystallized, the chains conduct them all the way up to the castle.
But how are we supposed to take the chain all the way to the top?
Well, if you're human, it sounds like you have to be a giant to use the chain.
Huh?
Awen explained how it works. You see, she took the chain road when she went to the castle.
She's up there?
Oh no.
She said the road was designed for the Bahamutian army. You need to be both a giant and a Mirage user in order to traverse it. So...
Right. It's gotta be us.
What?
Rain, come on. If we're the only ones who can go, then there's no room for debate here.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Let's kick some Baja butt and give this world a saving it won't forget. After all, if we really did cause all of this mess,
Let's
it's about
kick
time that
some
we settled
Baja
up.
butt.
If you're not sure you're strong enough yet, I think...
Yeah, I think that's a point of no return in a casual playthrough. Going left first. It doesn't matter on the first screens. Could also go right. Now the stealth jewel comes really into play because we don't get any random encounter in here.
I'm starting to get chain sick.
Careful, the mirages here mean the business.
Good, because the stronger they are, the stronger they can make us. Right, Lon?
Right.
Right.
continue left.
I hope we catch up to Win in time.
Another sister. What's this?
Wait, Lon! What do you think you're...
Huh? Rain? She vanished.
She vanished.
Oh, no! What are we going to do?
I don't know. Don't look at me.
Huh? I think she's calling me.
No, Tama, not you, the two. Okay, what now? What do I do? I've lost them both. Why
won't
did
tell
they
him.
disappear?
If you won't.
Where did they go?
Hey,
Seriously,
no
come
objections
back!
here.
Oh, why did they leave me? Oh, you guys. I knew you were okay. I mean, we've seen plenty of contraptions like this.
Uh-huh. Don't pretend like you weren't freaked out. With these devices, it shouldn't take us anywhere near as long to make
I
it to the
wasn't
top.
freaked out, you were.
So from now on, don't touch anything without checking with me first. You got that?
Yep, got it.
What did I just say?
Surprise.
Oops. I'll be good.
That's always an ambush. But it's okay. As long as we are stacked, it's not really dangerous. And as you can see, we need a lot of items for just a single enemy. So we are not fighting anyone. Now we go to the right. Left path is blocked.
Rain, I'm sorry.
For what?
I give up. I don't want to climb this thing anymore.
I give up.
Hey, it's too early to give the up.
If Win can make the climb, then we can make it too. At least I hope so.
Now we go left.
Can you tell us more about the X9 Knights?
They're no good nefarious the meanies who want to...
Fair. So what you're saying is that they don't play fair?
Well, that much goes without saying.
Go right twice. Could also go left there. Doesn't matter.
Well, we beat him once. We can beat him again.
I don't think that Brandalus guy was even trying before.
Well, so what? I wasn't trying either.
Thanks, Lon. That's good to know.
Yeah, very encouraging.
Hey, what can I say?
I wasn't trying either.
Tama,
through a few
do you know
items.
anything else about those three heralds?
Nothing the first hand.
Picking up a chest over here.
have the lots of members.
Mega Ether for money.
There's that many of them? Dude!
Not only
Now we
that,
go right
the
and
ones
left.
with names and the numbers are the cruelest and most dangerous of all. Each is responsible for the destroying many of Inacro's the worlds.
Didn't the champions rise up to stop them?
Of course they'd tried. Without the champions,
But
Got
wait,
the chest over here.
don't...
they sure do. We
Hey Chris, welcome.
Well, don't worry. We have the champions and a whole host of
Physically wow.
This is it.
The final stronghold.
Imagine not listening
Castle
to 7
X9.
hours of Tama dialogue. Can you even call yourself a rough
The silence is giving me
speedrunner?
the heebie-jeebies.
all the say, way the too creepy.
And if you thought the last area was... yeah... creepy, hard to navigate, just you wait until you see the next area. That's the reason you play on Japanese? Yes, true.
Look at this. It's just...
Beyond description.
it's too strange.
Now we can also run on walls.
Sometimes I think you are too. But yeah,
I'm gonna
Remember,
pick
we're
up a few
probably
items
inside
here.
the one of the Herald's thresholds, if not all three.
Fresh what?
don't even pretend you forgot what that is. So, we're already inside the danger zone?
I think so. Just the like this.
Wait, but that means if we go kaput...
I might not.
Is the cheating?
Thresholds are more than just barriers, aren't they?
Technically, they're more like a powerful force field, inside
yeah,
of which
if we
the
die
world's
here,
rules
it's a
can
game
be the
over.
bent and great feats performed.
Don't go back to 900.
So, whenever we step through a threshold, we're stepping inside someone else's private world.
That's the right. I knew it wouldn't take the long for you to understand. But for someone to create a world this physical, this real inside their threshold, they would have to expend a tremendous amount of energy. Not just anyone can do it.
All that soul crystal being sent here.
Chris would never cheat. I know that much.
It's, probably doing the,
It's okay, Lon. Well, whatever form
Elixir.
a threshold takes,
Gonna
we know
sell
how
it
they work
later
in
again.
general, so at least we'll be ready.
That's the right. And you may not have noticed, but
Whoa, really?
Why are there so many mirages here? Doesn't the
many
Federation worry about
mirages.
sharing a castle with them?
Somehow I doubt it. After all,
they don't
Explosion.
stand a chance against the King
Nice
of
full heal.
Bahamut. There's just something about him that feels fundamentally different than the other two heralds.
Yup. First time you are here, it's really rough to navigate. Find the place. A way to go. And heal over
The
here.
X9 Knight's threshold is too the strong.
Isn't that the...
We are fighting Carbuncle. Makes a really sad noise when it dies. Makes me sad. And beating up a Carbuncle opens up a new path.
Hopefully that means he's gone from the
Mega
castle,
Phoenix for
if
money.
nothing else. Come on, let's keep going.
Pick up tech stones. Down here. Skip a item. Don't need it. We skip the chest over here. Down here, circle around. There's no item over here, so we just go to the next area.
Just how far does this go, anyway?
Lon, just keep it cool.
Sorry, I'm just so excited we're finally gonna beat those guys that I'm getting impatient.
Hehehe. Nice laugh. You missed most of the game, yes. You sure did. Welcome. See. Now, gonna fight another Carbuncle. So it will open up another path. Such a sad sound. Should be eye potions. Go left. Picking up a mega elixir. Gonna sell that too to buy more damaging items.
Isn't it great how there's so many mirages to find here?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this place is the best.
Got one random encounter. Isn't it great? Okay. That should be high ether. Nice. We're gonna skip the chest on the right and skip the two chests on the top here. Instead we're going up here to ether. Something with mega. I think it was a potion, Phoenix down. No. Fenrir has a huge hitbox, so we leave Fenrir, get the chest, and ride again. Pick up these chests here, and go to the next area.
Come on, hang in there, you the two. We're getting a little bit closer to them every step that we...
Huh? What's the matter, Tama?
What's the matter, Tama?
Nothing. Something just that gave me a start. That's all that it was. Please, promise me, you'll be careful.
Tama, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Their threshold is just way too strong. Like they're invalidating my existence. They must really hate me.
I can't bear to see you in pain. Please, go back.
But I can't go back. The three of us are a team. Inacro told me to look after you.
Well, you'll be here in spirit, and that's what counts. We'll call you if we get into trouble.
Please? For us, okay?
Oh, all right. But stay on the guard. You still have no idea who you're dealing with.
Hey, we can handle him. I mean, come on. We've held our own against almost everything we faced.
Right. And don't forget, he's got me. We'll be fine.
Alright, if you're with him.
What? I'm no good on my own?
That goes without the saying.
Dude, ouch!
Okay. Well, if you're sure, I guess I'll head back. See you soon! All right?
Yep. You know it.
Bye.
No,
So,
Tama is gone.
The final leg. Lon, you ready?
Yeah. Let's thrash those heralds, so we can finally go home.
Right.
What should I do without Tama? Keep pressing on. There's one carbuncle waiting over here. Now, Hijidoffer, welcome back. No absorb, that's great. If a carbuncle uses absorb, I would need to either use another spellstone or use an attack. And hope I can deal enough damage. Now the last carbuncle is a little bit stronger, it has more HP. So we're gonna defend first, wait for the attack, and stack to get more turns, and spam stones. Okay, that's fine. As long as the Searcher is alive, everything is good. The Searcher needs the experience. Heal up, and I'm gonna save before the final boss rush. I said save.
Release Lady Luce!
And a good morning to you, Aiden man.
Huh?
Welcome, welcome.
How long must this continue, Eleanor? 100 years and counting now, and yet commanding just one body proves a chore. How lowly and pathetic can you get?
My body gives me more trouble than yours does.
Oh, but I do wonder about that.
Hey, scumbags! We've been looking for you! If you think you can just wreck the world and get away with it, then you have got another thing coming!
When Are you... Alwyn, you okay?
So you've made it this far. But no more. You have to stop. You mustn't fight. I know you want to, but you simply can't.
What drivel! What tripe! A farce beyond compare!
Are you quite certain of that? What if they are the world's true champions awakened at last? Should we not deal with them now?
And now it's you who's causing me to grin. The Crimson Prophecy's a done affair. The story needs no postscript, no twist, and no spin. Exeunt. Begone, you whelps!
Begone.
Let's do this, Lon!
That's right! It's on!
So we're gonna start the fight by using one Dragon's Cape Pumped Knight and use Haste and Faith on Rain. The Knight will put up a shield which will half the damage, so using the torch to remove the buff. And now Rain will use 2 water spell stones. Play it safe and heal up. Now we try to kill the knight. That's fine. Good. Nice miss. Okay. Still good. I have to kill Rain near the end. Therefore, let's heal up Plan. No, that's not nice. Let's use the explosion, stack, extend, kill Rain, and kill the boss. It's pretty important to kill Rain here, so that our searcher gets to level 44 and we can change it to another version. Thank you for the good luck, Crimson. Surprise! They're actually people.
Huh? Is that... No.
No more frowning. Now, let's smile. You should turn those corners up, or your happiness will spill right out. You don't want that to happen.
But everybody makes fun of me because they say my arm is creepy.
But look, Mommy's are the same. See? And there's more. Did you know that these arms are very special? They're proof of the joy you'll bring the world.
But only one of my hands looks like yours.
Indeed.
You have one, Lan has the other. So as long as you both work together, there's no happiness you can't attain.
Please, you have to stop gathering so many mirages.
Why's that? We're really good at it. You of all people should be proud.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
You don't have a proper handle on any of them. Think of the trouble you're making. For those around you.
Well, what do I care? It's not any trouble for us.
Fine, then don't you care about your mother? The more mirages that you take away from her...
Oh, please. Mom loves seeing us excel. Don't even pretend it doesn't make her happy. Dad, I just think you're jealous because you don't know how to do it.
Busted.
Just stop! You don't realize. You're the one who said that everyone's lives would be easier if we summoned those gods or whatever. Don't chicken out now, Win.
Yeah, remember? Why else would we even be up here?
You're wrong. A path to another world will...
Just shut the honk up. Oh, I know what to do with you.
What?
Hup!
Are you the one who summoned me?
What is going on? Hey! Who are you?
Children, get over here!
Answer me! Who are you? Ah!
Roland!
No. I didn't.
Ah, these are fine vessels. How astonishing for the first creatures I find to be humans of so high a caliber. So, who will join me? 2 bodies! Take them!
You have to escape. Lon, Rain, Mom, what? Get away! Ah!
So yeah, we get part of our memory back, where we already opened up the gate, summoned the Bahamutian army.
Did that... happen?
What was that? What did we just see?
Lady Luce!
Owen, you're here? You're both safe. I'm so glad. Oh, so glad.
Are you really... our mom?
Rain and Lon, they lost all of their old memories when they were spliced out of Grimoire. They don't remember a thing. Lucky them.
But that's good. Please, Howard. Promise me that you'll forgive them. For me.
I never...
Subtlety. I can never abide it when a more direct solution is at hand.
Come now.
Did you not have some wish? Some grand desire you came here for me to grant? Show me resolve! Show me ingenuity! Show me your power! Show me all the mirages at your behest, but do not show yourself to be lacking!
What kind of thing are you?
I am Grandalis, the mighty king of Bahamut, and number 2-5 of the X9 Knights. I am the conqueror of all A-worlds, and their destroyer.
No. You are nothing but dust! You are going to pay for what you did!
You fiend. I'm gonna make you wish that you were never born!
What? Sis, you okay?
So yeah, we're gonna start by using Silk Spider Silk, to slow him down. Use a Shellstone on Lan to keep him alive. And just start spamming damage. Slow down. 3, 4. Down. 5. 6. Slow down. Down. 7. Keep Lan alive. 8. Get Shell back up. 9. 10. 11. Slow down. Last one. Get Shell back up. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16.
What strength! I can see A's power has already had a profound influence on both of you.
It was easy. Yeah, he only used his AoE attack once. So I have to keep Lan's
I may
HP
not
up
be able to
and use
destroy
Shell
you,
to reuse the
but
damage.
neither can you put an end to me. To
Everything else
pursue
was
this
quite
stalemate
well.
further would be a waste of time.
That's what you think! I have to pay for bringing you into this world. This ends now!
Lan?
Hey, Rain. I know that I've put you through a lot of stuff. I'm selfish. And I'm sorry. It's all my fault that Mom and Dad died like that. And it's all my fault that these freaks have ruined Grimoire. Mine. I have to pay for it all! Watch me!
Foolish boy! My work is done! This will change!
Why? Lan! Why did you have to come back?
the happened to Lon? Rain? Tama. Lon is...
I'm ready. I'm ready to go home. To my Ninewood Hills.
He pulled a Fang and Vanilla. Oh yeah, he did. So we beat up the final boss. Everyone is happy. The run is over. Hours left. Guess we just wanna watch 2 hours cutscenes, credits. Way unnice. You doubt on the everyone happy thing? Really? I think everyone is happy. Yeah, they look so happy. The end. Here you go. We did it. The game wouldn't lie to us, would it? It would never lie to us. And now we have a choice. New Game Plus. Nah, no thank you.
You will not accept this. It was your doing, yours. And now you would refuse to accept the consequences?
Accept it? How could you expect me to accept it? Lon takes the fall while I cower in my fake world? I mean, this is my fault as much as it is his. He shouldn't have to pay my share. Who do I tell I'm sorry? Our mom and dad?
Then I will ask you again. Will you? Or will you not accept the consequences?
I will not. Not these.
Yeah.
Very well.
It wasn't a Final Fantasy boss because it only had one face. Ah. Someone knows stuff.
I shall yield to you all 9 of my precious lives, and give you a chance to continue your tale differently, and weave the threads of time anew.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Life sacrifice acknowledged. Now time shall be threaded anew. Bong. Bong.
Bong. Bong.
Postscript. Turn those corners up.
Huh?
All right. Let's kick some Baja butt and give this world a saving it won't forget. After all, if we really did cause all of this mess, it's about time that we settled up.
Wait!
What's gotten into you?
Just wait. Where's Tama?
Tama? What's that?
Our friend.
Very well. I shall yield to you all 9 of my precious lives, and give you a chance to continue your tale differently and weave the threads of time anew.
So Tama
Wait.
sacrificed her life,
Was that her back there?
turned back the
That
time.
was Tama?
Hey, Lon, you really don't know who I mean? Tama's our friend. This whole journey, she's been by our side.
What? I have no idea what you're saying. What is wrong with you? You're acting so weird.
Well, I've never seen her behave like this. Usually Lon's the one who acts like he got punched in the back of the head.
Seraphy? But you can't be here.
Huh?
What? Why would you freak out about Seraphy? Come on, she's the one who's been by our side. Seriously, do you want to rest a sec?
Seraphy, you know her. You love Tama.
Someone named Tama? Wait, I think I've got it. Could it be short for Tama Mohime? I have no idea where you might have heard the name. It sure does take me back to the old days.
All right. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm going up there to kick some Baja butt.
No!
Huh?
Careful. Tama gave her lives for this chance. It's a new timeline. I can't waste it.
We're not ready to do this.
But why not?
Lon, think about it. Why did we come here in the first place? You remember? What did we say we were gonna do?
What is this, a pop quiz?
Answer the question.
Well, if you mean the first reason, and a crow told us that if we got back all of the mirages we lost, then we might regain our memories and maybe meet our family, right?
That's right. Taking down the Federation? That wasn't in the plan.
Well, of course it wasn't. We didn't even know they existed yet. And anyway, you and me are the ones who brought those Cogna things into Grimoire. It's our mess to clean up.
Even if it means fighting Mom and Dad?
It's
and
not
having
like
to sacrifice
she's
your
dying
life in the
if
end?
she tells him.
Dude, what?
It's,
you really have lost it.
Lon, defeating those guys?
Interdimensional
It won't save the world.
time
No good will come of it.
thing.
What happens to us? To you?
Would you stop getting so worked up? You're not making any sense.
The Cogna. We'll stop them.
Huh? Well, yeah, we can do that too, but since we're here, let's fight these guys.
I told you that won't work. It's pointless.
First, we need to close the portal. Which means collecting more mirages, more getting stronger,
And more owning up to what we've done.
Hello, Rain?
Mom, Dad.
We have to straighten things out with Wen too. And then
Okay, I think
exactly.
it's time
we'll
that we...
gather mirages, get stronger, and close that portal! You can kick their butts after we do all that.
Hold your chocobos! Don't forget, people are losing their souls!
Yes, so let's hurry. Mirage collecting and the portal. Oh, and we have to call Wen back from the castle.
Now that would be too
Hey,
easy.
Seraphy, do you know anything about that mirage
That
that
would be too
Wen
easy.
summons?
The universe would explode,
Oh, yeah, I
implode.
guess. That'd be none
Double
other than
plode.
Siren. She comes from the same world of wind pixies
She's
that
not
I
allowed
do.
to tell it.
You and
Not
her
yet.
are both from the same world? Well, then can you contact her and see if she's with Win?
As long as she's somewhere in Grimoire, then I'd say it's doable.
Great. Would you?
Okity dokity. Be back in a micro mega flash.
Micro
wait.
Mega Flash.
Also, tell her we're sorry for what we did, trapping her for so long. Will you? I know that sorry's not enough, but...
Yeah. You're the boss.
She could, but he knows too
Rain,
fair
what's
well,
up?
yeah.
You know something.
I'll try to explain. But on the way, we're going to Belong Garden. Hey, let's go wait on the deck.
Let's go and wait on the deck. More cutscenes.
Tell me one thing. This time, do you remember? What you two were like? And the terrible things you did?
Yes. A lot of it, anyway. But we're ready. We're going to collect our mirages and face all of our mistakes head on.
All right then. So why did you call me back?
If we have the final showdown now, our fam... You and us won't make it. It's not gonna be the outcome that we're hoping for.
You don't
Now
know
she's
that.
telling it.
It hasn't even...
I do know! Look. I was there. Please, don't fight the Heralds yet. Help us save Grimoire first. We could really use your help.
Do you have a plan?
We're going to use the portal.
The Ultimate Gate? What do you want with that? If you're thinking about opening it again.
No, it would never work without you, Win. Well, actually, we need all of the summoners for it to work.
Lon is right. Summoners have the power to bring mirages from other worlds into this one.
Basically, they create a bridge between two worlds.
But so can you. In fact, the power is stronger in Mirage Keepers.
Don't look at me. I'm just regurgitating all the stuff that Rain told me she remembers now.
A Mirage Keeper's powers, they're not like those of a summoner's. We trap mirages, using miniature worlds that are created by real architects, like our father. And once they're confined, we can release them. And at that point, they're ours to command at will. But to pull that off, you need to bend the rules. And only breakers like our mother can do that.
Is that true? So then, your parents' talents, they became yours, to wield any mirage?
Yes. And there's more to it. Breakers can extract power from any of their mirages, and then add it to their own.
So the more we find, the stronger me and Rain can make ourselves.
We didn't give it much thought when we were collecting them back then, but... in fact, we stole our mom's power along with her mirages.
Wait. If Keepers can't actually connect two worlds...
Yeah. When I summoned Brandalis, I sorta had to borrow your powers, Win. I used the crystal cage.
That explains it. I could feel it too. It's like the cage. It was drawing the strength right out of me. And while I was trapped in there, the heralds could draw on my power, and even pose as me. Wait a minute. Then, did they?
Yes. They slowly deceived the world with the Crimson Prophecy, so that Lon would restore the gate.
And by gathering up the other summoners, again, they managed to create a bridge.
Right.
That explains a lot of things. Okay, so going back. The Ultimate Gate, why do you need it? It's too late to destroy it.
We know. Even if we do, or take out Brandalis, then we're still stuck with a world full of Cogno we can't get rid of. So, we'll reverse it.
What?
Right. We hope, if we reverse the flow...
It'll send the Cogna and Heralds back where they came from.
So please, if you and the summoners help us, we can do this, Awen. I know that after all we've done, we don't have any right to ask this. But...
I'll do it.
You do?
Huh? Honestly, I'm not so sure about your plan. It might work like you say. And then again, it might not. But I feel like it's something worth trying. Still.
Yes. They'll come after us if they catch on.
It's more than that. The heralds are using your parents...
I know that. But you can trust me. Trust us to take care of it.
Okay. When you feel you're ready, say the word.
Thank you so much, Win. I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. You can call me Win. It feels too strange, Awen, coming from you two.
Hey, maybe there's a chance. This arm's gonna bring the world some joy. I know it.
This arm is gonna bring the world some joy. Yes.
Hey, Lon, do you remember the Pleiad?
The plead? What's a plead?
I'm still a little hazy on the details myself, but remember how it seemed like Ifrit and Shiva and Ramu seemed to recognize us?
It's totally
I
fine.
remember them mentioning something like that.
I think there were more
You
mirages
just
like
need
that.
to save the world
7 of them.
which we destroyed.
Oh, I get it. Is that what plead means then?
Pleiad. But yes. So I think that might mean there are 4 other powerful mirages we knew besides Ifrit, Shiva, and Ramu.
Huh, no kidding. Well, considering how tough that trio is, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get the rest of them on our side.
Also
Yep,
not
my
haven't
thoughts
seen most of the
exactly.
story yet. You just
Hey,
see
do
some
you mind
bits
if I
of it.
ask you
It's
something
hard
strange?
to follow.
Huh? Like what?
Am I correct that you're in charge of controlling the gates and managing our prismariums now?
What do you mean now? Please. You know full well that this pixie has always been in charge of both.
That's basically it.
In case everywhere we go.
Stole
but
the
we can't
Pound's
access it
power,
from safe locations.
summoned Brandalus,
And you're the one who returns us to
When
Ninewood
did this
Hills
destroy the
when we
world?
fall in battle?
and Lan and
Well,
Rain
yeah,
lost
sort of. I
their
have to
memory.
use the return crystal Enna Crow gave me, which unfortunately means we have
Brandalus
to come
made
back
up
to
a
Ninewood Hills every time.
prophecy to open up
Hold
the
on
gate
a
again.
second. This is strange.
Summon
What's with the
more
sudden barrage
evil
of
guys.
questions?
Cogna
I guess I
into
just
the world.
like to go over things now and then.
Huh? You serious?
I guess that means most of what I know about Tama applies to Seraphi in this timeline. As long as I remember that, I should be able to play along.
Fix it somehow. This time for real.
There was any... Oh, but,
I'm gonna do a
you
menu
hear the
here.
map?
First off, our searcher is level 44. So we can learn the transformation to a Death Searcher. Also, we learn a few abilities. Gonna start with the first 9 here, which will include Death and Gravity. Now we need to read from Umar for the Colosseum. And we go and do our last shopping, I think. Set everything with Mega Ether, Mega Phoenix, Mega Elixir. Buy X potions. Lightning marbles, dragon scales, protect stones and shell stones. Maybe some Phoenix Stones. Gonna change my items so that I get Effect over here, Shell over there, Explosion here, and my Elixir over here. Don't need to put you over here, but it's fine. And we go to the Colosseum. I wanted to say something, but I forgot.
Begin.
Guess. There are two kinds of Final Fantasy games. One is where you can't use gravity on any boss because every boss is immune to gravity damage.
Well, it's like...
And some Final Fantasy games have the ability to use gravity on boss fights. And that's one of it. So I can use gravity and deal a lot of damage to the enemies.
So, I hope that you're ready to go through us.
It will save me a few items.
If you think you can.
Yeah, we need to capture the Peers, the Aeons. Therefore, we're gonna use Ice on Shiva, Fire on Ifrit. Try to catch Shiva first, because we have no items with ice damage anymore, and the effect can disappear when capturing.
Oh.
Now we do a few more fights to get some items. This one, for example. Okay, nice. So there's a chance that you get the Ramu cutscene here randomly.
I thought we did this already.
Anytime
Hey
you
guys,
choose another
why
battle.
isn't Ramu here with you?
Whoa, hey, don't go saying.
If you don't get it, you can also go back to Seraphi and talk to her.
The old man is all
Or
eyes
to
and
Rumo in the
ears.
Colosseum.
What kind of hot
You
water
get
you twerps
Ramu.
trying to get us in? And you! What were you thinking saying Ramu? Oops.
Is that how the tumble sounds?
I heard that, you two. Tell me, why would you sneak away? What possessed you?
Oh, well, you know, we were sort of bored out of our wits.
No, look! We were giving Lon and Rain some help with their training.
Oh, nice. That is right. We're only thinking of them.
You numbskulls. There's a reason we must stay in the nebula, and you know what it is.
We're not dumb. The Tri-Element's barrier, right? We have to maintain it.
Come on, it's just one excursion.
Dunderheads. Already your little excursion has led to 2 casualties.
What? Don't tell me someone got out.
Do you know who it is that escaped?
An Ifrit and a Shiva. In both cases, you might say they were your unfairer sex.
Right, it just had to be her.
He's on the loose? Ugh. This is going to be such a pain in the duff.
Hey, you said casualties. You don't mean people.
Yeah, they'd have to be. When no one summons us, we have to enter this world the old-fashioned way.
It's simple, really. In lieu of an elaborate summoning ritual, we can just use the magic in a human body as our gate. And as for the poor human, well, it's kind of messy.
What? The Nether Nebula. Boundaries there are thin. Therefore, the old queen came to us and asked we place a barrier there, along the world's fringe.
And because these two decided to goof off...
Now, people have been hurt.
Look, we made a big mistake.
A colossal mistake, you claws.
Colossal mistake.
So to sum it up, another Ifrit and Shiva are on the loose and wreaking havoc here in Grimoire, right?
They may have been waiting for just this chance. If they know our Ifrit and Shiva and how responsible they always are.
Too bad we don't fight the
They're just
other
two mirages.
Ifrit and
Me
Shiva.
and Rain can handle them.
I've never seen
We'll
them.
find them and teach them a good lesson.
That's right. You three return to the nebula. Take care of that barrier.
Very well. In that case, we will leave images of ourselves here in this place, so you may continue to train with us as before, unless you object.
No! You took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay. Lon, Rain, see you.
Great goblins. They certainly are a handful.
A female Ifrit and a male Shiva, right?
And just when we thought we'd run out of mirages to collect.
Let's try again. We go back into the fight. Because we get water spell stones after we win. After we win the fight, I'm gonna start by defending with Rain. Cast Death. Use one Ether on Lan. And cast Death again. Instant win.
Well done.
Well done. Now we go down to 21. Catch of the day. Get more water spell stones. Just use lightning marbles. And one more additional fight we do. These two are pretty much optional, just to get some items. This one is really important because we get sleep resistance, and there's one boss fight coming up that will spam sleep a lot, and we need the sleep resistance. And the last fight, we need to catch Ramu. So Ramu is lightning element, so we need lightning damage so that we can catch it. Nice. And now I can learn all the abilities for our Death Searcher.
Good job!
The reason why I didn't do it earlier is I get an ability where I get healed up every time I defeat an enemy, and it will slow me down because I kill a lot of enemies here, but now I need it for the upcoming boss fights. Put in the sleep resistance in here. Oh, I forgot to give agility to someone. Auto Hot Potion. I think it was the Choco Chick. Give the Choco Chick more agility. Back to town. Now we have to fight a few more of Espas. Let's start here.
So it's been that long.
None of us know exactly how long it's been, but it's estimated the giants who lived here
Starting with the
must
worst
have
one.
disappeared about 100 years ago.
A century. Huh. It's a little hard to imagine.
Well, why don't we head back to the airship and...
What the... Was there something I could help you with, Bahamut? Oh. Or should I call you Tia Babalo?
You dare speak my true name before a stranger? Have you lost your mind?
What is going on? It's been a century, you said? Been quite a while. But I used to know old Bahamut here.
You know the Dyad servant?
A servant? Me?
A servant?
Oh, sorry. She means that you once served Lon and Rain.
Ah, yes. Who can forget those two?
What? Lon and Rain are the demon Dyad?
The heralds, probably Seguaridus, must have concocted the name to spice up their crimson prophecy. But there's a basis to it. The original Azure prophecy mentions demons too. Did Lon and Rain know? Could they have read it?
Rain always was an avid reader.
Yes, she was. Except acting out prophecies sounds like Lon.
You know, you're kind of taking all the wonder out of my childhood here.
One thing I know, no one would have started calling them the Demon Dyad or whatever if you hadn't been there, acting like demons and wreaking havoc against their will.
Ha! You can blame the heralds for that. I don't care how long I was sealed away. How dare Brandilus name his army Bahamut and declare himself king of this world? I'll kill him! Tell me where he is right this instant!
Is that the reason you're here? Listen, I've observed Brandilus up close for a century, and... Tia Babalo, face it, you don't stand the slightest chance against him.
What was that?
The X9 Knights. I trust you've heard of them.
They're a fusion of three things. An Esper like me, a human, and lastly a god from the Extraverse. Correct.
Gods from the Extraverse? Espers? What are those?
Well, the Azure prophecy makes mention of them both. Essentially, it says, "From oblivion, light and dark were born. Light begat beings called Espers. Dark begat monsters, and humans who sought the light. In the Extraverse, the world that surrounds ours, live gods that feed solely on death and destruction. Gods that are beings and non-beings, and will not heed reason. One world found a tear in the fabric, and exploited it to confine Espers inside their human bodies. However, this tear left them open to the Extraverse and its cruel gods."
So then does that mean the heralds are those exact same gods?
I can't say anything with real certainty yet. In the end, the prophecy is just words, so the best we can do is venture a guess at what it means. In fact, it's because this first section was so ambiguous, it was omitted from copies. Only direct descendants know it.
Then, that would make you...
Yes, that's right. The first summoner's descendant. Oh, and probably the last giant summoner, I would imagine. Although, it seems that some of you have picked up the art of summoning in our place. You'll keep it alive.
Enough!
Enough.
Get to the point! Are you saying that Brandilus has become an X9 Knight?
Yes, that's right. A being who, just like in the prophecy, has crossed dimensions. In a way, what else can you call him but a god? He's completely different from the Brandilus that you think you know. You can't beat him. You can't even touch him.
This cannot be! What you say is impossible!
Poor Bahamut
It
is too
doesn't
weak.
matter what Brandalus is like now! He's not me! I'm the true king! The Bahamut King! Tia Babalu the Great!
Great. I see your temper's as short as ever.
Why are we fighting?
And in the Doom, every time we get a fight, we can step in
So the
and
Demon
help.
Die Hard thing, that was talking about us, huh?
Yeah, I kind of figured as much by now, to be honest.
Oh, Rain. Do I have to remember my past if it's this much of a train wreck?
Well, hang on. From what Wynn was saying, weren't most of our crimes against humanity caused by these troublemakers?
Why don't you ask me? What are you two doing here?
Would you quit it? You really need a lesson in anger management.
I need what?
Oh, also, you should forget about messing with the Heralds. It's true, you can't win.
Then I shall just have to slaughter you in order to prove just how wrong you are.
We go. Bahamut is pretty terrible because he can spam touchdown and kill me over and over again. So I'm gonna set up Protect on Lan. Gonna use 6 gravities. First attack was a crit, but that was already not nice. Gonna haste Lan. Touchdown, of course. Good thing is, if one of my party members dies, it will also proc the healing effect on Lan. Second gravity. Touchdown. Wow. Yep. And this is how a fight can go. Just spams touchdown and kills you.
What now?
Good thing is I get all my items back. We don't have to watch it again. Protect. Gravity. To Reaper. Number 2. Really? So as you can see, the toggling effect where you lose your stability is the worst thing that can happen here. Bahamut, please behave. On. Oh, please. Oh, Chocotic survived. Gonna defend. Do I get a turn? Missed Choco Chip twice. 4. Okay, nice. 5. Already counting down, that's not nice. Gonna revive Choco Chick to get one more party member. And haste Lan. 6. Now I just spam marbles and hopefully kill it before the countdown ends. Also unstack Lan to get more turns. Also, if a stack has an effect like haste and I unstack, every party member gets the effect. So every party member in Lan's stack has haste now. Bahamut resists every element except holy, but there's no way to deal holy damage with items. We did it! Took me only 3 tries.
This can't be.
Yes, it's basically just hope that he doesn't topple us
Such strength.
by spamming
Just a guess,
touchdown.
but we must be more powerful than before. This is like our second go at this, right?
Because we are pretty fragile at the moment.
You know,
Yeah,
we're planning to
we
fight
will stay for
Brandolus.
the rest of the game.
If you come with us, you can have a shot at him.
Only thing we can do is reduce the damage
Now that I'm
by
lost, I have no right to
putting up
refuse.
Protect on
I'm
Lan.
yours.
He's the more tankier stack.
Did we actually defeat him? A dyad servant?
Huh? Huh? Oh.
You just have to ask
How
nice.
about that?
Yes.
Lon and Rain have just taken
Gonna
their
try it
servant
next
back.
time a little bit
What?
earlier.
Lon and Rain are here? How is that?
I don't know, but that's a good question for when I see them.
We get Diabolo. Not Diabolos. Bahamut. Diabolos is my next split. Heal up, really important.
What now?
Next one.
This should be the place I heard about.
So you have normally 3 sizes.
Traveler,
L, middle and
test your
small.
strength.
Or large, middle and small. Size
So there
of
you
creature
are.
decide where you can put them in a
The
stack.
butcher. You've heard a lot of people.
These Espers have
They call me a
XL
butcher?
size.
Rubbish.
So if you use them, you
I merely
only have
challenge
one
fools who would be
creature
challenged
as
and
by
they
itself.
die.
Then you're not
No
very
other
sporting.
stack.
Every one of your victims was cut down without a fight.
Because they are not leveled up,
He
we
who
will never
lives by
use
the
them.
sword must be quick to draw it. Truly, they met with no foul play. If they expired without a struggle, that attests to their dearth of skill and not my lack of honor. It is a troubling thought to be gone less than a century and return to find swordsmanship so diminished. Troubling indeed.
How poetic. If it's a challenge you're looking for, why don't you see how you and your principles fare against me?
Your spirit is impressive. Let us begin.
Lightning against Odin. Sounds familiar?
What?
Sorry, dude. There's been a change in the lineup.
You really ought to know better than to butcher people.
I remember you. To fight again after so long would be a thrill. But you catch me as my blood quickens for another. My first worthy foe in ages. This trickery. This space in which you have confined me. I'll not be detained.
What is... Lon! Get out of the thing's way!
Oh, dude!
Zan, Tets, Ken. Missed by a hair. Good. You're the strongest warrior I've crossed swords with in years. And yet, 'twould be poor form to pursue this now. Find a new blade, and we shall continue this test of our might.
Looks like this won't be as easy as I thought.
Does he have a weakness? You're taking on Odin?
Yes.
Yeah. I heard that you have experience with the Dyad servants. Basically, anything you can tell me would be a big help.
Odin. Oh, got it. It's just an old rumor, but...
Does Odin has a weakness?
At last. You would try me with the same sword that failed you before?
Yeah. Except, I thought I'd mix things up.
That girl. She looks like Ramuz.
It's his grandkid.
Grandkid!
I see you've been sniffing about. Is this the best you can muster?
Yep. What's wrong? Suddenly you don't look so hot.
Silence! Make your peace before I cleave you in twain.
What do we have here? Is Odin afraid of a Weedle Whitening? Hey, that reminds me. Wasn't old Ramu the only one you never had the guts to go head-to-head with?
Whoa! Dude, is that true?
What I cower before no one.
Odin is afraid of thunder. Gonna set up Protect first. Gravity 1. Turbo Eva. Gravity 2. Now spam Lightning Marbles. Nice miss. It's fine.
Good. This shall forever stand as proof that your skill surpasses mine. I'm pleased to have met so fierce a warrior. Ours was a duel to remember.
That's for sure. But it was a close one. At least, no more travelers will get shorn in two. Ramule, I owe you one.
Ramule!
Oh, and I guess I owe Lon and Rain a thank you as well, wherever they are. Now then.
2 done. 2 to go. Up.
What now?
I get 2 cutscenes here, so I should have enough time to get a break.
Captain Ferris!
What is it, Mog?
Oh, she's been sighted on the low seas, Kubo.
Who has?
The great sea demon, Leviathan, Kubo.
Let her come. I was hoping that beast would return within my lifetime. Sildra! Today we avenge them. Your family and my great-grandfather. Our long wait is finally over. Are you ready? Right! Head for the low seas!
Count me in too, Kubo.
worse than last time I come here. Never ever again, Kubo!
Stop hanging the jib. That was nothing. Lon and Rain, I don't know how you did it. Now, tell me where that demon was spotted.
In the waters of Babel, not far from the Rainbow Shore, Kupo.
Leviathan! Here I am! Show yourself! Come out and fight, if you have the courage!
What's all this noise? Who might you be? Oh, so she killed your ancestors. Now, you seek revenge?
Aye. She must pay. For my great-grandfather and Sildra's kin.
As you wish. I'll call her for you.
Must you always raise such a clamor like that? My ears work fine. Little Adamantis, can't you see? I'm trying to enjoy myself. I have missed these seas. Your reason for disturbing me had best be good.
We're the ones who are disturbing you, Leviathan!
Well now, what is this tiny creature?
I'll show you, Tiny! You killed my great-grandfather Tycoon. He died, with all of Sildra's clan. But on this day, we will have our vengeance!
And I'm here to help, Kupo!
Tycoon and Sildra, did you say? Oh, astonishing. So their bloodline survived. But, hold, you say you seek vengeance upon me?
That's right! Don't you dare feign ignorance! My great-grandfather was brave. When you attacked Sildra's family, he fought to save them. And died. But we swore that one day, we would have our vengeance. For generations we've waited! It's my good fortune that you appeared in my lifetime. Because now, I can be the one to settle the score!
Foolish girl. Am I to believe a whelp like you has any chance of defeating me? Not a chance. Not in 1,000 years. What now? Where am I? What is this?
It's a fantasy, where dreams and reality and time all touch. But don't ask me to explain what that means exactly.
I guess you might say, when somebody fights our friends, we tag in. You get it?
But how can... Oh, you two. How many long years have passed?
Can't tell you that, but did we really used to know each other?
Forget all that. Ferris thinks you killed her great-grandpa and Sildra's family. Is that really true?
Well, honestly, I'm not altogether certain myself. As I recall, when Tycoon's crew was attacked by Bismarck's forces, on a whim, I may have helped them to defend themselves. Once I left, any number of villains could have done them in, but that's no concern of mine.
Then you mean Ferris and Sildra are mistaken?
So why not just tell them as much?
If their hatred for me has been festering all this time, then I cannot calm the waves by telling them it was all a big misunderstanding. As such, the wisest course of action is to accept their challenge, to let them break themselves against me.
The way you're making it sound, you know they're fighting over nothing, but you still won't let them win? Really?
Why would I let them win? I am not beholden to them. They chose this.
Then I've got bad news.
To fight them, you have to go through us.
Well, that can be easily arranged.
Wow. he's not saying anything. So I'm starting with haste on Lan. Gonna use Spot Gravity. Oof. Nice attack. Set up Protect and Shell. Sec Gravity. No, we spam Lightning Marbles. It's fine. I'm gonna wait. Perfect.
You got me! I have been slain!
Oh no.
We won. Really?
Oh, yes. Victory is yours.
We did it, Kupo!
Oi, Adamantis. Can I ask you something?
Hmm?
A century ago, they tell of a sea demon. But was it really Leviathan?
Tell me, why do you ask?
Oh. Well, I might be imagining it, but she didn't seem like such an evil character.
Don't be silly. She was, without a doubt, the worst of the Dyad's servants. But no more. You have succeeded at avenging your kin.
Oh, good then.
Captain, we did it, Kupo!
Aye, and you were a big help. Right. Gents, let's go home.
To think you were once feared as one of the great terrors of the seas. When did you become such a big softy?
Quiet, you. There will be trouble if they learn I still live. Now hush, until they're gone.
We did it, one more down. I'm gonna check something really quick. Okay. I haven't seen the auto high potion proc, so I was wondering if I missed it.
What now? Who's...
And the last Esper.
If Quistis's information is correct, then it's almost time. Balam Garden has been summoning a demon?
That's what the reports have been saying.
Do you believe it?
Of course I don't.
All right, then what do you think this alleged demon really is?
Do you mind looking into it for me? All the sightings so far have been reported to be around the same hour.
Strange. This demon that's appearing. I wonder what it could be.
Oh, so I'm a demon now. What a fascinating allegation.
Huh?
So, level with me here. What do I look like to you?
To be totally honest, you fit the description.
Oh, a demon then?
Yes, I know who you are. You're one of the demon Dyad servants from a century ago, Diabolus.
I'm a what now? Oh, I see.
So Grimoire decided those two were demons, huh? But how does them being demons make me a demon too? Their servant!
So then tell me why you would show up now, amidst such chaos.
You know why I've come. A servant of demons has no purpose but this. Furthering the chaos.
Chaos, he
I
said?
must punish you in the Keeper's absence.
You would ruin all my fun. Oh, I'm so scared. Not! Wait, what?
You're facing us now.
Huh? Oh, it's you two. What are you doing here?
Oh, you know, just butting in to help?
Yeah, what Rain just said. We're rearing our ugly ends.
What's that even mean? Wait, where am I? What strange place have you taken me?
Ha ha ha! We've got him sweating now.
No matter. Let's see if either of you runs is still any good.
I'm gonna start again like before. Haste. Gravity 1. Gonna defend. Stack you. Leave alarm. Gravity 2. No, that's for only one Earthquake. So that is the reason why we pick up sleep resistance. So at least one lance stack is not sleeping. Nice. But free gravity, I can use some stones. Dark is fine. Okay. Gonna heal up a little bit AP for the next fight. It was round 1.
Fast! I can't fight here!
You can't escape. What's this?
Just a dream. A very bad one. Shulk.
Huh? Brother?
Yes, that's right. I've been searching for so long.
For me?
Of course. You know, when I first heard the news, how you'd fled after becoming an architect, I was so worried.
You came after me? But you had it all. You were the exceptional one. I know that Mom and Dad pressured you into it. Becoming an architect.
What's wrong?
Why does Jake always throw a short
After
stick?
you left and went to the cathedral, the house got
Someone
so
needs to.
unbearable. We tried, but we couldn't reach you. Mom became sick with worry. And Dad just hid in his bottle. The fire broke out, and then they were gone. What choice did I have?
Such a tragic
The cathedral
backstory.
was the only place I could think to go to.
So then you're telling me you killed Mom and Dad.
What? No!
You put them in the ground. You were always making trouble for them. You never did them an ounce of good. You grew tired of their scolding, so one day, you made them burn.
No. I would never do something.
But you did.
You're saying that I...
Yes. And now that Mom and Dad are no more, my job is to see you punished.
You want me to atone for what I did to them?
I want you dead.
It's not a nice thing to say.
Kind of sleazy creep. How dare you peep at people's thoughts without asking them? And you think it's okay to twist her weaknesses around when the poor girl doesn't even know what's real? You scum!
I'm scum? Wait, hold on. Didn't we settle this last time? Last time? Yes, we did just fight. Why am I only remembering these things now?
Oh, interesting.
When he left this place, do you think his memory
Internet,
got
please.
some kind of readjustment to match the world he went back to? Oh, I get it. So then, the reason we forgot about Grimoire is surprisingly simple. It's because we left it.
Huh? Hey, Rain, what's up?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just starting to piece together how this power of fantasy thing affects our memories.
Huh?
The power of fantasy. Rubbish. That is my tribe's domain. Now I see. The Guardians of Time have been busy. Fine. If that's how you want to play, then so be it. Come on!
Mein Internet ist dropping to 0. Internet, please. It's not much left. Gonna try and continue. Let's start with Water Spellstone, Lightning Spellstone. I don't have. Now I'm gonna haste run again. And gravity. Activity. And 4. Now we are gonna spam marbles again. And that is okay, it doesn't matter. Internet seems fine again.
No! I lost again. Well, fine. You can boss me around like you used to.
Well, I don't remember too much about the things we used to have you do, but if you can keep it in check, then maybe you can have some fun.
Huh.
So yeah, if a stream froze for you for a second, you can just pause and unpause, and you are up
I might
to
just be imagining it, but if you
current
help me
state
out,
again.
thank you. Rain. Lon.
And that was the last one.
Voila!
Important to heal, and we go to Seraphy.
Hey, Seraphy. Sorry to bring it up again, but I was hoping we could discuss Tama.
Huh? Tama? Oh, you're talking about Tama Mohime. A long time ago. So far back that I can't put a number on it. She and I went through some stuff after we got mixed up with a really dangerous crowd.
You mean the Order of the Circle? Tama told me about it.
What? Well, if she dropped that name, then your Tama must be the same as the one I knew. What the schnuzz is going on anyway?
Well,
Dude, really? I do not remember that.
Tama did that? I still don't fully buy it, but say she did sacrifice her lives. To what end? It almost sounds like the Guardians of Time.
Guardians of Time?
Beings from the realm of fantasy who keep watch over this big clock and use people's lives so as to alter the course of our history. Preposterous, right? As credible as teeth-stealing fairies.
A clock that intervenes in history?
That sounds just like that girl's tea room.
You're right.
Huh?
So, does that make her a guardian of time?
Make who?
Tea room.
Wow. So this is what the inside of this place actually looks like. Wait, Guardians are real? Does this mean that fairies who steal your teeth are too?
Are you here for tea? I don't think I was expecting guests. Oh yes, I may very well have collected her lives. But whatever's done is done. I cannot return any lives that were spent to traverse time. Sorry, but there's gotta be...
There must be some secret trick.
A secret trick?
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we track down a QB? Aren't they part of the same tribe of mirages that Tama is?
Huh?
To manipulate time, Tama used more than one of her lives, right? If I'm not mistaken, she had what? About 9 lives in total? What if we swapped some of her lives out? Then we could go back before she made her sacrifice and replace some of her lives with the lives of a QB instead.
She turned time back so far she needed to use 9 lives? But you may be onto something. A mirage from the same tribe with the same kind of soul could offer some souls in Tama's place.
You mean it?
Seraphy, dude! Now that's a secret trick!
Oh, what did you say again?
Okay, if you can bring me a QB, I'll help you out.
So we wanna get Tama back.
So like,
and we
the
wait
QB
the
is a
way we
mirage?
get it.
Because I haven't seen one. Where do we find it?
We sacrifice another
rumor
QB.
radar. I limit the search to Urugos and other fox
totally
like
how time
mirages
travel
like
works,
Tama.
yeah. She used all her 9 lives. Give her different lives and
Look out, kids.
doesn't
I think
count.
we have a winner.
What do you mean, winner?
It seems that some lady was killed in the Ceronian ice fields by a giant black fox. Or so I heard.
In that case, Charlotta might know more about it. Let's go!
World map. Going to Charlotta.
Oh, hello again. What's up?
My internet randomly drops to 0
You're
kilobytes.
here about the black fox?
Wait,
It
what do you
was
mean?
well so far. Please, internet.
I knew the woman who was killed. She was... my aunt.
Huh?
What?
Huh? Wait, if she's your aunt, she's gotta be. She has to be.
Yes, that's correct. She was Uncle Taka, the Thane of Ceronia's wife.
Hang on. If that's a coincidence, it really is creepy.
Tell me, why do you need to find that black fox?
Why do we need to
You
find
wanted
the
to
black
share
fox?
its
We
lives?
want to sacrifice
Well,
it.
good luck with that.
I figured. Not the sharing type.
It doesn't matter. We should still try to get our hands on its prismarium.
Then why not let me help you out? I can take you to where the fox is.
Refia, are you sure?
Yes, I'll be fine. And Rain and Lon will be there.
Whoa. let's not forget I'm going to.
Oh, of course. Goes without saying.
Mm-hmm. That's more like it.
Okay. Well, you be careful out there.
Oh, and you don't have to turn into a cat and follow us this time.
I know. Just get going.
Let's go.
So, where is this black fox hiding out?
It should be an Icicle Ridge. There's a path, separate from the one that leads to the harbor. It's a little harder to find. Well, why don't I go on ahead? See you at the entrance.
Yep. Back button. Go to the Icicle Ridge.
Over here.
Dude! We never would have found this.
There's a new path.
This is the place where he lost her.
What the?
It's coming from over there! Hurry!
Why? That mirage. Why do I loathe it with every fiber of my being?
If you're my Uncle Taco,
If you weren't around,
then of course you would despise that mirage.
that's the person who impersonated Refia's uncle.
Hi,
Once again, I feel the pull of destiny.
Boy, am I really not glad to see you.
Tell me, Refia, why is it natural I would hate that thing?
You can tell me first. Who am I really talking to?
Me, a knight of the Bahamutian army. But this flesh I inhabit belonged to the human you so lovingly called Taka.
His body? Then you've possessed him? So, then, where is he?
Dead for quite some time now.
Monster! Is that what you consider honor?
Oh no. Those are the rules of this world. The human body is a weakness, the door most easily breached. Enough of this. You will answer my question. Why do I bear such incredible enmity for that mirage?
that guy whose body you're camping out in? His wife was killed by that mirage.
If you look at that fox and feel hatred for it, it means his memory... No. His soul still lives on inside of you.
That's absurd! No trace of him could remain. And yet, the hatred inside of me, it is unmistakable. Oh, I see! Another twist of fate! Yes, of course! And your arrival is one of the resulting kinks! I see it! Fascinating! Let us test this
Tons of people die in this game.
and see just how fast it
And we
holds.
too die multiple times.
Uh-oh. If we let that karmic kook find the black fox and kill it, won't
We have
that
to stop
ruin all
him.
of our chances?
Let's go after him, Rain!
We need the fox.
Good! We beat him to it!
I'm gonna use gravity again. scales. Sadly, Chocochip died. It's my fastest party member. Experience doesn't matter.
Your life is mine!
What now? My heart, the anger that held it, has given way to something far worse.
That's Uncle Taka. What he would feel. My uncle would never hurt anyone, not even a fly. And he never tried to take revenge for my aunt. No matter how much you hate someone, when you lash out, it just leaves you empty. He always said so.
Empty. So this is how it feels to be human.
Watch out! If it's like Tama, we have to assume this thing has got 9 lives.
Well, how many does it have left?
No wonder the thing wouldn't die, no matter how many times I killed it. So be it.
Whoa! Did you see that?
Lon, these shiny things must contain the Black Fox's lives.
Dude, nice!
Take it.
So, it seems this body, and with it my soul, must expire.
It's down to 2 lives. That's all you left it with. You must have had a grueling fight.
And yet I have nothing to show for my great struggle. Nothing at all. And now it seems my time to leave this world has come. If I may ask you one favor. See, this man is buried alongside his beloved wife.
Okay, I will. Uncle.
Did Refia leave already?
Yeah. They're going to hold a proper funeral in Saronia.
Gotcha.
Well, Refia's a strong girl. She's gonna be all
Why is
right.
he dying?
Anyway,
He used too much power.
I suppose I should head over there and make myself useful.
You going on
He
all
loved
fours?
waifu.
Like I told you, it's very simple.
Cats get around?
You know it.
He killed the fox, I think, 7 times. So it was a tough fight.
So, who wants to go back to Ninewood Hills and bring that girl the QB lives we got, like the bad mom bombs we are?
QB has
Sounds
2
good.
lives left. Gonna use one for Tama and yeah, have fun with the last one, I guess. Our last save. And it's important to heal up because coming up is a boss rush.
Huh? Where is the QB? Were you only able to acquire its souls?
Huh? Oh no. Did we botch up the job?
It's a little unorthodox, but this could work.
What do you mean?
Since you brought 2, we'll use 1 to spin a new thread.
One
and
for
give
Tama
Tama
and
the
one
other,
for...
so that she'll have a life to spare when the time comes.
Cool! Whatever that means, let's do it!
Okay, I'll do my best to keep the changes to a minimum. You don't have to stay here and watch.
Are you sure?
It's a lot to explain, not to mention the long ritual. And since time is going to change, you won't remember anyway.
Hello, Rain? Anybody home in there?
Huh?
Maybe she's so tired of your antics, she finally flatlined. Look at the what you've reduced her to.
Oh no, we have Tama back.
I have never anticked once in my entire life.
You don't even know what the word antics... Rain? What's the matter?
Huh? What? I was just really happy to see you was all. That's weird.
Oh, it's okay.
Don't make me fill in for that lazy Tama anymore, please.
You're a good friend.
The time has come!
What? Dude, time for what?
Huh? Sorry.
No,
Felt like the right thing to
rid of
say.
her again.
The way you're working your keeper keisters off, I figured it was time for a final battle.
Time for invasion has come.
You're right. Let's go find Win
Here
and
hunter
round up the
team
summoners.
wings.
I think that we're ready.
Okay.
So this is it. Oh, dude! I am so excited!
Drum roll, please. Ready to start the operation?
Yes.
Huh? Oh, good. Then Operation Salvation is so on. Oh, you don't have to hunt down the Summoners or the League of S. I can get the word out.
Okay, it's go time, Rain.
Right.
It's like 35 minutes left.
The Ultima Gate. What do they hope to achieve?
Hey.
Hmm? What are you doing?
For the win!
The champions have come. You should not have been able to reach this castle. Why would you come here? Hurry to the Ultima Gate. Our dear champions seem to have devised some trick.
What trick could ever redeem these wretches now?
So we weren't able to stop them.
That's not our objective. We're here to free the Architect's souls. The Ultima Gate, we'll have to leave it to the twins.
Right.
Back at the Ultima Gate. Trying to reverse the process and get all the Cogna back.
This is not what I would call speedy.
They're trying to reverse summon all of the Cogna at once. Give them some time.
Well,
What is all of this? It can't be!
Dad, no, don't!
So, you have at last remembered who this used to be. But it's too late for you!
Dad, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you when I had the chance, instead of acting like a stupid little brat. Yeah. I will listen. I won't listen. Not unless you snap out of it right now!
I'm so sorry, Mom. You know, all I ever wanted was to be like you. You kept the world safe from mirages, and how they loved you for it. Still, I
could see how hard you worked all the time. So I stepped up. Lon and I decided we would help. Right? We'd handle mirages so you wouldn't have to. I never thought I was hurting you by taking them away. Without your strength, the world crumbled. But I believed if I got strong, just as strong as you, I could make your life easier. I just wanted you to be happy, Mom. What a know-it-all. Some things don't change. I still haven't learned. Because if I have to, I'll hurt you again!
Now these fights are a little bit hard, because I only have one party member. First off, I'm gonna start with one gravity. Okay. That's huge. Gonna summon Titus once. Should have hasted first, it's okay. I'm gonna let it play out once. That's really rude. Crit me twice. Now I need a remedy plus to get rid of Doom. Magic shield is not nice. Beast myself. Gonna play it safe and heal. Gonna remove the buff. Missed, okay. Need to remedy plus again. Summon Titus 2 more times. Oh, can you please stop? Finally dodged. Nice miss. Still alive. Game over. Thank you. So my mistake was, well, not really a mistake, but he has a sliver, and I really thought the next attack would kill it.
World of Final Fantasy.
Fine, I saved. Just go back to the fight. Can skip this one. Also, the topple effect was really unlucky. And I had to reuse 2 remedies. Normally you have to use 1 if you're unlucky. But using 2 loses so many turns. Here we go again. Not death, gravity. I have Doom again, so I'm gonna haste. Heal myself up. Summon Titus 3 times. It's fine. Not a single crit. A little bit sad. finally have enough time to kill it, I think. Next fight. Rain is alone. Boss is using a lot of magic, so we set up a shell stone. Haste. 1, 2. Good. 3. Can use one more. Good. I'm gonna heal up. Buff myself up again. Use my spell stones to deal more damage. It's fine. I will quake because it's earth and I'm flying. Now I get my whole party back and it's getting easier.
Dad!
Thank you, son.
Dad? Dad! I'm sorry. I couldn't change it. It's my fault. You're gonna die because of me.
I've been dead for many years now. I'm sorry, Lon. If only I'd kept you safe from all this. Instead, I left you with no one at all to turn to. This here is just the shadow of my soul, my very last hurrah. You see, there's nothing to feel bad about.
Of course I feel bad about it!
Lon. My son.
What is it?
Lon, I'm very proud.
About what?
You've grown up, son. Look at you. When people hurt, you hurt. You fight for them. You've become someone who cares about more than your own cause. Hang on to that. And you'll go far.
Dad!
No. Stay back. It's still...
Rain!
Here we go again. Like before, I'm gonna set up a shell. And gravity. Gonna haste. Bomb. Guess. Dragon scale. Dragon scale. Heal up. Totally fine. fine. I'm gonna unstack to get a few more turns. It's good. Got heal for that. Disaster is a little bit bad, but it's also dead now. Can you imprison the mom? No, I cannot.
Mom. Mom. I'm sorry.
You should turn those corners up, or your happiness will spill right out. Come on, smile.
Oh, Pabito. Oh no, he is back.
Transient though their presence here was, it is curious you managed to defeat them.
Sorry. We couldn't stop him.
Don't worry, we will!
Yeah! Careful, he can transform.
Not sure if he starts talking first. No, he doesn't. Okay. Gonna set up first. Protect. Guarantee. Unlucky. It was magic attack. So we're using Shell. Haifa. Melody. Beast. It's fine. Dealing damage. That's totally fine. Dan will survive. I'm gonna defend. Turn order. Heat up. Lance AP is okay for the next fight. Okay, one more time. Boss has another face? No.
All right!
We won?
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I have hunted the worlds of A
A
for
final
ages,
boss with
but
only
yours
one
was the very
face?
first in which I made
Impossible.
true progress. Which means I can now bring my rules into your world, and I happen to be exceedingly fond of my rules. Observe!
My other small? You mean my characters? You can choose between a small and a giant form. And depending on the form, you can set up different stacks.
I have infinite life and power beyond all limits. There is no force that can stand before me. Not even the champions of this A world can vanquish me. So, your choice. Will you bow before my rules? Or will I watch you snap as the rules of my world break you?
So on the side, it's at the moment it's gray, but he will change his elements. It's important because I will use spellstones with elements, and I have to pay attention that I don't use a spellstone with his element. So now he's on fire. I'm gonna defend with alarm twice. One is okay. I'm gonna turbo E for you. Gravity again. Defend for return order. Now he's on water, I think. Water and ice look a little bit similar. Gonna use my elixir. Gravity. Another elixir. Gravity. Another elixir. Gravity should be the last one. Now we deal damage with stones. He's currently on Earth.
Curse you, you and your infuriating power.
And that would be time for any percent. All that is left is like 10 minutes of cutscenes and credits. Nope. No healing in between the final boss rush.
No! Is it done yet?
Almost! Just a little more time!
Really? Is that all?
Chili fried Ramblers.
Huh? Rain?
Concentrate! Focus on the cage so it only encases him!
Right!
Excuse me.
Folly!
Come on!
We're not going to make it! Lady Luce, help us!
A cage within a cage. Focus. Imagine nesting many cages together.
Place your game, please, here.
Rain, you need to be the strong one. Don't let Lon's power overtake him. Keep control.
Mom?
World of Final Fantasy is a weird game because if you minimize it,
You'll be okay.
it's not showing
If you work
OBS.
together, there's no happiness
Most
you
games I
can't
know
attain.
you can minimize them and it's not a problem.
Rain, you ready?
Yeah!
Such power is not possible.
Rain!
We did it!
Yeah!
Can let the credits play out? Okay, nice. Into extra time? Okay, no worries. I can let it play out. Thanks for the GGs. Except the touchdown spam from Bahamut and last boss rush would have been a pretty good any percent run. Tama is coming.
No!
Nice punch.
I'll kill you yet!
Can it!
Sure you can, yes.
Rain? Lon?
Oh, does Tama has so many swords. We did a dark ritual where we used the one life, and as long as Tama is in Ninewood Hills,
There!
she can
Use those to
regain
keep Grimoire
lives back.
safe.
You'll find all the other Prismariums
Something
with
like that.
Seraphy.
Huh? What are you saying?
The Dyad has done enough damage. It's time for us to leave for good.
You can't. I don't.
Everything's going to be better, Win. Once we go through, the portal will vanish. So these trash cans won't ever be able to meddle in your world again.
But what about you?
Hey, get those corners turned up.
You don't want your happiness spilling out.
Tama! Take
take care of Win and Grimoire for us once we're gone. And thank you for everything.
Here
Also,
goes!
she cannot talk anymore.
Oh, and Win!
Big
All of
Tama
you!
cannot talk.
Sorry we put you through so much grief. Goodbye!
Goodbye! Take care! We'll see you around!
We did it. We saved the world. After we destroyed it twice. Big Tama, best Tama. Mute Tama, best Tama. Oh.
They brought us so much bad and good. And then they just swept it all away in the end.
I'll say, the two of them were a force of nature.
Maybe I'll take a leaf out of their playbook. And go a little crazy for a change!
Oh, please. Your current crazy levels are hard enough on us. Well, at least Rain and Lon seem like they're gonna be okay.
Yes. If they stay together, we have nothing to worry about.
Okay. It's our turn. Grimoire's gonna need some fixing up.
It's gonna be a lot of work.
Well, see ya.
See ya.
Thanks, you two. You can rest now. Well done.
Lucky for you, I don't know the credits lyrics. Evil dimension here. Thank you, Priya.
すまなかった。ぶち切れますわよ。はてなはてな、なのです。ちゃんと考えさえすればわかると思うのだがな。お前なんか、どりゃー。
You heard it in a for a second. Tama is saying nano desu in Japanese after every sentence. Already 6 years old. You're old. So yeah, thank you all for the GGs. Thank you for staying and watching. Even if it wasn't the whole run, I hope you enjoyed the game. I really liked it. It's a nice RPG game. So yeah, please keep watching. Help the really longer fun. Helps the really longer fun. Even if you don't donate, just watching helps already. So yeah. Guess Xel's gonna cut me off soon, so thanks again for having me this year, and I hope I see you next time again.